Skyler Reed tiptoed into the house, finding the path to her room suspiciously clear. So mom's surveillance skills aren't as sharp as she thinks, she mused. She must have realized I wasn't home, left the door unlocked, and is just waiting to lecture me in the morning. As long as the suspect wasn't caught red-handed, the next day's punishment would be a couple of minutes of nagging. What was the big deal? You went to see him again, didn't you? The voice, a demonic whisper from the darkness of her own room, sent a shiver down Skyler's spine. The voice, a demonic whisper from the darkness of her own room, sent a shiver down Skyler's spine. You went to see him again, didn't you? Her mother was in her bedroom. But as the words registered, Skyler's fear instantly morphed into a defiant frown. Mom, you can't talk about him like that. He's not like other guys. Fine, I won't say anything. And you broke the rules by coming into my room. As a penalty, you're not allowed to nag me tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. Go to bed. Her mom, Diane, walked out with a sigh of resignation, but not before giving her daughter's cheek a frustrated pinch. There's going to come a day when you'll be crying your eyes out over this, you stubborn girl. Let the tears fall down like rain. Skyler sang back playfully. This was just the way their family was. And frankly, only a girl raised in such a relaxed atmosphere could have a personality like hers. Skyler's dad, Rick, hadn't been asleep either. He was standing in the darkness at the top of the stairs, keeping his distance. Hearing the exchange, he started to step forward, but his wife stopped him with a sharp look. This is a conversation between women. What are you butting in for? This is a conversation between women. What are you butting in for? Normally, this kind of exchange went one of two ways. Either the man of the house, feeling his authority challenged, would get angry, or the henpecked husband would meekly obey. Rick Reed, however, was a creature that existed somewhere between those two poles. He wasn't offended. Instead, he turned away and grumbled with theatrical indignation. If only we had a son, I could say to him, come on, son. Let's have a real, no-holds-barred, man-to-man talk. If only we had a son, I could say to him, come on, son. Let's have a real, no-holds-barred, man-to-man talk. Well, you might get your chance, Diane retorted. You can go have a chat with that boy yourself. A relationship that isn't right needs to be cut off early for both their sakes. Honey, are we really going to be the villains who break up the happy couple? Happy couple, my foot. I'll admit, the boy is handsome, but he's... Diane trailed off, a flicker of genuine distress in her eyes. She really didn't have high standards for a son-in-law. If he was a normal guy that her daughter liked, she'd be fine with it, even if he had a different side hustle. If he was delivering for DoorDash while in college, she'd praise him for being a hard worker, wouldn't she? But a high-end male escort? Who could accept that? Rick sighed, too. There was a certain empathy between men. He thought for a moment. Maybe the kid's family is in real trouble. Maybe he's desperate. What if I go find his family, see if they need help? Maybe we can help him get back on the right track. Maybe the kid's family is in real trouble. Maybe he's desperate. What if I go find his family, see if they need help? Maybe we can help him get back on the right track. I already subtly asked Skyler about his family, Diane said, her voice low. His father is a notorious gambling addict. Do you really want to try and rescue the family of a degenerate gambler? Guess not. The two looked at each other and sighed in unison. They were, by most standards, very progressive parents. They provided Skyler with a comfortable life and supported her whenever she wanted to go out with friends. Rick had even known about the time Skyler snuck out for her first all-nighter at a LAN party. Instead of stopping her, he'd quietly driven over, rented a computer in the corner, and the 40-something-year-old man had played Command & Conquer, Red Alert until dawn. As long as she wasn't going to dangerous places or staying out all night without notice, it was all fair game. But dating an escort? That was a line a parent couldn't just ignore. Every family invests differently in their children. The Reeds hadn't just invested everything. They had done so with painstaking care. It had taken them 20 years to raise their bright, innocent daughter. Was it going to let some kid ruin all that in a matter of months? Not a chance. If we don't put a stop to this now, it'll only get messy, eh? Rick said, his voice firming. When I get the chance, I'll talk to the boy, even if I have to use certain methods. I'll make him stay away from Skyler. Good. Spoken like a real father. I'll reward you for that tonight. Honey, I think I'll sleep in the study. I've still got some work to finish. When I get the chance. After a quick shower, Skyler sat at her desk wrapped in a towel. She had a habit of keeping a diary. She felt every day of her life was worth recording. And for a child who was truly loved, a diary wasn't just a boring list of stuff that happened, but pure, unadulterated content. I was honest with Leo today. I'm so happy. He suggested we be good friends, which fits my plan perfectly. I once told him I wanted to travel the world with him, constantly experiencing new things. He said no. He said everyone is different, that he didn't have the means or the mindset to just travel the world. At first, Skyler couldn't understand. It's hard for people to truly empathize with one another. But her one great virtue was her focus. If I can't understand, can I at least learn? So, with the help of a certain psychologist, Skyler began to learn about Leo's family situation. She then proceeded to wipe her tears and empty out her entire savings account. But due to the principles of relational dynamics and the problem of pride, Skyler couldn't just hand him the money. Instead, she got the number for Leo's workplace from that same psychologist. Now was the moment for Skyler to perform her grand ceremony. She cracked her door open, scouting to make sure that evil adults weren't watching. Then she locked it, put on her headphones, and nervously dialed the number. Silas lived on the second floor of the Cypress Lounge. Compared to the boisterous energy downstairs, the quiet up here felt almost out of place. Down below, a collection of men and women, each nursing their own secret desires, reveled in the lounge's refined atmosphere, letting their inner selves run free. It was a speakeasy by name, a gilded cage by nature. He picked up the phone, looking at the unknown number with suspicion before answering cautiously. Hello, who is this? Hello, sir. I'd like to add some money to a tab. You can do that at the front desk or with your host. Sir, my mom won't let me go to a place like that. Could you help me do it? Silas was stumped. If you're not coming here, why are you putting money on a tab? Is this some late-night prank on an old man? Sir, please. I want to put it all on Leo's account. The tall, handsome one, who's even more handsome when he smiles. I know who he is. We only have one Leo, Silas said, a flicker of memory in his eyes as he listened to the girl's fangirl-like description. Is Leo really that handsome? Why don't you just give the money to him directly? I can't tell him, and you can't tell him either. Please, sir. And after I add the money, you have to make sure he gets his commission, okay? A surge of irritation rose in Silas. At his age, he'd seen it all. Where had Leo gone off and swindled this innocent young girl? We only make clean money at this lounge, he thought. Silas could already picture it. The girl, lost in a fantasy of self-sacrifice, thinking she could save a fallen young man with her love. It was like some historical drama where a patron buys a famous courtesan her freedom. This was exactly what Skyler's parents were worried about. But the lounge didn't take on money that would bring trouble. Young lady, tell me something. What are you hoping to get out of this? I want Leo to have money. Why not just give it to him? Because my mom told me I'm not allowed to accept expensive gifts from men, and I'm not allowed to spend a lot of money on them either. And your mom is okay with you putting money on a tab here. She's fine with me paying for services. I have a huge balance at the beauty salon. But isn't this the same thing? In the end, I'm the one who makes all the money. It's okay, sir. I can't give Leo money directly, but I want him to work a little less hard. A small crack appeared in Silas's old, jaded heart. He fell silent. After a long pause, he nodded slightly and mumbled, all right. He got her payment information through a messaging app and received the transfer. $3,721.13. To Silas, it wasn't a lot of money. The kind of sum someone might casually toss to a live streamer. Even if you put $30,000 in front of him, he probably wouldn't blink. But it's $3,721.13. The middle-aged man, who had drifted across the world from north to south, ran a hand through the small ponytail at the back of his head. He looked up at the Orion Nebula outside his window. It was nearly impossible to see with the naked eye, let alone through his aging vision. But he knew it was there. On a street in Taipei, a girl had once pointed it out to him, and then she had given him $142. At the time, he'd had some trouble with the local gangs and couldn't even risk staying in a motel. He had asked the girl how he could repay her. She just said she had more money than she knew what to do with. At the time, it had seemed like just another ordinary moment. Just then, his phone rang again. This time, it wasn't an unknown number. It was Leo. Silas, I need to ask you something. Do you know anything about a USB drive? You damn scumbag. Get lost. What the hell, old man? Why are you cursing me out this late at night? You want your mouth to rot while you sleep. That's a $200 fine. I'm docking it from your commission. What did I even do to you? You have to give me a reasonable explanation. Talking back to your superior. That's another $200. I'll fucking your fucking. After 3 minutes of inexplicable, mutual cursing, Silas hung up the phone, feeling utterly refreshed. The thrill of a truly foul-mouthed argument was a top-tier pleasure. He glanced at the transfer confirmation on his phone again, but didn't bother calling the front desk to log the credit. Young lady, he thought, love is meant to be spoken out loud. It's okay if you're too shy. I'm not. I'll say it for you. For 2 days, Leo couldn't stop thinking about the USB drive. What was on it? His mind, fueled by countless detective shows, conjured up wild scenarios. Was it possible he'd been secretly gathering evidence of the Miller family's crimes, preparing to risk it all to take them down? He shook his head. That was pure fantasy. Since he couldn't figure out on his own, he started asking. He asked Skyler. She said he had told her not to look at it, so she hadn't. Besides, he'd taken it back the same day, so she had no idea where it was now. Leo wanted to scream, "Why are you so obedient?" But then he reconsidered. It wasn't obedience. She just took the meaning of every little thing very seriously. But Isabella Vance certainly wasn't the obedient type. So Leo called her next. The response he got was laced with irritation. Just 4 words. "I don't know." Leo had no idea why she sounded so resentful. "What'd I do to you?" With no other options, Leo called Dr. Shaw and asked if he'd ever mentioned a USB drive. This time, she sounded genuinely surprised. "Leo, you're keeping secrets from me? I don't know anything about a USB drive." Peyton, then, was even less likely to know. But Leo called her anyway, mainly because he'd taken her invitation. He didn't want her to be unable to get into her own cousin's fiancé's party. Peyton, however, told him it wasn't that formal. It was more of a family gathering in their villa's backyard. The invitation was just for show. Besides, she wasn't the only one who had received one. Her future father-in-law had one too, so they could just go in together. Leo's previously waning motivation to find the drive was suddenly rekindled, because if things went as expected, in a few days he would be coming face-to-face with the second-in-command of the Miller clan in a formal setting. If Ethan's attitude toward him was hard to read due to incomplete information, his uncle's was crystal clear. Leo didn't know why such a powerful family had so few heirs, but judging by Peyton's choice, there weren't many Miller men in this generation. That made Leo a definite thorn in their side. In his uncle's eyes, without Leo, everything would be peaceful. The Miller family fortune would be transferred smoothly. Rick Miller, Leo's father, would have no chance to meddle in the business, nor would he have a shortcut to beg for scraps from the half-dead family patriarch. Leo could faintly see the logic. Why was his uncle so defensive? Couldn't he just spare a little money for Rick? A family that wealthy wouldn't miss it. But he couldn't. In an era where harmony breeds wealth, no one wanted to fight. They could maintain the status quo just by coasting on the patriarch's legacy. At this level, the goal wasn't to achieve greatness, but to avoid mistakes. But human nature is greedy. The moment his uncle, Edward, opened that door, Rick would start biting piece by piece. Money represents a certain degree of power, and power corrupts. It was an irreversible process. Not to mention Rick fit the mold of a classic underdog protagonist. Cast out, looked down upon, probably subjected to years of ridicule from his older brother and the rest of the family. Did he not lie awake at night, fantasizing about the day he'd return and make his brother kneel and apologize? Maybe even shout something like, "What goes around comes around. Don't you dare look down on a man who's hit rock bottom." Getting payback is human nature. If Rick fought tooth and nail for even a sliver of a chance to return to the family, he would bide his time in the shadows, waiting to strike. Anyone in Rick's shoes would do the same. And as for Leo, he had to face this complex situation. Now that he was dragged into it, he had to push forward. What was the point of blaming Rick for adding more chaos to his life? It was useless. Leo had figured out. All those years Rick had spent messing around with his deadbeat friends, who knew what dark thoughts were brewing in his mind. What father didn't want to stand before his son, chest puffed out, and declare, "Look, this is the empire I built for you." And likewise, what uncle wouldn't look at this situation and sneer, a stray dog dreaming in broad daylight? Feeling more like a spectator than the protagonist, Leo replayed the situation in his mind. He shook his head and looked around their modest 900-square-foot apartment. The slipcover was in the wash, revealing a tear in the leather sofa underneath. Who didn't want a mansion and a convertible? But this was the only place Leo felt safe. If something happened to him, his mom would cry. If something happened to Rick, she'd probably cry too. Diane Miller was the type of woman who didn't say much when things went wrong. She just bottled it up and cried in silence. So, a son's duty was to protect his mother's smile. "Mom, I'm not eating at home tonight, okay? Try not to eat so much junk food. And don't drink too much." I know, Leo had to prepare for the birthday party. 2 things. First, figure out what his uncle's crew was planning. The car accident was still a mystery. Although Leo thought arranging a hit was a pretty crude tactic for this day and age, couldn't you come up with a more sophisticated way to crush me? He had to be wary of their dirty tricks. He had a feeling his cousin Ethan was a bit twisted. A madman was capable of anything. Second, pick out a gift for Skyler. He was going as a good friend, but he couldn't show up looking cheap. Adhering to the principle of tackling one thing at a time, Leo first stopped at a food cart and bought 2 takeout boxes. The situation was serious and annoying, but what could he do? What's done is done. First, food. Slinging the plastic bag over the handlebars of his e-scooter, Leo rode off. In the second-floor apartment of the Cypress Lounge, 2 takeout boxes sat on Silas's table. "This is you treating me to a meal. Please, have you ever seen an employee who is inexplicably fined treat his boss to a meal? What nonsense are you talking about? Back in my day, if I got fined, I'd definitely treat my boss. Getting fined means your boss has a problem with you, right? So, what's your problem with me? Your devoted partner in crime?" Leo asked, snapping a pair of bamboo chopsticks in two. Silas might act like a dirty old man, but he was a businessman. And when it came to business, he was always serious. To keep Leo and prevent clients from cashing out, he could cling to Leo's leg like a brother. But if real trouble arose, he'd be ruthless. He had no bottom line, yet his bottom line was crystal clear. Leo felt he might have truly crossed a line somewhere. But you had to tailor your approach to the person. If he tried to treat Silas to a fancy dinner, the man probably wouldn't have even shown up. He never liked owing people favors. "It's nothing. Now what the hell do you want from me? If it was really just about $200, I wouldn't ask. I'll pay you double, and I'll be more careful in the future." Silas grunted and picked up his chopsticks. The gesture didn't mean yes or no. It just meant he was eating the food, and Leo should spit out whatever he had to say and get out. "Silas, you probably know about my family situation, right? If you're just asking, I can know. If you're asking for a favor, then I don't. I knew it. There's nothing in this world you don't know. Don't flatter me. If your uncle showed up at the lounge, I'd have to go down and have a drink with him. So I can't help you with big things, and there's no need for me to help with small things. I only have one question. The car accident. Was it an accident, or was it deliberate?" "The car crash can only be an accident, and it must be an accident," Silas said, the words sounding profound and mysterious. The piece of chive stuck to the corner of his mouth, however, slightly undermined the effect. "Don't order the chives and egg next time." "Got it," Leo replied softly, then frowned. He understood. An accident, by definition, is unexpected. The subtext was that something classified as an accident wouldn't happen again anytime soon. In one sentence, Leo had his answer. The dirty tricks wouldn't be happening again for a while. That left only open, face-to-face conflict. Silas watched his expression, guessed what he was thinking, and chuckled. "What makes you think having things out in the open is to your advantage? If it had always been in the open, I'd probably be crushed without a second thought. But the good thing is they already played dirty once." If the fight had been out in the open from the start, Leo didn't know how he would have survived. His uncle, Edward, wouldn't even have to do anything. A few calls to his contacts in various industries, and Leo would be unemployable in Riverbend. "You get a job through a campus recruiting event? I'll have someone call and get you fired. You decide to deliver for DoorDash? I'll have someone follow you and slash your tires." It was that simple. If you can't take it, you move away. And if you move away, you're cut off from the Miller family for life. The only advantage was that the family had resorted to dirty tricks. That was a potential threat. It was the only leverage Leo had. With proof, Leo could post about it online every day, stir up a storm with a few hired trolls, and cause some serious damage to their reputation. "So the USB drive?" Silas took a sip of tea. "Leo, you're thinking about this all wrong. What? You have a contrarian personality disorder. I haven't even said anything, and you're already telling me I'm wrong. You've got that smug smile and a raised eyebrow. You're probably fantasizing about the Miller family begging you to let them off the hook. You're a damn good judge of character. So what's the right way to think about it? Leo, in this day and age, stop thinking about fighting all the time. You think your dad and your uncle were any better? Back in the day, they used to chase each other down the street with knives. Did either of them come out on top? That really happened? In those chaotic times, it's a miracle the 2 Miller boys didn't get a couple of hunting rifles from the mountains and have a full-on shootout." Leo fell silent, saying nothing more. He was humble enough to take advice. Listening was the right move. Even if there was foul play involved, it couldn't have come from Edward. The methods were too crude. Not to mention, why would he take the risk when he could crush you so easily? So it must have been that psycho, Ethan. Leo thought silently. "So, what you need to do now," Silas continued, "is make them believe you have evidence, using 3 parts truth and 7 parts fabrication. Make them hesitate. Make them wary of mutual destruction. Pull them down to your level. You're good at spinning stories. I don't need to teach you that." Silas leaned forward. "Your efforts should be focused on one thing. Showing the old man, who's not in the ground yet, your potential. Create an opportunity for your father to get back in the game. All your grandfather wants is the prosperity of the family. He spent his entire life on it. Remember that." "And then what?" Leo asked, looking up. "And then we see what your father has been up to all these years. If he wins the fight, you're a top-tier trust fund kid. If he loses, you're just a stray dog. Silas sized Leo up and added in a playful tone. Honestly, your only advantage over Ethan is that you have more experience being a stray dog. The privileged boys are a little out of touch with reality. He paused. Don't underestimate that. You're a lot like I was back then. Leo silently grumbled to himself. This old goat is just finding new ways to compliment himself. But as he stood up, he still gave Silas a deep bow. Silas was his mentor in the service industry, and he had just shared a great deal. None of that sentimental crap with me. By the way, have you been around any particularly naive girls recently? Don't tell me, Silas. An old gigolo like you preying on fresh meat. What kind of nonsense is that? Just answer the question. Well, there is one. Her name's Skyler. But don't you dare get any ideas, or I won't be so polite. I know. Now get out of here. Silence returned to the room. Silas rocked back and forth in his large rocking chair. As the owner of the lounge, a man with a top-tier social network, he began searching his mental database. Skyler Reed. Isn't that Stephen Reed's daughter? Stephen doesn't come to the lounge often, but his younger brother does. I think he mentioned his older brother spoils his precious daughter to no end. I don't know if these two lovebirds will make it, but it's worth a shot. Silas stood and glanced out the window. There was a party in the lounge's massive courtyard tonight. Countless people swayed to the music. A lustful couple was kissing under a tree, sparks about to fly. A male guest was trying to get handsy with a waitress. The bartender was secretly counting his tips. And Leo, who had just left, was weaving through the crowd, greeting people he barely knew with easy familiarity. He quietly defused the crisis the waitress was about to face, then used his own money to send a drink to the male guest whose fun had been interrupted. He walked over to the kissing couple, produced a rose from nowhere, and said, "Congratulations, you've received today's lucky bouquet. Please give it to the one you love most." Then he sidled up to the bartender, glanced playfully at his wad of cash, and joked, "Hey, finders keepers. Half of that is mine," using his tall frame to block the manager's line of sight. It was an unwritten rule at the lounge that tips were shared with the manager. But Leo, whether intentionally or not, had perfectly shielded the bartender from view. The bartender didn't say a word to Leo, but the drink Leo had just bought for the guest was suddenly on the house, a personal gift from the bartender. To be honest, Silas really liked Leo. But then a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he sighed. Kid, just don't follow my path." Isabella Vance hadn't slept well for 3 days. The resentment on her face was enough to make a saint tremble. Ever since Leo had left her house, she had been posting photos visible only to him on her social media for 3 consecutive days. To make them look better, she had even dug out a tripod she hadn't used in years. Applying a lesson she'd learned from Leo, that unlocking new scenes was the key to increasing allure. She had painstakingly taken dozens of photos in various settings. And yet, Leo hadn't even said delete them. No likes, no comments. He was treating her like she was invisible. She kept telling herself, "When I'm busy with work, I don't have time to look at my phone either. I only check when I'm free." But surely a person doesn't go 3 full days without looking. In those 3 days, Leo had only called her once. At the time, Isabella had assumed he was calling because he'd seen the stunning photos on her feed. She had even rehearsed his reaction in her mind. "Isabella, who are you taking these pictures for? Speak up. Delete them right now." And Isabella would, of course, be secretly thrilled, but she would feign indifference and say, "I'll post whatever I want. It's none of your business." But she would still delete them just a few minutes later, just in case Leo hadn't had time to save them. They say that men in the dead of night secretly browse certain strange content on their phones. Isabella absolutely could not tolerate that. Is any of that better looking than me? He could just use these photos. But that day, Leo had simply asked, "Do you know what's on my USB drive?" The resentment had practically surged through the phone line. For a moment, she wanted to scream, "Is that USB drive the only thing in your brain?" Recalling the moment, Isabella's jaw clenched. Just as she was stewing, her phone rang. Speak of the devil. "Hey, are you home?" Isabella's expression shifted. Her voice was calm, but her heart was leaping with joy. "He's finally coming to punish me." "I am. What's up? Why do you sound so pissed off?" "It's nothing. I've just been posting a lot lately, and the comments are annoying." Isabella might as well have written, "Look at my Instagram story, you idiot," on a brick and thrown it at his head. She was even dropping a hint. "Other people are commenting. Doesn't that bother you?" Sure enough, she heard the sound of tapping on the other end of the line. It sounded like he was scrolling through his phone. Instantly, Isabella felt the resentment drain away. Even the porridge she was eating tasted sweeter. She was waiting for Leo's furious interrogation. "They look good." Isabella's eyes lit up. "That's the tone. Perfect. Before Leo got angry, he would always question you calmly and then unleash a torrent of verbal abuse. Unleash it, so I can coldly say, "What's it to you?" Leo's voice came through the phone again. "By the way, you really don't remember what's on my USB drive?" Leo arrived at Isabella Vance's front gate at the same time as a house manager from the estate. Delivery drivers weren't allowed inside this gated community. The staff brought everything to the homeowner's doors. When he saw the manager stop in front of Villa 13, Leo, ever helpful, spoke up. "Is that Ms. Vance's takeout? I can take it in for her." "No, it's Mr. Miller's takeout. It's for you." The manager recognized Leo instantly. His face had been registered at the security gate long ago. The manager handed the bag to Leo. "Ms. Vance said I should wait here at the door and give this to you." Leo opened the bag and scratched his head. This woman was truly bizarre. Why was she ordering him takeout? As he walked, he unwrapped the package. When he saw what was inside, he froze. It was a pile of USB drives. Hello Kitty, Mickey Mouse, every novelty design imaginable. A few dark lines appeared on Leo's forehead. "Isabella, what's the meaning of this? You want a USB drive, didn't you?" "I wanted the USB drive I told you about." "I have it." Leo was about to explain when he noticed Isabella's expression. The woman usually wore a mask of bored indifference, but she had decent control over her emotions. It was hard to see what she was really feeling. But right now, her resentment was practically spilling out. He'd have to coax her into a better mood before they could have a normal conversation. "Isabella, don't give me that cold shoulder. I haven't even settled the score with you about your Instagram story yet." "Huh." Isabella, holding a coffee cup, let out a barely perceptible snort. If she hadn't brought it up, would he have even mentioned it? He probably hadn't even seen the post from the last 2 days. Hypocrite. Posting for 3 days straight, fishing for compliments. Were you? "Let me see which poor saps took the bait." "None of your business," Isabella said, her expression still icy. But her mood was improving. "Hey man, so you were secretly paying attention to me after all? I'm asking you a question. Let me see what those losers commented." Leo even looked like he was about to snatch her phone. The gesture sent a wave of satisfaction through Isabella. "Panic. Let's see you panic. It's finally your turn. Who cares what they commented?" "I don't." Isabella was practically feeding him his lines. Now was the moment Leo was supposed to say, "Well, I do." The thought was so liberating that Isabella's exhausted soul felt like it was ascending. The 3 nights of poor sleep seemed to evaporate. "It's fine," Leo said. "I don't care either." The woman's legs tensed. Her sharp gaze shifted away, and the loose curls on her shoulders swayed in the air. She was genuinely angry now. Leo wasn't getting another word out of her today. From Isabella's perspective, her line of sight was drifting out the window, her eyes brewing a storm of fury. But as she was brewing, she suddenly felt herself flying. Literally. A moment ago, her eyes were level with the middle of the money tree outside. Suddenly, her viewpoint was above it. Isabella had to admit, the abrupt change left her mind a complete blank. Of course, from the perspective of the home security camera, there was none of Isabella's internal drama. The footage simply showed a man walking over and lifting the woman sitting at the dining table into his lap. "Let go of me." "No." Leo was hunched over a laptop, scrolling through spreadsheets. His head was starting to hurt. "Don't you get tired of looking at this stuff all day? I'm not you after all. I can't just make money by charming clients." "Thanks," Leo said, graciously accepting the compliment while ignoring the stream of "let go of me" and "you're harassing me" coming from his lap. "I didn't tie you up. If you didn't want this, you could get up at any time." "Huh." A woman whose heart says yes while her mouth says no. "Only I can handle you." "I'm telling you, Isabella, this is your punishment for that Instagram story. Who are you to tell me what to do?" Not listening, la la la." Leo's expression and posture both screamed. "I'm going to be a total rogue, and there's nothing you can do about it." Isabella's face was a mask of exasperation. She finally said, "But I said it to close friends with only you on the list." "I know. Then let me down. Next time, send them to me directly. You didn't post the original files on your story, so the ones I saved are a little blurry." Isabella fell silent, but the resentment was gone. 3 days of accumulated anger, defused by Leo as casually as clearing a minefield. Her eyes started to moisten. She tilted her head to look at him, just as he happened to turn and look at her. What was the purpose of her posts? To get his attention, to make him angry, to have him interrogate her. And right, she was supposed to defiantly talk back to him. She had just done that, hadn't she? It was just that this damn man was too strong. She was at a disadvantage when it came to physical strength. So what was the ultimate goal? According to Leo's personality, he wouldn't just accept her defiance. He would have to punish her soundly. Her eyes, shining brightly, looked up at him. She was long past the age of a little girl and had already experienced that feeling. So she knew exactly what she wanted and was adept at getting it through familiar means. Leo, which of the 3 outfits in the photos did you like best? I thought they all looked good. Pick one. I'll go change. No need. Fine if you say so. There's a whole day left, anyway. Go get the stuff from my nightstand. I prepared some after last time. No need. Hearing this, Isabella felt a spark of annoyance. Last time had been an accident, and she had to rush out for emergency contraception. But whatever. She closed her eyes and let it go. They were so close when they spoke that her hair brushed against his shoulder. It was then that Leo whispered a single sentence in her ear, a sentence that set the Ice Queen completely ablaze. Where's the USB drive? Dr. Evelyn Shaw walked out of Riverbend First Central Hospital, Dr. Morris waving goodbye behind her. Remember to have Leo come in for a follow-up, he called out. His head trauma was minor, but there are still potential risks. Thank you, Dr. Morris. I'll bring him in a few days. Dr. Shaw gave a polite nod, the hem of her modern, horse-face skirt fluttering in the air. She had a face of classic Eastern beauty, her features and unique, serene temperament creating an undeniable atmospheric quality. She was the kind of woman who would look stunning in photos taken in a candlelit shrine or a rain-swept pavilion. Leo had once said she should make short videos, a Memories of a Deceased Wife series, or maybe something set against a religious backdrop like a Greek temple, a cathedral, or a Taoist mountain. That had been a dream of Leo's back when he was a photographer. He'd also casually mentioned wanting to see her in a Cheongsam, traditional Hanfu, a nun's habit. Of course, whether photographer Leo had any ulterior motives was anyone's guess. Looks like no one really cares that much about Leo's amnesia. These girls, each with their own unique charms, are no fools. They all want Leo to forget that unpleasant past, so they can start fresh with him and spend the rest of their lives together. And there are even some who can bide their time, waiting for the perfect moment to make a grand entrance. No wonder those trashy romance authors make so much money. The messy drama between men and women is truly captivating. It's just not very fair to Leo. A pity none of you can see Leo's true brilliance. A tormented Leo is the most charming Leo of all. With that thought, Dr. Shaw pulled a USB drive from her pocket. Yes, she had lied to Leo. It wasn't the first time. What psychologist doesn't lie? Every time a patient, full of pity for the world, walked into her office, she would kindly tell them, "It will get better. Just keep looking forward." Hilarious. How is that any different from a lie? And the fact that Leo hated being deceived? Dr. Shaw knew that. But so what if she knew? Was it going to hit her? Perhaps triggered by a key word, she subconsciously touched a familiar spot on her arm. The bruise there had long since faded. Even pressing down hard didn't produce the pinprick of pain anymore. Healing was a good thing, but Dr. Shaw's expression held a hint of regret. She shook her head, took a picture of the medical records she'd just acquired from the hospital, and sent it to a contact at her phone. She added a short message. I wasn't lying. He really has amnesia. The reply was swift. Why are you telling me this? Because you're the main reason he has amnesia. Wasn't it from the impact of the car crash? His amnesia is psychological. The crash was just a trigger. I see. There was no further communication. The contact, save under the name Lynn, said nothing more. Dr. Shaw drove to an old, run-down apartment complex. She bought a lollipop for a kid on the street and asked him to deliver the USB drive to the security guard at the complex's gate. From a distance, she watched until the drive was placed on the guardhouse counter. Then she turned and got back in her car. Inside the guardhouse, Rick Miller, dressed in a security uniform, had his feet propped up on the desk, listening to an audiobook. The title was Galactic Marine Surgeon Billionaire Bad Boy's Revenge. He was at the part where the protagonist, Rex Titan, single-handedly defeated the 9 top warriors of his clan and stood before his once arrogant older brother, declaring coldly, I, Rex freaking Titan, don't need the Titan family's help to conquer the universe. A thrill shot through Rick. This book was incredible. How is this author so brilliant? Why hadn't he won every literary award known to man? It was like the writer had peered directly into his soul. The only thing missing was a scene where Rex seized all the family assets. The author clearly lacked real-life experience. Making money wasn't that easy. Just as he was getting to the good part, a small bag suddenly appeared on the counter. But he hadn't seen anyone. What the hell? Was this a ghost story in broad daylight? Rick poked his head out the window and understood. Oh, not a ghost. The kid was just really short. Hey, little guy, what's this? A pretty lady asked me to bring it. Probably something someone left for safekeeping, Rick mumbled. He didn't open the bag, just inspected it from the outside. But a second later, he tore it open. There was a folded piece of cardboard inside, with his name, Rick Miller, written clearly on it. On the back, in small print, "Gift to Leo? It's a gift." Alarm bells went off in Rick's head. He'd seen this kind of trick back in his rough and tumble days. It could be a small bomb. "You can blow me up, you son of a bitch, but you're not blowing up my son. Damn it, just let me get my hands on you." Rick decided to ditch his shift and take the thing straight to the police station. Without bothering to ask for leave, he hopped on his bicycle and started to pedal away. But his path was blocked by a BMW 3 Series. "Mr. Miller, where are you going?" "And you are?" "Dr." Shaw got out of the car, her expression nervous, her eyes darting toward Rick's right hand. Following her gaze, Rick realized what was wrong. "You sent this?" "Hey, I remember you. You're my son's psychologist." "Sir, I didn't mean any harm. It's a gift for Leo." "Then why didn't you give it to him in person?" We had a fight." "Dr." Shaw lowered her head shyly, saying no more. Rick's expression turned gossipy. He had his ways of keeping tabs on his son and had heard about this psychologist. "Are you two dating?" "Sir, we're not." "Hey now, what's the big deal? Don't be shy, little lady. I get it." Rick's face lit up, and he looked at his prospective daughter-in-law with a benevolent gaze. That shy, flustered look? If they weren't dating, they were close. "You had a fight, so you want me to be the middleman, deliver the gift, and put in a good word for you to make up." Though he didn't get an answer, the more Rick looked at Dr. Shaw's face, the more certain he was of his guess. What daughter-in-law wouldn't be shy in front of her father-in-law? It was perfectly normal. "All right, I'll help you out. Go on now. That brat of mine is stubborn. Don't take it to heart when you argue." "Thank you, sir. Is the gift urgent?" "If not, I'll probably see him the day after tomorrow. I can give it to him then." "It's not urgent, sir. Thank you for your trouble." Rick Miller sauntered back to the guardhouse, a wide grin on his face. This daughter-in-law was a good one. A cultured woman, a perfect match for his son. But that Reed girl was great too, so quirky and full of life. It would be good if he married her. And that Vance girl was also a good choice. If his son turned out to be a failure, she could help him scheme. Marry them all. My son is going to be a mega-rich heir anyway. He can afford it. Whatever dowry they want, I'll give it. Lost in his beautiful daydream, Rick pressed play on his audiobook. Back in her car, Dr. Shaw's expression returned to normal. Rick had most likely bought it. He would deliver the USB drive at Skyler Reed's birthday party. As for her performance, just now, a simple psychological trick. The ritual effect. People don't believe the answer presented to them. They tend to believe the answer they worked to find, even when the truth is right in front of them. Dr. Shaw just needed to make him suspicious, then appear at the right moment, and reveal a flaw for him to uncover. "I can't wait to see how Leo deals with Skyler after he sees what's on this drive," she thought. A pity I won't get to see the look of pain on his face. Starlight Plaza, one of Riverbend's landmark destinations, was always packed on holidays. A giant billboard advertised an upcoming Summer Lynn concert. But today was a Monday, and the mall was quiet. A saleswoman was dozing off with her eyes open, then snapped awake, her gaze instantly drawn to the couple that had just walked in. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Stunningly so. Good-looking people together were a feast for the eyes. If the man had a beer belly, it would probably make people think that guy must be rich. Ironically, 10 minutes later, she had that exact thought, just with the roles reversed. That woman is so rich. She's buying everything she likes. "I love you, Queen." The two people who had walked in were, of course, Isabella Vance and Leo Miller. There was almost no conversation between them. Leo just had to stand there while Isabella held up clothes against him. Then she'd grab everything she liked and head to the dressing room. "If I come in with you, how am I supposed to change? Don't waste time. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Are you still mad at me? Why would I be mad at a useless man?" Isabella's lips curled downward, her expression dripping with disdain. An hour earlier, the atmosphere between them hadn't been so tense. Not until Leo had uttered the fateful words, "Where's your USB drive?" In the span of 3 seconds, Isabella's expression had transformed from amorous to frosty. Leo was pretty sure she wanted to kill him in that moment. But he was helpless. He was a red-blooded young man. It would be a lie to say he wasn't affected. But he had a line he couldn't cross. If he gave in, his life would be over. He could use amnesia to explain away the past, but now that he was lucid, what was his excuse? He could forget about going to Skyler's party, forget about school. He'd just be this woman's kept man for the rest of his life. And Isabella's house had cameras. If she showed that footage to his mom, who then started calling Isabella her daughter-in-law, the whole situation would become an irreversible mess. So, Leo had used every ounce of his persuasive power, trying to reason with Isabella and convince her to tell him what was on the drive. "It's evidence from my car accident. You have to tell me." I'm waiting to use it against the Miller family. The USB drive has nothing to do with your car accident. You looked at it. Yes. Well, I gave it to you. Did I or did I not tell you not to look? You did. But I looked at it that same night. Anyway, it has nothing to do with your accident. Seeing her clam up, Leo pressed on, weaving a tale about his history with the Millers, how his uncle and cousin had tormented him. He added a little artistic flair, of course. A story isn't as good if you don't embellish it. After he finished, Isabella just said quietly, I know your uncle, Edward Miller. He's the vice president of the Riverbend Chamber of Commerce. I can't afford to cross him. My uncle's name is Edward Miller. My dad's name is Rick Miller. Grandpa was really phoning it in with the names. If you just sign the contract and stay with me, I'll go talk to him. Nothing will ever happen to you again. When discussing business, Isabella was direct and concise, exuding an invisible aura of power. Leo, feeling suppressed by her posturing, instinctively shot back. You can't afford to cross him, but you dare to go talk to him? Not being able to afford crossing him doesn't mean I can't talk. Besides, I didn't start from scratch. If the young can't handle it, the old can. Leo got it. Fine. She had the capital to be arrogant. You're all rich people. I can't afford to mess with you, okay? But he automatically sidestepped the topic and said pointedly, the main thing is, I'm about to see my uncle soon. I'm a little scared without some leverage. Why are you actively seeking him out? Are you tired of living comfortably? It's for you know whose birthday party. Oh. The conversation ended there. Isabella silently went upstairs, changed her clothes, tossed the car keys to Leo, gave him the mall's address, and that's how they ended up here. Back in the present, Isabella's words were dripping with sarcasm, but her hands were busy. She reached out and smoothed the peaked lapel of Leo's suit. Custom would fit better, but there's not enough time. I'll have Kevin take your measurements later. We can get one made for the future. No need. I'll never wear it. The moment you decided to stand against the Miller family, this became a necessity for your wardrobe. Isabella silently swiped her card, ignoring Leo's frantic attempts to grab the bill. The truth was, from the moment Leo had picked her up without getting handsy, Isabella had realized a lot. She was clumsy in matters of the heart, so she was better at analyzing behavior through a business lens. In their contract-based relationship, she provided money, and Leo provided physical labor, emotional support, and so on. In terms of value, it was an equal exchange. So why would the second party breach a contract of equal value? Either the second party found a first party offering higher value, or the second party no longer needed any first party. But everything in the world has a value. Isabella felt that either way, there was only one reason. As market conditions changed, the value she offered was no longer enough to satisfy the second party. So, she had to raise the stakes. But was money the answer? She had tried that on the day she was discharged from the hospital. Clearly not. She didn't know what it was. But she could find out. Find the things that made the smooth-talking Leo fall silent. If money couldn't buy back the contract, what about her heart? Isabella's emotionally stunted mind made her subconsciously treat this as a business transaction, completely unaware that she was changing in the process. Take one of my cars. It might not seem like much, but it'll save you some trouble and judgmental looks. I don't need to tell you what to do at the party. No one is better at navigating those situations than you. For the gift, pick something expensive. It doesn't need to be thoughtful. The truly thoughtful gifts are given in private. The public gift is for the other guests to see. Isabella had suddenly become a nagging mother, but her advice was born from experience. She was no longer demanding things from Leo. She was giving in her own way. Leo's normally chatty mouth was tightly shut. He was silent, lost in thought. Isabella knew she was on the right track. As long as this man kept his mouth shut, it meant he was taking it to heart. Until Leo stopped in front of a video game store, one that sold PS5s and games. He walked in head down. Compared to the suit store, this was his comfort zone. Isabella couldn't understand what he was muttering to the clerk about, but he came back out with a bag. She shot him a sideways glance. I told you to buy something expensive. This kiddie stuff, you should give in priva. This is for you. I don't know how to play. We'll play together. Go wipe the dust off your TV when we get back. Isabella's expression remained neutral, but she reached out with both hands and took the bag from him. The other things they bought were for Leo. She wouldn't carry them, but this was hers. Only she could carry it. Then Leo led her out of the mall and into another one of his comfort zones, a basement-level flea market. Ma'am, how much for the cactus? Why a cactus? The woman's clumsy, can't keep anything else alive. Bro, I'll take this whole tank of little fish for $50. That's not even your cost. My friend got it for $30 last time he was here. Leo loaded everything into Isabella's car. Then he got in the driver's seat. You're coming back to my villa. If I don't, Are you going to deal with all this stuff yourself? Isabella said nothing, but on the side of her face closer to the window, a beautiful curve secretly rose to her lips. She didn't ask what he bought all this for. Did she need to? She felt Leo was actually better suited for business than she was. Even with all her years in the corporate world, she had to constantly probe to find the right place to invest. But Leo didn't need to. In her 20-something years of life, she had never once mentioned or even talked about wanting a home. Not to anyone, not even a Leo. But Leo just knew. He knew she wanted a warm home, and only he could give it to her. The sudden feeling of being in love flooded Isabella's brain. She thought that sometimes change was a good thing. I made a little change, and I found happiness. But then her phone buzzed. She couldn't see who the message was from on the screen, only an okay hand gesture emoji. Isabella didn't reply. Instead, she watched the car slowly exit the parking garage, catching a glimpse of her own face in the rearview mirror. Then she suddenly turned to the man in the driver's seat. It's our home, right? Give me a break. Your mansion? I could work at the lounge for 10 years and probably still not afford it. But you definitely couldn't accept another man living in that house besides you, right? I definitely wouldn't like it, but that's not something I can decide. You can decide. If you say it's our home right now, I'll keep your slippers, your pillow, and your blanket there forever. No other man will ever be allowed in. Leo couldn't understand this woman's logic. He glanced sideways and saw she had raised her phone, the camera pointed at his face. He had no choice but to play her juvenile game. 13 Wisteria Lane is our home. Whose home? Be specific. Leo and Isabella's, he said with a long-suffering sigh. And that dumb Doberman's home. Summer days always passed quickly. Leo's life returned to a state of calm. His sick leave was still active, so he didn't need to rush back to class. Who knew? He might end up a third-generation heir. Why rush to class? In the end, he never found the USB drive, but it didn't matter. According to Silas, it was just something to scare people with anyway. Any old drive would do. But these peaceful days couldn't last. A young man with few material desires, no responsibilities on his shoulders, and no need to clock in for work. He just had to show up at the lounge every day, say hi to Silas and his colleagues. None of his clients had been in recently. Skyler still chattered away, sharing her daily life. Isabella, after her strange declaration, had seemingly gone into hiding, probably busy with work. Most importantly, Leo had almost completely settled into his post-amnesia life. This was no small feat. Amnesia patients often lose their rhythm and fall into depression. Leo suspected he might be one of the chosen ones. Who else could have a life like this after losing their memory? Except for the domineering CEOs in romance novels. But those guys were basically aliens. Every single one had stomach problems, yet somehow none of them had bad breath. It was ridiculous. As for his pre-amnesia girlfriend, Leo had long since made peace with it. Accepting the identity of a scumbag was easy. Can a guy profess his love to two people at once? But Leo had no desire to date right now, and he felt like neither of the two women were pushing for it either. Still, he had a feeling that, at this rate, he'd end up falling for one of them eventually. So be it. Take it slow. This was youth, wasn't it? He'd serve his time in the trenches of a lounge. Let him enjoy himself a little. What? He couldn't have another girlfriend? Leo thought it was possible, but he wouldn't admit it. Even if he did, she hadn't even come to see him in the hospital. That must mean she couldn't handle the amnesia. So even if someone showed up now, he wouldn't recognize her anyway. Most importantly, his bank account held a modest but entirely sufficient sum to live on for several years. Until the day before Skyler's birthday party. Leo didn't go see anyone. Instead, he went to the bank to organize his finances. Why organize? Because he had a lot of bank cards. The female clients at the lounge often made unreasonable requests. How about you buy me a late-night snack? It was obvious the clients didn't want a snack. They wanted Leo. So, Leo got a bunch of bank cards and kept the balances low. That way, he could use the excuse of being a poor, struggling worker to dodge their advances. Usually, that was enough to make them drop the joke. But checking his balances, one shouldn't look at such things. Looking leads to problems. Wait, where's my money? Leo muttered, staring blankly at the bank teller. Sir, perhaps you have the wrong card, the teller said with a professional smile, while silently thinking, your money? It grew legs and flew away. There was never any money in this card to begin with. Leo suspected he'd been scammed. He wanted to check his transaction history, but he had too many cards. It would be easier to just ask his mom. Mom, do you remember the money in my accounts? You mean the money you transferred to me? I've been saving it all for you. How much? Around 9,000, a little less than 10. That's not right either. The amount was wrong. The money his mom was talking about was the salary Leo had fabricated. He'd used the excuse of part-time work, saying he earned a few thousand a month and transfer most of it to her to save. If he reported too much, she'd think he was involved in something illegal. In reality, it was just to help with household expenses. But he had worked at the lounge for over a year. He had definitely earned more than that. The reason he thought he was rich was because it was a fact embedded in his subconscious. Even though he hadn't looked, he subconsciously knew he had that much money. An amnesia patient shouldn't think too hard. Memory is a delicate web. Pull one thread, and the whole thing can unravel. If you get stuck on something, you'll just be sucked into a black hole of pain. Why a black hole? Because the missing memories pull your mind in, holding it captive. There was a scene in Leo's memory. On a snowy day, he opened his bank app to check his balance. Payday had been a few hours late, so he'd been waiting anxiously. Why was I so anxious that day? Was the balance in my account $85,000? But what happened after that? Leo's feeling could be described with an analogy. Try to remember the first time you ever had a big Thanksgiving dinner. When you focus on finding that memory, the first thing that comes to mind isn't the turkey itself. It's a fragment of memory that left a deep impression. Maybe the day your uncle tricked you into taking a sip of whiskey, or the first time you tried oyster stuffing. Whether it's the whiskey or the oysters, any object with a strong impression will broaden your memory search. You'll start thinking divergently. Who tricked you into drinking? Who taught you to like oyster stuffing? Leo gave up trying to think. He went to the lounge instead. Some things could be cleared up with a simple inquiry. You're telling me, in just over a year at the lounge, I made nearly $125,000. Let me interrupt. As a rising star at the Cypress Lounge, excluding the time you were with Isabella and your first few months, you earned that much in just under 6 months. Then where's my money? Where's my money? Leo was starting to panic. Was there anything more terrifying than being broke? It's only $125,000. What's there to get so worked up about? I was going to use that money to buy Skyler a birthday present. I already ordered it. Leo was actually taking Skyler's birthday very seriously. The quirky girl was adorable. He would attend in his finest, with a respectable gift. He couldn't be cheap. He'd asked Silas to help him buy something through his connections. And Silas's network was terrifyingly vast. He'd said, if you want, I can get you a bottle of Yamazaki 35-year-old single malt, or even Schumacher's Last. Leo had quickly cut him off and picked something cheaper, an LV Starlight scarf. It was only cheap in comparison. But even for this cheap item, Leo now had no money to pay. Damn it, anyone in this situation would curse. Don't worry about it. You can owe me. It's not much, Silas said, handing him a box. The old man was certainly relaxed about it. As Leo thought, a realization dawned on him. The vast majority of his forgotten memories were related to the women in his life. So I gave him money to a woman. Leo, this time I'm really angry with you. Who gave you permission to spend money on women? This was more incomprehensible than anything else. It was simply unthinkable. Silas, tell me who my past clients were. You promised me the files. I'll show you, but you're not stupid enough to spend that much money on a client, are you? Leo had been about to call them one by one, but he realized Silas had a point. He remembered many of these clients. It couldn't be them. So who was it? Just then, his mother called again. Son, I was busy earlier and didn't have time to ask properly. Did you mean the money I saved for you? Or the money you lent to Summer? Who's Summer? I'm about to get off work. Come home, and I'll tell you. Summer Lynn? The neighbor from our old complex? The celebrity? Leo rapidly processed the keywords in his mind, piecing together an absurd conclusion. Why would a celebrity borrow money from me? Were we that close? You were neighbors, and you went to school together since you were kids. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you childhood sweethearts. Leo keenly picked up on a keyword. Childhood sweethearts. Once that term was used, it was never a good sign. So, another one of my girlfriends. Were we dating? That I don't know. You rarely told me about your life outside the house. Probably not. Probably just like the other two, after my good looks. No, wait. She was after my money. Realizing this, Leo quickly grabbed his phone, trying to find someone named Summer Lynn in his contacts. Nothing. He checked his messaging apps. Still nothing. Mom, do you have her contact info? Son, she came to our house to pay you back, but you refused to take it. Mom, you must be remembering wrong. Or that woman fed you some kind of story. That was my hard-earned money. Diane smiled wryly, not taking her son's words to heart. What could she say? Her son was healthy. That was all that mattered. Son, every time Summer comes home, she comes by to try and pay you back. She just called me yesterday, said she was coming back to town. If you want to take the money, I can accept it for you when she comes. Of course I'll take it. She's lucky I'm not charging her interest. Leo was still fuming. What kind of person was this? Borrowing money and not paying it back. How could he possibly not accept it? She must not have been sincere about giving it back. Mom, if she comes to the house, let me know. Your son is an expert at dealing with bad women like her. All right, come with me to buy some groceries. The mother and son walked out the door together, Leo's loud complaints echoing in the hallway. Mom, she's what you call a gold digger. They specifically target kind, honest guys like me. She has to pay it back. If she comes over and hesitates, puts on a show, I'll see her in court. I've been out of the hospital for so long, and she hasn't even dared to call me. That's avoidance. That's guilt. The voices faded down the hall. Suddenly, the door to Leo's bedroom opened, and a young woman stepped out. She looked toward the front door with a complex expression. She had heard everything. Clutching a bank card tightly in her hand, she didn't know what to say. Her gaze fell on a high school notebook of Leo's, the kind with a leatherette cover. On one of the pages, a messy scrawl of words was written. A passage Leo himself had probably forgotten. Some things you have to walk through alone to understand. You can never really, truly draw a line with someone because the feeling is too deep, like an endless wasteland in your life. Honey, what are you stuffing in there? Stephen Reed asked, watching his daughter shove something into her dress. He leaned closer for a look. Well now, Mom, why didn't I inherit your genes? Silly girl, you're still young. You haven't fully developed yet, but all the girls in my dorm have already. Skyler made an exaggerated gesture with her hands, her lip instantly drooping. Her mother, Susan, didn't know what to say. Though their conversations were usually casual, her daughter's concern about this was clearly not a good sign. The peacock was starting to preen. This is your birthday party. You have to be dignified. That boy isn't coming, is he? He's not that boy. His name is Leo? And why can't my good friend come to my birthday party? Skyler, I understand. But most of the people coming to this party are friends of your father's and mine from the business world. We don't usually do these networking things, but it's unavoidable. So you're turning my birthday party into a business mixer. Fine, I forgive you. But after the party, you have to let me go out with Leo? Ache. Susan sighed, a gesture of weary acceptance. She had wanted to tell her daughter to be more reserved, to not cling to that boy's side all night. But it would be pointless. Let her be. In any case, she'd have to use some other tactics. She'd also have to remind her husband to have a chat with the boy if he saw him, but to be careful. She'd heard her husband was a bit heavy-handed in his youth. The last thing they needed was a conflict. The October weather was starting to cool, and the late afternoon sun was gentle. But Skyler's family's yard was enormous. The garden-style villa looked like a small estate with a fountain at its center. A small stage had been set up around it. Many guests had already arrived, mingling and chatting. A buffet table was laden with appetizers and desserts. If Leo were here, he would think it wasn't much different from a village feast, all eating and drinking. As for what they were talking about, well, that was a little different. Here, the men mostly discussed fishing, classic cars, bourbon, and off-road vehicles. The topics were a bit small-minded. These men were letting loose, and there wasn't a hint of a treacherous, backstabbing atmosphere. At a village feast, they'd probably be debating global politics by now. The women exchanged notes on cosmetic procedures, yoga, and how their children were faring abroad. All in all, it was very convivial. But the atmosphere was soon broken. A car pulled up to the estate's entrance. It was just a black sedan, but as it slowly pulled into a parking spot, the people in the garden quickly shed their relaxed postures and, as one, stood up. The driver opened the door, and a middle-aged man with glasses got out. He was unremarkable, but had a scholarly air about him. Stephen Reed had already walked over to greet him, shaking his hand warmly. Edward, long time no see. Long time no see. Many who had never seen Edward Miller before were now studying him with curiosity. They might not have met him, but they had all heard of him. As for what exactly made Edward Miller so important, or which massive corporation he worked for, sorry, you wouldn't find his name on the list of shareholders of any famous company. Yet, rumors about him were everywhere. Edward Miller himself was the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, and behind him was the Miller family. The fact that the Miller patriarch was still alive at 90 and the family was still standing strong spoke volumes. Following behind Edward were Ethan and Peyton. Naturally, their peers, Skyler's cousins, and the like, came to greet them. Ethan, long time no see. You've disappeared since you got engaged. Not a kid anymore. Got to focus on serious business, Ethan said. He resembled his father, with the same glasses and refined demeanor. He was easygoing and chatted casually. You haven't introduced your fiancée yet. What should we call her? Peyton. Peyton, who had been scanning the crowd for someone, finally retracted her gaze and smiled at Skyler's cousin. Leo isn't coming early? Is he waiting for a dramatic last-minute entrance? Or is he not coming at all? He wouldn't do that, would he? Peyton's eyes flickered to the composed figure of Edward Miller walking ahead. She knew why her future father-in-law was here. He normally wouldn't attend a young girl's birthday party. He was here for one reason: to meet Leo in a less tense setting. Why did the setting matter? According to Ethan's whispered explanation, it was because he was afraid of his uncle, Rick. If Rick ever found out that his dad had met with Leo alone, regardless of the occasion, Rick would absolutely appear outside their window in the middle of the night. The two brothers had no love lost between them, only pure malice. So only a public, coincidental encounter like this could prevent a madman with a propane tank from showing up looking to trade his life for yours. Thinking of this, Peyton leaned in and quietly asked Ethan, "What does your father want with Leo?" Ethan shook his head, indicating his father never shared his thoughts with him. Their communication was strictly command-based, but it's probably nothing good. I'm guessing he's going to crush Uncle Rick and Leo for good. Though it was a guess, Ethan was confident. A son knows his father best. Peyton nodded noncommittally, smart enough not to offer an opinion. But Ethan continued, "If you run into our cousin, make sure to chat with him. Don't want him to feel awkward not knowing anyone. There are too many people here. I don't think I should leave your side. He's your cousin-in-law. What's wrong with a little chat? The feud is with the older generation, not ours. Ethan, your father hasn't approved our marriage yet." With that, Peyton fell in a step behind Edward, gracefully accepting the flood of compliments and pleasantries. "Peyton, you remember me, don't you? The last time I saw you, you were still in school. Look at you now, such a beautiful young woman." "Of course I remember you, Annie. When I was little, I used to envy your beautiful dresses. You were always my role model. Oh, listen to this sweet girl." Her pleasantries flowed like water. She was good at this, and she enjoyed it. Bringing up the rear, a flicker of almost imperceptible venom crossed Ethan's eyes before he smoothed his expression and followed. "Skyler, come out and say hello to the elders." Just a second. In her room, Skyler was already dressed. A birthday party, of course, called for a princess dress. The lace-trimmed, puffy skirt became translucent in the sunlight. The delicate makeup on her face flashed in the mirror, capturing a girl in her most beautiful years. But she didn't seem happy. She was frantically on the phone. To Leo. Skyler wanted to get Leo settled before she made her entrance. She knew he would feel awkward when he arrived, and as the birthday girl, she would have to go through the unavoidable rituals of greeting elders, cutting the cake, and thanking everyone. So she wanted to quickly take Leo to her older cousin so she could look after him. After Skyler was done with her duties, she would take over. But since she had told Leo to come early this morning, he hadn't replied to a single text. Is Leo not coming? Skyler had a hidden agenda. She wanted to use the opportunity of her birthday, the one day she held all the cards, to have a proper talk with her parents about Leo. At the very least, to make them stop calling him a bad kid. "Skyler, hurry up and come downstairs." "I know." Skyler sent one last text to Leo. Still no reply. She had no choice but to hurry out with her mother. "How did you get the USB drive?" "Your girlfriend gave it to me." "Which one?" "Son, that's a bit of a scumbag thing to say. I have to criticize you a little here. A man can be a player, but he can't hurt a woman's feelings. Mom still cries when she thinks about you. You have the nerve to lecture me." Inside a beat-up old Jetta, the father and son stared at the USB drive. All Leo wanted to do was find a computer and plug it in to see what was on it. The curiosity was killing him. But Rick's secondhand Jetta was so old the CD player skipped, and there wasn't a single screen in sight besides the dashboard. "Who gave this to you?" "That psychologist of yours. Said you two had a fight, and this was a gift for you. I know it's private, so I didn't look." "A fight? What fight?" "I just asked her about the USB drive. Why would she go through my dad to give it to me?" All the strange details pointed to one thing. Something was wrong here. Very wrong. Leo tried calling, but Dr. Shaw's phone was off. "When did she give it to you?" "The day before yesterday, or maybe the day before that. Anyway, not yesterday. Why didn't you give it to me sooner?" "Son, you handsome devils sure are forgetful. You block my number. You only unblock me when you need something. You should spend less time online." Leo followed the logic. Dr. Shaw could have just called him to pick up the drive, but she insisted on passing it through his dad. And his dad couldn't contact him, so he had to rely on a chance encounter. A chance encounter? "Rick, why are you here?" As Leo asked the question, he suddenly realized something. The answer was right there. "You're here to see Uncle Edward, aren't you? You only call me Dad when you're in a good mood. How come Uncle Edward comes so easily? You should call him by his full name from now on. I'm asking you a question. It's not really about finding him. It's more that I was worried he'd try something with you." Leo knew with every fiber of his being that this was a lie. How powerful could the Miller family be to try something in such a public place? He was just making things up. Rick, stop being so cryptic. Tell me why you're here. Son, you know I have my ways of hearing about you. I heard you and Skyler's parents weren't on the best of terms, so you were planning on meeting your potential in-laws. How can I meet them looking like this? I was just afraid. Afraid that if you heard some nasty comments in there, you'd feel bad. Rick pulled a cigarette from the console and was about to light it, but he glanced at his son and put it back. Nothing's even started yet. Besides, who judges friends based on their family's wealth? Son, I'm not afraid of you being her friend. I'm afraid you can only be her friend. It was a rare, profound statement from Rick. In middle age, his murky eyes had gained a depth, a gift from the years. The price was the loss of his youthful bravado. Who doesn't dream of saving the world when they're young? But it was a pity that even with a starting point far higher than most, he still had to feel helpless about being a burden to his son. Rick wasn't unique. Many middle-aged men face this helplessness. Their reaction is no longer youthful indignation, but an attempt to hide themselves within the smoke of a cheap cigarette. Leo didn't speak. He took a cigarette from his father's pack, lit it, took a drag, and started coughing. Can't you smoke something better? I'm used to it. Finish it, and come inside with me. Rick looked up as if he'd heard something incredible, his eyes wide. But a moment later, his gaze dimmed. Son, I can't go in. The moment Edward and I see each other, this birthday party is over. You're both this old, and you still fight when you see each other. The main thing is, the second he sees me, he calls the cops, even if I haven't done anything. Fine. Leo fiddled with the USB drive, got out of the car, and walked toward the estate gate. The situation was becoming clear. This USB drive was calculated to be delivered to him today. The gun that appears in the first act must go off by the third. It seemed this gun was destined to be fired at this birthday party. All right then, let's play. Leo straightened his suit, checked his hair and clothes in his phone's reflection, and spritzed himself with cologne. He bought it at some discount store for a few bucks. It was great for covering up smells, not just smoke and grease, but also a woman's perfume. Your good buddy Leo's friendly recommendation, with a friendly suggestion attached. You can't hide it when you like one person, but if you like several, you'd better hide it well. In her office, Isabella Vance felt an inexplicable sense of irritation, especially with the annoying woman chattering incessantly in front of her. Ms. Vance, what you're doing isn't fair to Leo. What gave you the right to say those words to me? I know I have no right, but since he has amnesia, why can't you just let him live a good life? Amnesia is just a temporary forgetting. As his future wife, I have an obligation to help him remember. Isabella always wore professional attire at work. Her business suit, paired with a black and gold belt, accentuated her incredible leg-to-body ratio. Add the standard black stockings and high heels, and she could captivate anyone. But right now, her pale blue eyes were brewing a storm. The woman's words had infuriated her. Ms. Vance's so-called obligation. You mean helping him selectively remember certain things, right? I imagine you're doing this to satisfy your almost maniacal possessiveness. Only that little girl with the last name Reed could ever make me feel possessive. The woman in the large sunglasses, sitting on the sofa, stood up and walked to Isabella's desk, leaning on it with both hands. But Ms. Vance, I'm the only ex-girlfriend Leo has in this world, and you're aware of the ex part of that title. At least I have more of a right to speak than the rich woman who keeps a pretty boy in this little drama. Summer Lynn, wearing her oversized sunglasses, met Isabella's gaze without flinching. Until Isabella spoke again, slowly. Then tell me, who do you think he was accepting my money for? Summer's face went pale. She stood frozen at the desk for a long time before she finally recovered. Ms. Vance, we're not enemies. You won't get what you want by doing this. This time, it was Isabella's turn to feel her resolve waver. The drama in this office was reaching soap opera levels, with the two women taking turns stabbing each other in the heart. But Isabella recovered quickly, because she was certain she would get what she wanted. She had found a way to coexist harmoniously with Leo, and things were gradually moving in a good direction. They would soon have a home. But before they had a home, she had to eliminate the biggest threat. In business, it was called risk management. With Leo, she had only concealed a few truths. For example, the USB drive that had fallen into the sofa crack on the day of his accident. She had found it and hidden it. Leo had never found it. And for another example, it was she who had given the USB drive to Dr. Shaw. By now, it was probably in Leo's hands. Leo, you promised. You promised that would always be our home. Uncle Lou, you're looking handsome as ever. Just remember to dye your hair. At my age, I've long stopped caring about that. You, on the other hand, Skyler, are getting more and more beautiful. Thank you, Uncle. Skyler, led by her mother, was greeting the guests. She was perfectly at ease, chatting happily with the uncles and aunts. The Reeds didn't normally attend business functions, but you can't avoid them forever. Better to invite people from their circle to a less formal occasion like their daughter's birthday. And Edward Miller was clearly the leader of this small business circle. People have been forming factions since ancient times. Wherever there's room for a group to huddle for warmth, it's bound to happen. This is your Uncle Edward. It's your first time meeting him. Hello, Uncle Edward. Skyler's voice was bright and cheerful. Edward smiled warmly at the birthday girl. Happy birthday, little niece. Thank you, Uncle Edward. Skyler was a naturally outgoing girl, but for some reason, she felt a strange pressure from this uncle. She didn't even dare to meet his eyes. A normal girl would probably be thinking of words like imposing or powerful aura. But the first descriptor that popped into Skyler's quirky mind was serial killer. It looks just like one. The killers in the movies are always well-dressed and wear glasses. With that thought, Skyler shifted her gaze to the person next to Edward as her mother made the introduction. Her eyes landed on the man's face. She did a double take. Her expression changed instantly. Why is it another guy with gold-rimmed glasses? This is Uncle Edward's son. You should call him Ethan Gidge. Brother Ethan. Brother Ethan. Cousin. Emerging from her wild thoughts, Skyler finally recognized the man's face. He looked familiar. Wasn't this her cousin? He had been there the night Skyler put on her little act, and he'd even been yelled at by the aggressive version of her. So he wasn't a perverted serial killer. Skyler's mother paused, confused by the term cousin. Where did that relationship come from? She noticed the slightly awkward atmosphere and asked quietly, Skyler, have you two met before? Aunt Susan, we have met. Peyton stepped forward, shielding Susan's view of Ethan's tense, scowling face. Skyler, honey, we meet again. Hello, cousin-in-law. You two didn't fight after that night, did you? Skyler was instantly annoyed at the sight of Peyton, the bad woman who tried to seduce Leo. We're fine. It was all a misunderstanding. Susan, listening to her daughter's strange comments, felt like someone who hadn't been online in years, completely out of the loop. She wanted to ask for clarification, but with Edward standing right there, she held her tongue. Skyler, you've said hello to all the uncles and aunts. Take a short break, and then you'll have to go on stage to cut the cake. I know, I'm just going to chat with my cousin-in-law for a bit. Skyler gave her mom a mischievous smile. Susan could only sigh and walk away. Peyton, seeing this, knew the girl had something to say to her. She linked arms with Skyler like they were best friends and found an empty bench. She had already guessed why Skyler wanted to talk to her. Are you going to ask me why Leo isn't here? Yep. Peyton looked at the retreating figures of Edward and Ethan, hesitating over how to explain. She wasn't planning any schemes this time. When she'd given Skyler the invitation, she had intended to stir up trouble. But since Skyler was asking, it meant the young couple had already made up after their little tiff. Peyton wasn't going to waste her energy on a futile effort. It would only make Leo dislike her more. What she was hesitating over now was how to explain Leo's relationship with the two men who were present. Since Skyler had invited him, Leo should have come. The only reason he wasn't here yet was that he didn't want to face Edward. But explaining the whole messy situation of the Miller family from that angle would be a long story. Even a short version would be a major undertaking. I don't know if I should say this, but he's probably worried about ruining the party's atmosphere. Peyton's explanation was an objective guess based on her understanding. Whether Skyler would get it was another matter. Judging by Skyler's expression, she clearly got it. She even had a look of I knew it on her face. I knew it was something like that. Leo told you before. I could tell just by looking. Your husband must hate Leo's guts, not to mention your father-in-law. Even Peyton, with her refined, high-society composure, was stunned by this statement. How did you even arrive at that conclusion? Skyler became even more certain of her guess. Although she had been acting according to a script that night, the bad woman had indeed called Leo cousin. So she had long suspected that the friend Leo was talking about was himself. Leo is definitely worried that after they meet, the rich father of the impotent husband will use the opportunity to make a scene and ruin the party. Therefore, the conclusion is Leo is worried about meeting his cousin's father. Peyton had wanted to correct her from the beginning, but after that tirade, she suddenly didn't know where to start. Because Skyler's conclusion was correct. Leo was probably afraid of meeting Edward. But how had this girl with her wild, imaginative thinking arrived at the right conclusion through a completely wrong line of reasoning? Ethan, I've told you many times, you need to display the appropriate emotion for the occasion. Dad, but I'm asking you a question. This is the 47th time. Ethan hung his head, powerless against his father. What's more, Edward, who had just overheard the conversation, seemed completely uninterested in the awkwardness between the younger generation. He was only focused on scolding his son, but Ethan still wanted to explain. Dad, it was a misunderstanding because of Peyton. In fact, Ethan wanted to use this opportunity to muster the courage to tell his father, "Can you please not let Peyton get so close to Leo?" He couldn't bear the shame. "You can't keep your composure because you've lost face? Then how did you manage to look so calm in front of me when you broke the rules and hired a hitman?" Dad, when did you find out?" I didn't think he would survive." Ethan had never mentioned this to anyone. His father had never asked him about it either. "You should be grateful he didn't die." Edward's face remained impassive. He even swayed his head slightly to the classical music playing in the background. But his next words sent a chill down Ethan's spine, like being plunged into an ice cave. "Do you still think your plan was brilliant? Finding a desperate fugitive, promising his family a large sum of money, and getting a pieced-together junk car from some back-alley chop shop your friends run." Edward snorted. "I didn't expect you to come back from studying abroad with no improvement in legitimate business, but you picked up these cheap tricks right away. Rick stopped playing these games 20 years ago." "Dad, but I was helping you." Ethan had spent his entire life seeking his father's approval, only to be met with contempt and ridicule. No matter how old he got, he could never truly stand up straight in front of his father. He always felt like a child performing tricks. "If you want to help me, then step up in the real business world. What era are we in that you're still trying to use crooked methods?" The father and son hadn't spoken this much in perhaps the last month. The matter with Leo was probably so serious that he had to step in and discipline him. "Ethan, this is not allowed to happen a second time. It's not just me who won't allow it. And don't meddle in Peyton's affairs." If you hadn't broken the rules, the old man wouldn't have suddenly turned his attention to Leo. At this, Edward even turned his head to meet his son's eyes. His deep-set eyes were like two sharp swords. A fool can be taught. The one thing this family doesn't lack is the capital for the younger generation to make mistakes. "But you tell me, how do you teach scum?" Ethan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He stood there, stunned into silence. But Edward didn't want to linger on the topic. "Why isn't Leo here yet? He's probably afraid to see you. Rick is at the gate. That means his son will definitely come." "Uncle Rick is here? I didn't see him. I can hear the death rattle of that junker car of his from a mile away." To be honest, the remark was almost playful. It surprised Ethan so much he looked up. In his eyes, his father had always been an extremely strict, rigid figure. He had never heard him speak in such a tone. "Dad, should I go see Uncle Rick? Haven't you caused enough trouble? Do you have any idea that he has evidence of you hiring a hitman?" "Dad, I guarantee there's absolutely no evidence of that." Ethan explained in a panic. "Then explain this to me. If there's no evidence, why hasn't Rick come looking for me to fight to the death after his son was in a car accident?" A trace of gloom finally appeared in Edward's calm eyes. No one knew Rick better than he did. He had once considered talking to Leo, even parked his car outside Leo's high school. But he hadn't met him that day. Perhaps he didn't know what to say. He just watched from a distance and left. But then something strange happened. That night, when he got up to use the bathroom, he saw someone moving something heavy in the yard. He turned on the lights and found that old goat Rick standing outside his window with a propane tank on his back. "Next time you come within a mile of my son, I'm throwing this in your bed." Keep in mind, the Miller estate was on a mountainside near the suburbs. God only knows how that hooligan had managed to lug that damn propane tank all the way up there. So, by his usual logic, if anything happened to Leo, Rick would instinctively blame him. If Leo caught a cold, Rick would call him and question if he'd been poisoned. Had Rick turned over a new leaf and sworn off carrying propane tanks? Impossible. The only explanation was that Rick, that old schemer, was planning something big. "Ethan, I'm very disappointed in you." "Dad, The first lesson of becoming a man is to not make excuses when you've made a mistake. Face it, no matter how great the consequences. "Dad, I've met my cousin. He seems easy to talk to. So no matter what it takes, I will get the evidence back from him." Unable to withstand his father's pressure any longer, Ethan habitually lowered his head and quickly walked away toward the main gate. He didn't dare face his uncle, but did that mean he didn't dare face Leo? Seeing how he was afraid of his girlfriend last time, he was probably just a regular student. If worse came to worse, he could just scare him a little. Behind him, unseen by Ethan, Edward seemed to see right through his son's thoughts. He leaned back in his chair, following the rhythm of the music. His eyes held only endless exhaustion and disappointment. The sun began to set, a playful God pulling a black sheet over the sky. But then, God said, "Let there be light." Spotlights rose from the darkness, converging on a single, dazzling face at the center of the stage. Skyler Reed, her hair a cascade of platinum blonde, followed a massive cake cart onto the stage. Relatives, friends, and her parents' business associates all beamed, wishing her a happy birthday. Humans have a special weakness for beautiful things, and no one wanted to see the girl with the smiling eyes wear anything but a smile. But Skyler was disappointed. She was the type of person who wore her heart on her sleeve. "Skyler, time to cut the cake," her mother, Susan, said, looking at her daughter's vacant expression. She knew exactly what, or who, was on her mind. That boy is probably just running late. Don't keep everyone waiting. Anyone could see the princess was unhappy. But what could a princess possibly have to worry about? The stage was showered with lilies of the valley, a blessing from the god of love. A cellist played the soothing notes of Saint Sans as the swan near a gurgling fountain. The 45-inch cake was a masterpiece, and gifts overflowed an entire room of the grand estate. And still, the light in her eyes was gone. But then, God said, "Let there be light," and light bloomed in her eyes. The dullness vanished, replaced by a focused, brilliant spark. A smile blossomed at the corners of her eyes. She took the steps two at a time to the highest point of the stage and waved toward the darkness beyond the floodlights. To the confusion of the guests, she started making a series of strange hand gestures, like a third base coach signaling a batter. It looked utterly bizarre, but the person she was signaling understood perfectly. She's saying, "Save me the centerpiece with the blueberries on it," Leo Miller explained to the man who had come to greet him, Skyler's father. As he spoke, he raised a middle finger in Skyler's direction. Stephen Reed had no idea what that meant. He hazarded a guess. "And that gesture means, message received?" "No," Leo said. "It means, don't underestimate me. I want 2 pieces." The truth was Leo didn't really understand her hand signals either. He probably used to before the accident, but it didn't matter. The two of them were so perfectly aligned in their particular brand of insanity that he just had to guess in the most ridiculous direction possible, and he'd land close to the truth. Stephen scratched his head, completely lost. He was here on a mission from his wife, to talk to Leo. He was trying his best to put on a stern, iron-faced expression, to project the image of a fearsome father chasing away the punk, trying to steal his daughter. But he just couldn't manage it. The young man kept smiling at him. And you don't punch a man who's smiling at you. This was a much harder task than he'd anticipated. After a long, awkward pause, he finally managed to stammer. "Have you eaten dinner?" "Haven't even had lunch. Wanted to save room for the good stuff here." You're an honest kid, aren't you?" "It's okay, Mr. Reed," Leo said, seeing the man struggle. He took the initiative and clapped him on the shoulder, as if encouraging a shy child to speak up. "Whatever's on your mind, just say it. Holding it in is bad for you. What could be on my mind? Just welcoming a guest, that's all. You wanted to talk about me and your daughter, right?" "Ah, yes, I suppose that's one way to put it. So, what are your thoughts on the matter?" Stephen's rhythm was completely shot. In his mind, he was supposed to block Leo's path. The kid would get cocky and ask, "What's up?" Then he, Stephen, would puff out his chest and condemn him for pestering his daughter. How had it turned into this? And why was he asking for the kid's opinion? He was supposed to be giving his opinion. "Mr. Reed, I think you're supposed to tell me your thoughts." Right. My thoughts are, well, my wife and I both feel that you're not the right fit for Skyler. Of course, this isn't a judgment on you as a person. It's just that our family would prefer she find a more conventional boyfriend. Stephen was trying to be diplomatic to spare Leo's feelings. His family was made up of highly educated people who weren't always the best at navigating social niceties. But he'd made his position clear. After he said it, a pang of guilt hit him. Had he been too harsh? The kid was still in college, after all. "You're right, Mr. Reed," Leo said, his eyes meeting Stephen's with unnerving sincerity. "I think so, too." "You do." Stephen was a loss for words. Had the kid been so shocked he was talking nonsense? Leo wasn't talking nonsense. He knew this confrontation was inevitable. And honestly, he had no strategy. All he had was sincerity. Right now, any clever wordplay would be a low blow, because the man was right. From the perspective of Leo's own family, him working hard to make money was an inspiring story. But from the perspective of his girlfriend's parents, the way he made that money was just plain wrong. Leo had to own that. It was a matter of basic values. If Leo ever had a daughter, if he poured all his energy into her happiness, and she brought home a high-end male escort from a place like the Cypress Lounge, insisting he was different, well, even if he was different, Leo would probably be just as worried and unwilling to accept it. Would you want your daughter falling for a man who made a living by pleasing other women? So the only thing Leo could do was be sincere. Tell it like it is. Don't make excuses for your mistakes. Face them, no matter the consequences. But he wouldn't let that so-called mistake define his life. If he could go back in time, back to that moment, he probably wouldn't have made a better choice. "Mr. Reed, I completely understand where you and Mrs. Reed are coming from, but I'm just here tonight as a friend to celebrate her birthday. The only answer I can give you is this. I won't make any assumptions about a relationship until I have her family's blessing. Leo offered a genuine smile and handed his gift to Stephen. He tilted his head, a silent signal. You can lead the way now, uncle. Any later, and I'll miss out on the cake. But Stephen was still lost in thought. This wasn't the Leo his wife had described. Was he sure this kid wasn't the son of some rich family? Sincerity, when used in the right place, was a killer move. Seeing such honesty from a kid who should have been full of smooth lines and excuses had completely blindsided Stephen. He couldn't help but offer the young man a measure of goodwill. I believe you, son. You're a good kid. I apologize. I'm sure you're not the type to assume a relationship without. No one interrupted him. He stopped himself, because he could have sworn a shadow had just flashed past him. Stephen rubbed his eyes, saw nothing, and turned back to continue his conversation with Leo. But when he turned, he realized the shadow hadn't been a figment of his imagination. Except, why was his daughter now hanging off the boy's back? Leo, you jerk. Where have you been? Spill it. Now. Reporting for duty, ma'am. I actually got here a while ago, but I had to double back to get you a present. Off with his head. Failure to prepare a gift in advance is a capital offense. Before you execute me, I beg your highness to at least look at the gift, so I may die with no regrets. Then present it at once. Skyler still had a smudge of cream on her lips. As she jumped on Leo's back, she'd smeared it all over his collar. She had taken one symbolic bite of cake and, without even wiping her mouth, had sprinted over to him. She hung on his back, watching as he pulled a paper bag from his jacket. A McDonald's bag. Reporting, ma'am. One happy meal. We are amused. But why this offering? Figured you've been running around all day and probably haven't eaten, right? Leo started pulling things out of the bag one by one. Skyler waited patiently on his back. Waiting for what? For him to feed her, of course. A queen of her stature couldn't be expected to eat a happy meal herself. My loyal subject knows me best. For this, I shall grant you a kiss. Absolutely not. Your dad's watching. Stephen, who had been watching the scene unfold with a dazed expression, was suddenly pulled into the drama. He looked bewildered. His eyes met his daughter's in midair. And then, nothing. His daughter completely ignored him. I really want to kiss you, Leo. Just pretend my dad isn't here. What did you wish for when you blew out the candles? You are so dumb. If you say a wish out loud, it won't come true. If you don't tell me, don't blame me for what happens next. I'll tell you. Skyler hopped off his back and circled him with an air of intense seriousness, like an old mystic about to reveal a cosmic secret. She paused dramatically, then declared, I didn't make a wish. I tricked everyone. Am I brilliant or what? Speak, hater. Brilliant, sure. But anyone who doesn't make a wish on their birthday is also a little nuts. Who says I didn't? Skyler leaned in, her wide eyes locked on his, her hands hidden behind her back. In a flash, she brought her left hand forward, palm open, and there were several birthday candles. Stole 4 candles in 3 seconds. That's pro-level skill right there. She then snapped open her right hand, revealing a red lighter. She flicked it, and a flame shot up. The fire danced between them, a flickering beacon in the darkness, away from the crowd. In that moment, the birthday girl was the center of her own universe. Curious, annoyed, and intrigued gazes from the party drifted toward their corner, which was no longer a corner. But some things can't stay hidden in the shadows forever. So she wasn't afraid, and neither was he. Their eyes reflected nothing but the flame. Fire, an image so often used for so many things. The little flame icon next to a chat on social media. The slow burn of a love song. The epic, world-destroying fire from some fantasy novel. Did the examples sound abstract? They were supposed to, because when you mix the abstract with the intensity of a real, burning flame, you get the truest reflection in a girl's eyes. Leo, she whispered, hug me. A blind man could see this was Skyler Reed's boyfriend. But everyone remained silent. Leo Miller wasn't some nobody. Who was Leo Miller? The top earner at the Cypress Lounge. And the clientele of a place like the Cypress Lounge was exactly this crowd. Even those who didn't know him personally could piece together an image from the whispers around them. A waiter from that lounge? The Reed's daughter is dating a waiter from a host club? That was the general consensus. Watching her daughter walk toward them, side by side with Leo, Susan Reed was speechless. She shot a look at her husband, a silent question. I thought you said you were going to be harsh. What is this? I talked to him, Stephen whispered back. He said they're just friends. Her eyes are practically shooting out hearts, and you're telling me they're just friends. He's a good kid. I believe him. Believe him? You believe nothing. Susan's face darkened as she overheard the murmurs from the crowd behind them. So what did you wish for? Leo asked as they walked. I wish that I could add your name to my adventure plan. What adventure plan? Tell me about it. Leo figured her idea of an adventure was probably hiking some mountain or going skiing. He could go with her, It would be like a mini vacation before the new semester started. He never expected her to pull out a laptop, not a notebook for writing, a laptop computer. Step 1, we go to Georgia, see the old town in Tbilisi. Step 2, Mauritius or maybe Kaikoura in New Zealand to see sperm whales. If we're lucky, we can touch one. Step 3, that big opera house in Monaco, what's it called? The Opera de Monte Carlo. Stop. Leo clamped a hand over her chattering mouth, then pointed to the PowerPoint presentation on the screen. It was over 120 pages long. Tell me, how long is this trip supposed to be? We come back when we're done. And don't worry about it being too rough. We can get certifications along the way, like a diving license or something. And what's the budget for this little trip? I don't know yet, but my mom can reimburse me whenever. If we're careful, it'll be more than enough for both of us. A wave of absurdity washed over Leo. He wanted to ask if she was kidding, but it was obvious she was dead serious. She'd clearly been planning this for a long time. He had the sudden urge to pull up his bank account balance and shove it in her face. Are you kidding me? A world tour? Is that something I should even be thinking about? I can't agree to this wish. Pick another one. Leo, don't worry about the money. I'll figure it out. Pick another wish. This one's not happening. Is your hesitation really not about the money? Skyler's big eyes blinked, a silent, soul-searching question. Of course it's about the money, Leo said, not even knowing where to begin. Their ways of thinking were fundamentally different. Some people say you can tell class differences by the cars people drive, but that was too simplistic. The real difference was this. She was worried about world travel, air quality, donating to animals injured in wildfires, and getting a diving license. He was worried about whether leaving work an hour early counted as being absent or just leaving early, getting his mom to quit her minimum wage job after he collected on a debt, and whether he should pay for a prep course if he decided to go to grad school. How could they possibly be the same? He couldn't make her understand all that, and it was her birthday. He didn't want to be a total buzzkill. Let me think about it, he said, trying to placate her. Skyler looked down, her expression unreadable. Hey, little cousin, what are you and your girl talking about? About how to turn down her birthday wish. Huh, sorry, I was zoning out. Leo gave his cousin a sheepish grin and glanced over at Peyton, Ethan's fiancée. Wow, seeing Peyton on her own was one thing, but seeing her as his cousin's fiancée, she was suddenly a devastatingly beautiful villainess. Oh no, I think I have a problem. His gaze drifted again and caught a glimpse of a gaunt, slightly stooped back. That must be his uncle, Edward, whom he'd never met. He didn't look as healthy as his own dad. Probably dies sooner, too. If his dad could just outlive his older brother, Leo would become a rich kid overnight. Peyton's eyes had been on Leo the whole time. When he looked at her, she quickly glanced away. Not in front of all these people. If you have something to say, find me in private. Their internal monologues were completely different, but their eyes met in midair. And Ethan saw it. The look behind his gold-rimmed glasses turned grim again. Right in front of me? Did you need something, cousin? Leo asked. Just came over to say hi. Okay, hi. You can go now. Ah, you're a real comedian, Ethan said, forcing a smile. He turned to Skyler. Hey, birthday girl. Mind if I borrow Leo for a minute? Ask him yourself. Skyler pouted, clearly wanting Leo to comfort her. Let's go. We'll talk later, Leo said, slinging an arm over Ethan's shoulder and leading him toward a deserted corner of the estate gardens. He ignored Skyler, who looked like she was about to stomp a hole in the ground. Skyler felt wronged. I'm not being unreasonable. All you had to do was humor me a little, even feed me some empty promise. I would have forgiven you. Are you really treating me like one of the guys? Then she saw Leo turn around and walk back alone. We'll sneak some of the good stuff later, he whispered, then suddenly grabbed her hand. In that moment, Skyler's heart skipped a beat. She darted her eyes around, a blush rising on her cheeks. Her eyes were practically glistening. So he doesn't know how to comfort me. Find a private room, get a laptop ready. I'll meet you there in a bit. My room. Skyler's eyes lit up. She loved it when Leo whispered secrets to her. Their own secret mission. Yes, but don't let anyone see you. Sir, yes, sir. What are we doing? We're going to watch a secret. Skyler grabbed her laptop and scurried away. Halfway there, she seemed to remember something, ran back, and whispered urgently. My room is at the end of the hall on the second floor. Don't get lost. And hurry. We don't want our secret to be discovered. Leo, already walking toward his cousin, gave her an okay sign behind his back. Susan, who had just walked over, did not look okay. What kind of secret requires sneaking into a girl's bedroom? And can't be discovered? She seethed, but decided not to blow her cover just yet. Leo was still downstairs. She'd just follow him up later. It's been a tough few years for you, hasn't it, cousin? Ethan said, hands in his pockets, his eyes filled with a calculated display of brotherly concern. If he wanted evidence, he had to play the sympathy card first. But the look gave Leo the creeps. He knew his cousin was a bona fide cuckold. This was probably just another one of his tricks. "I've been fine. What do you want?" "I just wanted to ask about the accident. Did the son of a bitch who hit you confess to anything?" Ethan asked, his tone perfectly natural, like two brothers discussing serious business. But Leo's expression was strange. He stared at Ethan until his cousin started to feel uneasy. "Cousin, the official cause of the accident was drunk driving. What's he supposed to confess to? Why he was too cheap to get an Uber? Oh man, I guess I've been watching too many crime shows. Watching TV to learn a thing or two is fine. Just don't get any ideas about committing crimes yourself." Ethan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He nervously adjusted his glasses to hide the stiffness in his eyes. That hit too close to home. He tried to change the subject. "Yo, we live in a civilized society. Everyone should. You've been under a lot of stress lately, haven't you?" The question cut Ethan off again. That familiar, direct, rhythm-stealing way of talking. It reminded him of his own father. He was convinced Leo had evidence and was using it to break him down psychologically. "I can't let him control the conversation. I'll just ask about the evidence directly." "Cousin, I know you have." "I don't have anything in my hand. But why are you grabbing my hand like that? It's all sweaty." Leo pulled his hand away, his eyes filled with genuine concern. "I just noticed you're sweating and your eyes are darting around. That's usually a sign of work-related stress. I wanted to recommend a place." "What place?" "The Cypress Lounge. Great for relieving stress. We got a VIP package special right now. $3,000 gets you a premium membership, and if you mention my name, I'll throw in a bottle of Hennessy. Interested? Maybe some other time. Don't put it off. A rich guy like you has no idea how hard it is to meet sales quotas. Just help me out, boost my numbers. I'm not much of a drinker, but fine. I'll help you with your quota. You're a generous man." Leo's eyes lit up as he saw the transfer notification on his phone. Men were so much easier to sell, too. Making a woman happy never earned him a quick $3,000. "Cousin, I'm not just taking your money for nothing. I believe in fair and square deals. If it's about drinking, forget it. I'm a lightweight. I know what you want. Some evidence, right?" Ethan was still smarting from the $3,000, which he felt was a complete waste. But when he heard Leo's words, his eyes lit up. "Evidence?" He just said it, out in the open. It was that easy. "You'll give it to me?" "Of course. We're family. I don't want to see you so stressed out. Name your price. I'm willing to pay." In that moment, Ethan was almost touched. This was family. Blood is thicker than water. His own family understood his struggles. What was $3,000? Nothing. "Cousin, it's not easy for anyone to make a living these days. I already feel bad taking your $3,000. As he spoke, Leo pulled a USB drive from his pocket. It was a Hello Kitty drive. "This thing cost me like $10. The real trouble was getting the security footage." "I understand," Ethan said. "Security footage. I knew it." He figured he must have slipped up somewhere, leaving behind some video evidence. "Cousin, give me your bank details. I'll give you $30,000 for that USB drive. Consider it my apology." "Sure. Just let me record this." Unexpectedly, Leo didn't haggle. He just pulled out his phone, started a voice recording, and had Ethan state that he was purchasing the drive. Then he sent his bank info and received the money. The whole transaction was seamless. "A piece of advice," Leo said. "Make sure you watch this alone. If this gets out, it's going to be a huge mess." "I understand, cousin." That sealed it for Ethan. This had to be the evidence from the car crash. Why else would he need to watch it alone? Ethan grabbed the USB drive and, without even going back to his father, rushed to the black car waiting for him outside, telling the driver to get out and wait. Leo watched him hurry away, a small smile playing on his lips. When he first came to the party, he hadn't known his dad would be waiting at the entrance to give him a USB drive. So he had brought one of his own, one of the random ones Isabella had bought from that takeout order. And he had, in fact, put some evidence on it. And it did, in fact, have to do with Ethan. And it was definitely not something you wanted the people to see. He wasn't lying. That $30,000 was well earned. Leo grabbed an orange from a nearby table and started peeling it. "Wait, why am I eating an orange? Where's the lobster? I starved myself all day for this." He began to feast, surreptitiously glancing around. He couldn't let people see him picking out only the expensive stuff. He had a reputation to maintain, after all. Once he was sure no one was watching, he started inhaling food until he felt a burning gaze on his back. He turned his head cautiously. It was Peyton. "Why are you watching me instead of eating?" He gave her a provocative look and pointed down. He was pointing at the lobster. His meaning was clear. "That thing costs a fortune. If you're not going to eat it, grab one for me. That way it doesn't look so shameless with me being the only one getting them." Peyton had been watching the two cousins talk. After Ethan scurried off, her gaze naturally fell on Leo. But all the guy did was eat from start to finish. Finally, Leo turned his head, but he seemed to be giving her a defiant look. Peyton was someone who cared deeply about maintaining her proper lady image. She couldn't be seen talking too much with other men in a public setting like this. But Leo was staring right at her. It gave her a strange feeling. Her fiancé and future father-in-law were both here. The feeling made her dizzy. In broad daylight, with so many people around. In private, you're a perfect gentleman. But in public, you put on this act? Suppressing the odd sensation, Peyton turned away, trying her best not to look at him. But driven by curiosity, she couldn't resist a few sideways glances. Every time her eyes darted over, Leo would point downward again. I swear, this man. She didn't know what came over her, but Peyton glanced at her future father-in-law, who had his back to her, chatting with someone. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, she gathered her slightly disheveled hair, rolled her almond-shaped eyes at Leo, and, lifting the hem of her red evening gown, walked toward him. She gave herself an excuse. This was all to get on Leo's good side. What do you want in front of all these people? Peyton rolled her eyes in exasperation, gathering her dress as she sat down next to Leo. Her every move, from her posture to her gestures, was clearly the result of conscious practice. A jade hairpin was perfectly placed in her hair, and even the simple act of tucking a stray strand behind her ear seemed elegant and dignified. She had the air of a mature, refined socialite. Leo, though handsome, still had a boyish quality. His smile was roguish, and he wasn't the type who could grow a little stubble and pass for an older man. Even in a well-fitting suit, he looked young, especially when he was wolfing down food with zero etiquette. The two of them sitting together looked less like a couple and more like a poised, noble woman and her feral little brother. Why aren't you eating? Leo asked, pausing to chug a glass of juice. He barely had time to acknowledge her. Who comes to these things just to eat? Peyton glanced at the grease on the corner of Leo's mouth, looked around helplessly, and pulled a napkin from the dispenser to wipe his lips. As she did, she stole glances at her future father-in-law, her heart hammering against the low neckline of her dress. She had no idea why she was doing this. You should tone it down a bit, she whispered. Try to make a good impression on your future in-laws. You're right. Can you be my lookout? Leo was genuinely starving. He'd waited all day for this meal, and he hadn't expected the food at a birthday party to be this good. Rich people really knew how to live. Peyton almost never contradicted Leo. From their very first meeting, she'd been agreeable. Leo was right. Her personality was very appealing to men. For a successful man with no illusions about romance, Peyton was the perfect wife. She gracefully stood up, her back to Leo. They were at one of the most remote tables, and if she faced him while standing, it would look odd. This way, she could also keep an eye on Edward Miller. So she stood with her back to him, pretending to admire the cello quartet by the fountain, while actually shielding his ravenous eating from view. The thought made her want to laugh and cry at the same time. She really couldn't figure Leo out. How was this any different from the Monkey King in the stories, who froze the 7 celestial maidens just so he could go steal some peaches? And here she was, thinking he had other intentions. As she was lost in thought, she felt something crawling on her back. The fabric of her dress was thin and smooth, and the back was cut low, exposing a large area of skin. It was perfectly normal for there to be a bug in a garden. Without turning, she reached back to brush it away. But it wasn't a bug. It was a hand. Peyton's face flushed crimson. For a moment, she stumbled, struggling to stay upright. What was he doing? Her entire focus was now on that hand. She wanted to run. Even though all the other guests were clustered together, chatting, seemingly oblivious, she knew that if anyone turned their head, they would notice something was off. Wait until I sit down, she chided, her voice a breathy whisper. But as soon as the words left her mouth, the hand seemed to retreat. That's not what I meant, she said, thinking the boy behind her was upset. She turned to explain, only to find Leo's face beet red, his hands clutching his throat. Cough, cough, choking. Give me some water. Are you a child? You can't even eat a meal without causing trouble. Peyton grabbed a glass of juice and handed it to him. But a man on the verge of death isn't paying attention to niceties. He grabbed her hand along with the cup and tilted his head back, gulping down the juice. Peyton's face turned red again. She wasn't thinking about anything else now. She just wanted to ask, did you just poke me because you were choking and couldn't speak, just to get me to bring you a glass of water? Thanks, he gasped. You saved my life. You're welcome. Even with all her practiced composure, Peyton was fuming. The crescent moon earrings she wore swayed with the trembling of her body. I've never had king crab before. Can you show me how to eat it? Leo, oblivious to her expression, had no idea why she was even sitting there. All he knew was that when this bad girl got close, it usually meant trouble. He couldn't answer any of her questions. Just keep eating. For all he knew, she was a spy sent by his devious uncle. Just eat it, Leo. Peyton closed her eyes, forcing her voice to remain calm, but her heart was anything but. Her very act of sitting next to him was driven by a specific motive. After a moment, she took a deep breath and reached for the king crab on his plate. You're so careless. Can't you wear gloves? Who knows if your hands are even clean? Clean or not, you're going to eat it for me. Peyton couldn't take it anymore. Her delicate hands picked up a piece of crab meat. Gritting her teeth, a flicker of resentment in her elegant features, she shoved it directly into Leo's mouth. For a rare moment, she looked like a petulant little girl. You want to eat? Fine, I'll peel it, and you'll eat every last piece I give you. Meanwhile, the hapless Ethan had locked himself in the black car. He pulled out his laptop, plugged in his headphones, and, with a look of feverish excitement, took on the air of an enemy agent in a spy thriller. His plan was simple. He would verify the evidence himself and then destroy it. Yes, he would keep this from his father, Edward. He already had his cover story ready. The evidence was just a bluff. He'd already gotten the truth from his cousin. There was no evidence. Honestly, if Ethan had just stuck with that belief, he would have been mostly right. Leo didn't actually have any evidence at that point. He didn't even know what was on the USB drive his dad gave him. Ethan was just afraid his father would keep berating him over the evidence. With that hope in his heart, he plugged in the USB drive. Sure enough, a folder titled Evidence appeared. My cousin wouldn't lie to me. The poor kid was probably just blinded by the 30 grand. He's just a country bumpkin, after all. He clicked on the video. The scene was an alleyway. Ethan paused the video, analyzing the location frame by frame, tried to remember where he could have slipped up, but he didn't recognize the place at all. He continued playing, hoping for more familiar clues. A man and a woman appeared on screen, shoulder to shoulder. The woman, leaning against the man, looked vaguely familiar. Who did I know that liked to wear shawls? Though the video was clear, the camera was mounted on a storefront, facing the alley entrance. The couple was walking away from the camera, showing only their backs. He could only hope they would turn around soon. But they were walking slowly, and Ethan, afraid of missing a detail, didn't fast forward. The woman had half her body draped over the man, her arm around his neck. Just keep walking, Ethan muttered, getting increasingly anxious. Finally, the two turned and walked toward a car parked on the street. And Ethan saw the woman's face. Isn't that Peyton? His face darkened. He wanted to smash the laptop screen. Then who's the man? Just then, the man turned. It was Leo. The video ended abruptly as the two got into the car. It was the footage of Leo taking Peyton home from the Cypress Lounge that night. He had gone back specifically to download it. Ethan could no longer maintain his refined demeanor. He flung his gold-rimmed glasses across the car and kicked the seat in a rage. How dare that little brat fool me like this? Seeing something with your own eyes is a completely different experience from just hearing about it. He wanted to drive back into the estate and run that bastard Leo over. But he couldn't. His father would never allow him to lose his composure. He could only vent his anger inside the car. Don't be controlled by your emotions. Think. It was the most frequently repeated line from the Miller family playbook. Rule number 1. Ethan calmed down. His chest was still heaving, but at least his brain was working again. He suddenly remembered what Leo had said when he handed over the USB drive. Here's the evidence. Make sure you watch it alone, or it'll be too embarrassing. Leo didn't lie, did he? In his cousin's eyes, his fiancée behaving improperly with another man would certainly be embarrassing evidence that should be given to him. And Leo's job was what it was. Besides, he hadn't done anything inappropriate in the video. He had even given him the evidence. My cousin is actually looking out for me. So it's Peyton's fault? Just as Ethan was about to get angry again, he realized why Peyton had approached Leo in the first place. Wasn't it because of the pressure from his own father? So, was it his father's fault? The moment he had that thought, he slapped himself. My father has a long-term plan. How could he be wrong? Ethan eliminated all the other suspects and, bewildered, played the video again. The driver outside must have heard the sound of the glasses breaking. He tapped lightly on the window. Sir, is everything all right? Ethan waved him away dismissively. Don't bother me. I'm thinking. He began to subconsciously search for guidance in the Miller family playbook. Rule number 7. When a problem arises, first examine yourself, then consider the faults of others. Ethan's eyes lit up. I know. It was my fault. But what did I do wrong? Rule number 4, the one he had just been thinking about in the garden. Don't make excuses for your mistakes. Face them, no matter the consequences. It all clicked. Don't explain, just face it. He jumped out of the car and jogged back toward his cousin. As he entered the party area, he saw the scene described earlier. Peyton, in a rare display of girlishness, feeding Leo a piece of crab meat. The two of them were sitting close together in the corner. "Your cousin's coming," Peyton whispered, seeing Ethan approach. She instinctively pulled her hand back. If Ethan made a scene about this in public, her reputation would be ruined. He probably wants some king crab, too. Leo felt a sliver of guilt, having just scammed his cousin out of 30 grand. The USB drive cost less than $20, and he bought the receptionist a boba tea for another few. A $30 investment for a $30,000 return. What a profit margin. "Cousin, have some king crab. It's delicious." "Cousin, I came to apologize." Peyton, who was trying to hide behind Leo, froze. "Apologize for what?" "Cousin, thank you for giving me the evidence. I was wrong. As long as you know, don't do it again." The exchange between the cousins was smooth as silk. Peyton stood beside them, her almond-shaped eyes wide with confusion. "What are you guys talking about? He's apologizing to you, and you're telling him not to do it again?" The world had finally tilted into a shape Peyton no longer recognized. But Ethan didn't even look at her. He walked straight toward his father. He never suspected anything between Peyton and Leo. When they first arrived, he had even suggested that Peyton talk to Leo, and she had been very cold about it. The woman was arrogant. She barely thought he was good enough for her, so how could she possibly be interested in his country bumpkin cousin? It was all just pressure from his father. His cousin had good intentions in this matter. They were family. But gratitude was one thing. This was another. His apology had been a test. He still had a bit of cunning. He was testing to see if Leo really had evidence about the car crash. And the result of the test seemed to be yes. Why else would he say, "Don't do it again"? He was clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with his cousin. "See? He doesn't even curse me out. Such class." But the evidence could not remain in his hands. It was time to bring in his father. "What were you and Ethan talking about?" Peyton asked. "I have no idea. He insisted on apologizing, so I accepted. And the don't do it again part. Next time, don't interrupt me while I'm eating. Now, are you going to keep feeding me or not?" Peyton shot him a look, knowing he wasn't telling her the whole truth. But her actions became bolder. Her fiancé hadn't said a word. So what was there for her to be shy about? "I'm just playing the part of the bad girl," she reasoned. "It's fine." Leo gazed into the distance and let out a contented burp. As long as Ethan wasn't a complete idiot, he would know the evidence was in his hands now. The moment he brought up the car crash, Leo had immediately followed up with talk of evidence. Even a fool could connect the dots. The Hello Kitty USB drive was pure provocation. It was a backup plan in case Ethan didn't realize the evidence was in his hands. It fit Leo's persona perfectly. "I'm bold enough to provoke you with a fake USB drive, which means I have the real evidence hidden away, ready to take you down at any moment." Leo had prepared a two-pronged approach to deliver the message subtly. He just never expected that Ethan wouldn't even consider that possibility. He had purely stumbled upon the truth through his own paranoid delusions. In Ethan's eyes, his cousin was a caring, simple, and kind-hearted young man. You could say the two cousins had a strange, fated kind of chemistry. Leo's gaze drifted to Edward Miller, the man holding court at the center of the party. "The appetizer is done. Time for the main course. Peyton was being openly intimate with me, and he kept his cool. But now that he thinks I have evidence, can he still remain so calm? Uncle, show me the legendary tactics of a powerful family." "Dad, he really has evidence." "Describe the contents of the evidence." "Dad, he didn't give it to me." Edward Miller had finally escaped the crowd of fawning businessmen, his face already showing signs of exhaustion. Hearing this, he grew even more tired. "Did I ask you to find out if he had it? The fact that he has evidence is already a given." "Fine. Just tell me what was said." "I first asked him about the car crash. Then he asked if I was stressed and recommended I get a membership at that lounge. I paid him $3,000 for that. Then I paid another $30,000 for the evidence he had." How do you manage to let someone play you for a fool and still come back smiling? "But he did give me evidence, Dad. He didn't lie." After hearing the whole story, Edward closed his eyes. In life, there are moments when the future feels hopeless. But Edward was not Ethan. He could sift through the gibberish and grasp one thing. Ethan was dancing entirely to Leo's tune. Therefore, not a single word Leo had said could be trusted. Could it be that there is no evidence? Is he bluffing? Edward mused, his eyes narrowed. The matter was both big and small. It was small because Leo was standing right here, alive and well. Even if Leo's father, Rick, produced evidence and went the legal route, Edward had ways to handle it. The ultimate impact would be minimal. It was big because he was afraid Rick would find an opportunity to slap the evidence down in front of the old man on his sickbed. It would be a catastrophe, unless it killed the old patriarch outright. Rick would use it to climb right back up the family ladder. A powerful family endures precisely because it excels in many areas. Making money is hard, and maintaining a family is no different. Where there are people, there is infighting. Healthy competition promotes growth, but hiring a hitman crossed a line. Once that line was crossed, the family would descend into chaos. Are Leo and Rick really on the same side? Edward muttered to himself, zeroing in on the key question. Ethan, who had been hoping for his father's approval for testing Leo and confirming the existence of evidence, was shocked. Dad, Leo doesn't seem like the type to bluff. Otherwise, how could I have tested it out of him? Tested what? He might as well have had, I have evidence tattooed on his forehead. Edward wanted to grab a chair and crack it over his idiot son's head. What had the boy learned all these years? Did Leo even need to bluff him? He's bluffing me, Edward said, his sharp eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. He finally turned his gaze directly to Leo, no longer hiding his scrutiny. That brother of mine is useless, but he raised a good son. Let's go. Don't keep your cousin waiting. What's your plan for meeting your uncle? Peyton asked. Smile. What else can I do? Leo said, chewing on a cucumber he'd materialized from somewhere. Peyton could see no fear in his eyes. She couldn't tell if it was confidence or recklessness, but she still felt compelled to offer some advice, not for the sake of the family or any breeding schemes, but purely from her own perspective. Try not to make an enemy of him. It won't do you any good. Even if you just get them to pay you some compensation, it would be enough for you and your mother to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. You're not a completely bad woman after all. Peyton ignored Leo's flippant remark and rolled her eyes. From her personal point of view, if it were just a matter of preference, Leo was exactly her type. If she had met him in college, she would have thrown herself into a passionate romance without a second thought. Who doesn't like someone who's fun to be around? But she was an adult now. Not everyone puts love first. In her heart, ambition clearly ranked higher. There was no right or wrong in that, just a difference in personal pursuits. She could also see that Leo wasn't the type to back down easily, nor was he willing to get dragged into the messy business of fighting over an inheritance. This almost certainly meant their paths were destined to diverge. Uncle Edward, she said, rising to greet him as he approached. But to her surprise, Leo stood up as well. Uncle Edward. This caught Peyton completely off guard. Leo, when did he become so polite? You saw me a while ago, didn't you? Didn't even think to come over and say hello to your elder. Edward joked, his tone amicable. There was no tearful family reunion, no empty pleasantries. They cut straight to the chase. Ethan stood by looking dazed. Peyton had already placed a soft-back chair for Edward and poured him a glass of water. Have some water, Uncle. Peyton, don't trouble yourself. You sit. Of course, Uncle Edward. Peyton pulled over a stool and sat. Ethan naturally followed suit. You stand and watch. Understand, Dad. Ethan stood by silently, biting back his words. Being seated meant having the right to speak in this conversation. Edward had effectively muted his son from the start. Edward calmly studied the boy, who bore a slight resemblance to his younger brother, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. I'll be direct. Ethan made a mistake. I hope you can forgive him. If an apology is all words, then I can only forgive you with words. Leo had already pulled up a chair for himself. He pulled out 2 more cucumbers from somewhere and handed one to his uncle. The exchange sent shivers down Peyton's spine. How can Leo be so docile one moment and so sharp the next? Edward's face remained placidly good-natured, an expression he always wore when dealing with anyone but his son. Of course, it's not just words. Name your price. Uncle, I'd rather hear about you and my dad. Leo forcefully disrupted the rhythm. Conversation was an art form. Edward was skilled at using his status to overwhelm people. It wasn't just his personal aura, built up over years of experience. He would also seize the moral high ground, forcing his opponent to constantly react to his agenda. By admitting fault and seeking forgiveness, he appeared humble, but effectively shut down any chance for the victim to vent their emotions, boxing the conversation into the realm of negotiation. Leo, on the other hand, had a history of engaging with people on a psychological level. He preferred to let the other person talk first, searching for weaknesses and openings to exploit. It was a basic form of mental warfare. But against someone like Edward, who had no obvious weaknesses, Leo had to look for them outside the immediate situation. For instance, Edward's demon, Rick Miller. Why would a young man be interested in old stories? My dad told me. He said if your Uncle Edward tries to bully you, just bring up the old days. In reality, his dad had said no such thing. Leo was making it all up. His goal today was to make his uncle believe he had evidence without actually showing any. Silas had told him to use 3 parts truth, 7 parts fiction. The information gap between him and his uncle was immense. He knew nothing about the Miller family or his uncle, so he had to trust Silas. He could only trust Silas. Leo knew that messing around with a fake USB drive might make Edward suspicious. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. But he wanted him to be suspicious. He was bluffing with an empty hand, so the messier the conversation, the better. That was the only play he had. So talking about a price was out of the question. The more he talked about it, the more he'd reveal his weakness. They could deduce the value, and even the existence, of the evidence from the price he named. Derailing the conversation was his best bet. Silas had been clear. The best outcome for Leo was to buy himself an opportunity. He couldn't expect anything more. Hearing Leo use his brother as leverage, Edward just smiled, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, as if recalling the past. But the words that came out of his mouth were, "Leo, you're bluffing." The statement was deafening. Peyton was aghast. She had been trying to keep up with the conversation, but this had startled her. As one of the few people in the know, she knew that if Leo really didn't have evidence, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to be sitting here. "Uncle, you're bluffing me too." Leo spit out a cucumber seed and smiled at his uncle, a silent apology for his rudeness. They both smiled at each other, quickly moving on from the topic. Edward seemed a little tired. "Leo, I hope you'll consider a suitable price. The material life your father failed to provide you. I can satisfy you." "Uncle, speaking of money, I actually have a question for you." "Go ahead. As a truly wealthy man, are you happy?" The expressions on Peyton's and Ethan's faces changed in unison. This line sounded awfully familiar. Wasn't this the sales pitch for a membership at the Cypress Lounge? What? Are you trying to get your uncle to boost your sales numbers? Contentment is happiness. So yes, I'm very happy. That's what I was waiting to hear. Leo shot to his feet. He lunged forward, his eyes full of a flippant energy. "Uncle, since we're both happy people, we should have some empathy for each other. If someone ruined your happiness and then patted you on the head and threw some money in your bowl, would you take it?" "No. Thank you for understanding, Uncle." "Of course." Ethan's brain went into overdrive, trying to decipher the meaning of this exchange. Then it crashed. Leo backed away, cucumber in hand, and waved goodbye. "Uncle, I'm gonna go find my little girlfriend now. When there's good news, be sure to let the family know. We can take care of the car and house." Edward remained seated perfectly still. Leo pushed open the door leading back in the house, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Edward hadn't believed him. The old fox was tough. Leo had been acting until the very end. He had even leaned in, trying to use the recklessness of youth to mask his true intentions. He wanted to see Edward's eyes up close, and those eyes had told him the truth. Nephew stopped the act. Leo's final performance had indeed been clumsy, because it was 3 parts truth, 7 parts fiction. The fiction had to be the main part. That was his only advantage. Since he chose to trust Silas, he would see it through. Leo shook his head. It didn't matter. He might actually have real evidence in his possession now. "Just don't let me find anything on that USB drive. If I do, you're in for a world of hurt." The party was winding down. People gathered around the cello quartet, though few could truly appreciate the music. That's how art is sometimes. It's about the atmosphere. Ethan watched his silent father, unsure if he should ask. What did all that mean? All I saw was a friendly uncle and nephew. "Peyton, do you know what that was about?" "It wouldn't matter if you did," she said instinctively. "Who are you looking down on?" Ethan's face fell. He summoned his courage and walked over to his father. "Dad, what price should we offer to get his evidence?" "He has no evidence. 90% certain. He must. My cousin wouldn't lie to me." "Get lost," Edward said irritably. For the first time in a long while, he wanted a cigarette. His lungs weren't what they used to be. "Give me a cigarette." "Dad, you might not like this one." Ethan pulled a pack of Marlboros from his pocket. It had been a long time since father and son had spoken this much. Ethan was almost flattered. This fruity kind is for girls. Edward was in a state of finding fault with everything his son did. He was about to complain about the cigarette, but then he looked at his son, and his gaze drifted downward. Something clicked. He let out a soft sigh, looking even more exhausted. Ethan, oblivious, was still hung up on the evidence. "But if my cousin doesn't have evidence, then we have nothing to worry about. Are you willing to bet on the other 10%? Smoke curled up past Edward's graying temples. He sat in silence, thinking. He had no business being at a party like this. But he came to meet Leo, and now that he wished he hadn't. His daily troubles were already overwhelming, and now he had one more. He had a rough idea of what his brother Rick had been up to all these years. It was all just petty, back-alley stuff, nothing that could ever be brought into the light of day. But Leo's performance today meant one of two things. Either he was exceptionally gifted, or someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. And that someone was definitely not Rick Miller. "Dad, should we leave now?" "We wait. I have one last thing to say to him. All a man needs to make a decision is the time it takes to smoke a cigarette." The smoke dissipated. Edward leaned back in his chair, unmoving. "So, what do I do if I run into a girl's mom right outside her bedroom door?" Leo asked, scratching his head as he faced Susan Reed. "Andy, I just need to talk to Skyler about something." "What kind of something needs to be discussed in her room?" "There are plenty of private places in the garden." Susan's eyes were full of suspicion. She'd been around the block. She knew what young people were up to. Leo didn't know how to explain. The awkward silence was broken when Skyler threw open the door. "What are you doing just standing there talking?" "I'm getting impatient." Skyler grabbed Leo's hand, her face a mask of urgency. She was terrible at hiding her feelings. The mention of a secret plan had her buzzing with anticipation. As for why her mom was there, she didn't care. "Mom, stop bothering us. You're not allowed to listen in on this secret." Skyler pulled Leo into the room, looking like she couldn't wait another second. To Susan, this was worse than death. "Look what's become of my sweet, adorable daughter." "Skyler, are you sure about this?" It was the only thing Susan could ask. An open-minded family didn't just mean giving money and freedom. It meant respecting a daughter's choices within reasonable bounds. Susan had always believed that if you respected a child's self-worth, she wouldn't be easily fooled by boys when she grew up. Although she was starting to doubt her parenting strategy, she knew that forcing the issue would only backfire. She had to lay out the facts and let her daughter choose. "Skyler, self-respect and self-love are very important. I won't control you, but I hope you will think carefully." "Mom, what were you even thinking?" Skyler knew exactly what her mother meant. Her face turned bright red as she pushed her mom toward the stairs. "It's not like that. Don't worry." Seeing her daughter's reaction, Susan felt a renewed flicker of confidence in her parenting. She chose to trust her daughter. "Leo, are you really here to?" "You know." Skyler stared at him with wide, curious eyes, a mischievous glint in them. She was still fixated on that idea. "What are you talking about? Where's the laptop?" Leo pulled a USB drive from his pocket. It was a plain black drive, but its contents were anything but ordinary. Theory 1, he thought. "I was looking for this right before the accident. Maybe it's connected to the car crash. That's how it happens in the movies, right? You get your hands on something you shouldn't have, and the bad guys come after you." Theory 2, he mused. "For some reason, I got this USB drive and knew I was in danger. I had to keep the evidence on me at all times." His amnesia made these theories plausible. But the way the drive had found its way back to him was far too suspicious. Why give it to him at his girlfriend's birthday party? Was it because the contents could destroy his uncle and cousin? And how did Dr. Shaw fit into all this? Too little information. He couldn't complete the puzzle. While he was thinking, Skyler had retrieved headphones, drawn the curtains, and created the perfect, moody atmosphere for a private viewing. "Leo, is this the USB drive you left with me before? You should be asking yourself that." "I don't remember. It looks like it. It's all black and boring. What's on this drive might be serious. Don't go telling anyone after you see it. I'm the best at keeping secrets." Leo nodded, inserted the drive, and clicked it open. He had been expecting chat logs, security footage, audio recordings. He never expected to see a dozen different folders. The folder names were strange. He recognized them all. The first two were Skyler Reed and Isabella Vance. "This isn't evidence?" He turned to Skyler, trying to ask with his eyes if she knew what this was. But her expression was one of pure, innocent confusion, her hands wrapped around her knees as she waited for him to continue. "Keep going. Click on mine first. Do you have any idea what's on here? I've never seen it. For all I know, it's some secret videos you took of me. That's evidence, right? Is it?" "Isabella, this is unlawful confinement. No one is stopping you from leaving. I just have to be with you. That's still surveillance. Just for one night. Just don't go looking for Leo tonight." Perhaps it was a reflection of her personality, but every private space belonging to Isabella Vance, her home, her office, shared a common trait. They were large and empty. She sat in her office chair on the west side of the room, while Summerlin sat on a sofa on the east. They were in the same office, but a great distance separated them. And Isabella wished it were even greater. Just looking at her was irritating. "Isabella, I'm not going to find him." "Then why did you come back?" "To see him, but not to talk to him. I won't interfere in his life." It was clear Isabella didn't believe a word she was saying. She went on the offensive. It's your management team, isn't it? They won't let you have an ex-boyfriend with a checkered past. Why use a term like checkered past? Your ex-boyfriend is a male escort who has an ambiguous relationship with a rich woman. If you were caught getting back together with him, it would probably make for a nice little scandal, wouldn't it? Summer didn't deny it. Instead, she offered a rebuttal. But in my heart, he's a good person, and good people deserve to have guns pointed at them. After a rare attempt at a joke, Isabella walked over to Summer, a flicker of good humor on her face. She took off Summer's oversized sunglasses and placed a laptop in front of her. Leo should be seeing the contents by now. Why don't we watch, too? If the contents of that drive are about my past with Leo, then all I can say is that you've made a mistake. It's more than that, and I don't need you to judge my actions. Summer struggled to lift her head and meet Isabella's gaze. But no one knows him better than I do. Leo, when was this taken? Skyler had her head practically inside the laptop. The video was perfectly ordinary. Skyler, her face smeared with mud, running around the edge of a fish pond. Leo was in front, recording with his phone. They had accidentally cast their lines into someone's private pond while fishing and were now on the run from the owner. Skyler's face lit up. She was clearly delighted that Leo had been documenting their time together. The video was just the two of them, sprinting through the woods. The more she watched, the more she wanted to laugh. But Leo hit pause. He was confused. Normally, this would be a sweet, nostalgic video. But he had built up such high expectations for this USB drive. This was it. He was about to exit and look for clues in the other folders, but Skyler stopped him. She wanted to keep watching. Come on, Leo, let's watch. You forgot all this. It's a good way to remember. Skyler switched to her ultimate weapon, acting cute. She grabbed his arm, shaking it back and forth, her face a perfect picture of I'll do anything you want if you just watch. Leo sighed and agreed to finish this one video. He hit play. As the video neared its end, above the sound of the wind, the running, the heavy breathing, and the rustle of clothes against wild grass, a voice finally emerged. It was Leo, who had run out of the woods first. He spoke to the camera. See, Summer, we were really fishing. Almost got caught. That was terrifying. At the sound of the name, Skyler froze. Panic and dismay flashed across her doll-like face. She whipped her head around to look at Leo. His expression was unreadable. Leo, why aren't you saying anything? Waiting for you to... Do you want to ask me who Summer is? I have a pretty good idea. The version I know is my childhood sweetheart, who also owes me a lot of money. Skyler nodded vigorously, trying to quietly close the laptop. But Leo stopped her. Do you know more about her? He asked, his face still a blank mask. Skyler's eyes welled with tears. She hesitated, but Leo decided to keep watching. One by one. He wasn't asking about Summer Lynn out of simple curiosity. It was the tone of his own voice in the video that felt strange. Sending a video to your childhood sweetheart to tell her what you're up to was normal enough. But it shouldn't have sounded like he was reporting in. And in the videos, whenever there was a clock or something that could establish the time, he would subconsciously pan the camera over it, as if to prove the video's authenticity. What was that if not reporting in? So he kept watching. He realized that whether they were at the aquarium, the arcade, KFC, or even a foot massage parlor, he would record a short video and end it with a voiceover. Summer, getting a foot massage. $9.99, what a deal. Summer, the Land Center has a buy one get one free deal on credits today. Leo's mind felt fractured. He was out having fun with Skyler on one hand and reporting to someone else on the other. Was he some kind of half-assed cheater? You two were always on again, off again. That was during an off period, Skyler chimed in, providing commentary. So Summer Lynn is my ex-girlfriend. Yes. I thought you were my first love, Leo said, confused. Because of Skyler and Isabella, he had never once considered that he might have had a serious relationship before. Wasn't he supposed to be a huge player? He was supposed to flirt with girls, not date them. They stared at each other. Finally, Skyler broke. She grabbed his arm, tears shimmering in the moonlight that streamed through the gap in the curtains. Just keep watching. I'll explain, okay? Okay. Leo watched every video intently. Most of the content related to Summer was just the check-in at the end. The bulk of the footage was of him and Skyler, just hanging out. The content was genuinely funny. Being with Skyler always led to carefree laughter. The combination of their goofy antics and good looks would probably do well on TikTok. But the strange atmosphere in the room kept anyone from laughing. Still, Leo caught a few key details. His own behavior in the videos. He didn't seem as happy as he'd imagined. From his post-amnesia interactions and the stories he'd been told, Leo had built a clear image of Skyler. A quirky, fun-loving girl who was just easy to be around. He had assumed their past together was just as light and joyful. But in one video, they were riding bikes in a downpour. Skyler was shouting with glee, saying she'd always wanted to experience riding in the rain. But the Leo in the video just gave a simple, his expression anything but happy. The Leo sitting in front of the computer knew why. For Skyler, who was used to being driven everywhere, riding a bike in the rain was a fun activity. But for him, it was just a normal part of life. He would have much preferred something that could shield him from the rain and get him to his destination. This was just a snapshot of their life together. Watching it, Leo felt only a tiny sliver of empathy. Mostly, he just found it interesting. It was like watching a version of himself from years ago. He finished the dozens of videos in the first folder and moved on to the second. He ignored Skyler's attempts to get his attention. "Let me just watch this," he said. "For once, I have some objective content." Emotional changes are usually a slow process, like a mirror cracking from the edges inward. Leo felt a crack appear in a mirror in his mind, but was far from irreparable. He could patch it up and keep using it. In the folder labeled Isabella Vance, the video format was identical. The same check-in videos, mostly at night, but their interactions were not so harmonious. In fact, they were far worse than he could have imagined. Compared to his friendship with Skyler, his relationship with Isabella was a paid arrangement, held together by money. Though Leo had expected it, seeing it was different from imagining it. It's like knowing that children in a war zone are suffering. You can have the lowest expectations, but when you see a child with a broken leg amidst the rubble, you'll still cry. Being a kept man was not as easy as it sounded. In the videos, Leo would cautiously ask Isabella to come to dinner, often receiving no response. If he knocked on her door, he might be met with a furious version of Isabella. If he came home late from class, she would interrogate him like a criminal, checking his phone, demanding to know who he'd seen. Housework, cooking, even his sleep schedule. Isabella had her own preferences for everything. Leo had to follow them to the letter or face a barrage of insults. As time went on, things seemed to improve slightly. In the later videos, Isabella was capable of showing some mild concern for him. But Leo remained silent. A flood of information was pouring into his brain, threatening to form a storm in the ocean of his memory. He exited the folder and opened the next one. Summerlin. Dozens more videos, but not a single one showed Summer's face. It was just Leo talking to himself, mostly drunk. "Summer, it was my first day at the lounge, and I already got a client. Guess how much I made? $1,400. And that's just my trainee commission." Leo, drunk, leaned against a wall in an alley, a smile on his face. On his first day of work, his eyes were full of hope for the future. "Hey, how much was that expensive recording studio you mentioned the other day?" "I made $1,200. A few more days of this, and I should have enough. My coworkers at the lounge say the entertainment industry is a mess. But if you start by singing online, even if you don't make it in the industry, you can still be a streamer and make some money." As if thinking of something happy, Leo danced drunkenly in the alley for a moment, then fell silent again. "I was so stupid yesterday. To think I wanted to kill myself after you broke up with me. Such a childish thing to do. But if I hadn't tried, I wouldn't have met Silas. Let's thank Silas for his gift." Leo tried several times to get up, but couldn't. He just ended up on the ground, dry heaving. A customer walking out of the lounge looked at him curiously, drunkenly patting his shoulder. "Hey kid, can't hold your liquor and you're working as a server?" "Just started. My tolerance isn't great. Better work on that at home." The customers left, arms around each other. All that remained was Leo, vomiting on the ground, and his phone, which had fallen by the wall. The unmoving frame showed only the night sky, a corner of the lounge's sign, and the boy, half hidden, slumped against the wall. He crawled back to the camera, his eyes wet with tears for vomiting. "I have to get it all out here. Otherwise, my mom will worry. I'm afraid of my mom worrying, so I told her my part-time job only makes $5,000 a month. Otherwise, she'd suspect I'm doing something illegal. I'm a little drunk, but I'm still really happy. My world is just you and my mom. Now I can take care of my mom, and soon I'll be able to take care of you too." The only sounds from the headphones were the repeated heaving and the scrape of shoes on the pavement. No one could tell him apart from the damp stink bugs in the alley's crevices. The Leo, watching the video, sat in front of the computer, silently cursing his past self as tears streamed down his face. "When did you and Leo actually break up? We were on again, off again. It never really ended. Have you seen these videos?" "I've seen the check-in videos. Not the drunken ones." Leo would never send me videos of himself in such an irrational state. Summer put her large sunglasses back on, hiding her expression. But her hand was gripping the arm of the sofa so tightly her knuckles were white. "Why not just break up with him for good? You knew you couldn't choose him if you chose your career. I know that in theory. But if you were in my shoes, faced with Leo, could you really be so decisive? People have hearts. How selfish." Summer didn't argue. She just met Isabella's gaze. I admit it, but isn't what you're doing selfish too? I can give him a lot to make up for it. I can now too. Too late. In the folder about Summer Lynn, after the first video, Leo's expression remained blank. He even felt a little like laughing. Honestly, watching the videos felt like looking at his cringy, old social media posts from his emo phase. Getting all sentimental after a few drinks. So lame. He skimmed through the other folders. They were mostly scenes from the lounge. Clients, probably. He saw Peyton in one. She was one of the few who had flashed a peace sign when he was recording a check-in video. Their relationship was so purely transactional. Aside from the Next Generation project, there was no emotion at all. And there was a manila envelope on the table. No wonder when we first met, my dear cousin's fiancé opened with talk about us having a chance to ditch my cousin. They had already been in contact. While watching the videos, the sheer volume of new information had left him numb. But when he was done, when he closed his eyes, a wave of intense, physical dizziness made him unsteady. He felt something shatter. Not figuratively, literally shatter. When he turned to look at Skyler, he couldn't help but feel something different. The most familiar things to us are the fantasies we create in a state of love. Shakespeare said that, from A Midsummer Night's Dream. The image of Skyler in Leo's mind was mostly his own creation, an imagined reality pieced together from details to fill the void of his memory. But imagination is always beautiful. The violent collision of that imagination with reality made Leo question every single memory he had of his past. It was a chain reaction. The immediate effect was just a headache. It had nothing to do with Skyler. Was it so hard to accept that their perspectives clashed? Leo could accept it completely. It wasn't Skyler's fault. She hadn't done anything to him. But the whole situation just felt wrong. He turned to look at her. Okay, he said. Talk. I'm listening. I'm sorry, Leo. I lied to you. I know that. It's fine. I'll ask, you answer. A throbbing pain started in his head. He closed his eyes for a second, then began. Why ask questions? Because he was afraid she had already rehearsed a story. This subconscious suspicion was a direct result of him questioning everything in his own mind. Why was I hanging out with you? I wasn't lying about that part. We met at the land center. I'm asking why we kept hanging out after that. Leo had seen it clearly in the videos. He was nothing but a massive simp for Summer Lynn. Back then, his mind was probably occupied by only two things: dating Summer and making money, neither of which had anything to do with Skyler. Because if you came out with me, I'd cover your meals for the day. You mean I didn't have money for food? Are you kidding me? Leo had seen in the video that he'd made $1,200 on his first day at the lounge. That was more than enough for food. Summer needed a lot of money for her music. Before she got signed, she had to pay for everything herself. It was a huge amount. You didn't go home often from campus, and after giving your mom money every month, you didn't have much left. Leo was speechless. He knew he had lent money to Summer, but he never imagined it was under these circumstances. Did you ever think of telling me to stop being a simp? That's what this was all for. Skyler's lip quivered, and tears streamed down her nose, her sobs echoing quietly in the room. She wiped her face with her arm. Leo, I can take you away from here. We can go somewhere far away, see a bigger world. The world is so much bigger than you can imagine. Leo looked at her, rubbing his eyes, which were now bloodshot from the throbbing headache. So you created a world where Summer Lynn didn't exist. Leo now knew what had shattered. It was the dream, woven from lies. It's simple. Just open a website and see if you have a reaction. Here, people who've been on bed rest are always weak. I made this meal for you myself. Without me, you only have a small part of your life left. I'm your first love. Forgetting me obviously means all your memories of girls are gone. The girl in the white dress stood by his hospital bed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. On the TV, a classic comedy sketch was playing, a famous one about a con man. The line on the TV was, "You don't know me? They call me the Great Persuader. I can talk a straight man crooked, a quiet man loud, a smart man dumb. I can take a happy couple and talk them into a divorce." Leo's headache intensified. Fragments of images flashed through his mind, like a slideshow from a marketing class. Some things were becoming clear. The USB drive was the evidence. Evidence to dismantle the world of lies built for him after his amnesia. Why was his past self seemingly a huge simp, while his post-amnesia self was a completely different person in relationships? Because someone had personally woven a virtual world for him. In this virtual world, Leo was a man everyone loved. All these women flocked to his hospital room, their actions telling him, "Your girlfriends are among us. Even if we're competing, we're willing to fight for you peacefully." Leo, having lost his emotional memories, was naturally in a position of power. He didn't need to be anxious. He didn't need to worry about who loved him, because everyone loved him. When different beautiful women are chasing you, calling you their boyfriend, would you feel even an ounce of inferiority? If you did, you might as well not be alive. Peyton had actually been right about something. She had said that Leo was someone who just enjoyed his current happiness. That was bullshit, of course. Who doesn't enjoy being happy? But when he was immersed in that happiness, he wouldn't worry about the small factors that might disrupt it. Were Skyler's chat logs about the confession wall suspicious? Very. But Leo didn't want to get bogged down in details because he trusted his gut. There was love between him and Skyler. She wasn't after anything else. So why dwell on it? Overthinking is the enemy of happiness. In that moment, he felt happy, so he automatically filtered out the weird stuff. But now, evidence had suddenly appeared, telling him, "You really think you're winning at life?" The happiness you feel was woven from someone else's lies. Leo smacked himself on the head, trying to shake away the jumbled thoughts. It's hard for others to empathize with an amnesiac. Perhaps a better analogy is a disabled person who has lost an arm. When you lose an arm, all your previous life goals become irrelevant. You have only one goal in mind: I want an arm. Leo was in a similar situation. Why was he so dazed after his amnesia? So naive in the face of Isabella's contract or Skyler's lies? Because that's how amnesia patients are. The profound sense of loss makes you cling to a beautiful fantasy of the past. It's human nature. High fantasies lead to high expectations. And when reality tells you that your fantasies about your lost memories are all illusions, you immediately go on high alert. It's like your perfectly good prosthetic arm suddenly stops working. In that moment, you become vigilant, quickly reminding yourself, you are a patient. To be happy, you have to move forward. Peyton, watching the cousins reunite in her bedroom, had said it: when someone disrupts Leo's happiness, he will change quickly and slap you in the face for it. Leo sorted through all the clues, fighting a splitting headache. The happiness he had experienced after his amnesia was all a fabricated bubble. The clues clicked into place. His phone was destroyed in the crash. Even if it hadn't been, would he have taken the time to compile all this onto a single USB drive? He wasn't that idle. Only one person seemed to have that motive: his psychologist, Dr. Evelyn Shaw. So it made perfect sense that there were no videos of her on the drive. And did the drive really get lost in the crash? Obviously not. When he went to Isabella's to ask about it, she had admitted she had one, but refused to give it to him. Leo had initially thought it was a different drive. It seemed there was more to it. Was it Isabella? Did the three of them conspire to create a simp-free world for him? Leo showed no emotion. His brain felt like it was about to explode. A sense of powerlessness washed over him. He couldn't trust anyone now. He could only trust himself. He cast a net into the ocean of his memory, but he couldn't find anything. His hands instinctively went to his head. The pain of an amnesiac is hard to empathize with. Skyler pulled him into a hug, patting his back. Can we just not think about it anymore? Let the past be the past. She had said something similar in the hospital that day. So that's what she meant. When it came to Skyler, Leo was actually very rational. He had high expectations for her. In his mind, she was different. So Leo really wanted to ask, everyone else lying to me is one thing, but why you? That chat log you passed off as a love confession, I believed it. The day I caught you with that guy, you cried and said you were tricking me, and I accepted it. I had the most patience for you. Why would you lie to me in return? When those two liars recruited you, you could have just pretended to agree and then told me the truth in private. Does being a simp even matter? I forgot all those memories anyway. I don't feel anything. It's just a funny story. You shouldn't have lied to me with them. I didn't. Skyler had only just learned about this. If she had known what was on the USB drive, she would have confessed herself. She truly had no idea. It's fine. Leo stood up, closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again. He asked a question that seemed to come from nowhere. In your plan, you want to take me all over the world, to forget the past, to forget this city. Skyler's eyes filled with hope. She nodded vigorously. But what if I told you that in my life plan, that was never an option? I know I was wrong. We don't have to leave right away. I can wait a long time. And if you wait and it never happens, would you stay? Skyler froze. She wiped the tears from her eyes, but they were still glistening. Leo, she couldn't say she would stay. Just as her mother had thought, a child raised with respect doesn't become a naive girl easily fooled by a bad boy. She had her own ambitions. In romantic stories, girls are made of expensive spices, candy, and all things sweet. But Skyler wasn't. At her birthday party, she had hung on Leo's back, declaring her intentions to her parents. Without consulting anyone, she had run to him and told him she was his first love. She was made of soaring birds, distant mountains, the Icelandic aurora, and the churning surface of the Arctic Ocean. She was always walking her own path. That included her time with Leo. She was always exploring the unknown, and for a while, Leo was her guide. It was as if, on a pitch-black, wild mountain, Leo had carried a cheap camping lantern, leading and excited her into the unknown parts of life. But the wild mountain wasn't that big. The journey was bound to end. She didn't want to leave her guide behind. She wanted to take him with her on her life's adventure. But would the guide go? The guide would only say, "That is the life you want, not mine. So, dear adventurer, good luck on your future travels." Would she stay for the guide? The thought had never even crossed her mind. In Skyler's view, taking Leo to see a bigger world was her goal, because when she wrote in her diary, she had cried over Leo's painful past. It was bad. Why would I want to stay? Leo saw the hesitation in her eyes. He took the USB drive and left. He didn't dwell on the deception. He quickly chose to look forward. Life doesn't always need a hug as a farewell. That's a lesson learned from countless reunions and separations. When he was happy, Leo would avoid anything that threatened his happiness. But when faced with unhappiness, he would charge head-on to change the situation. Because this was his life, and no matter how rough it got, it was his. For an amnesiac, the biggest fear is losing your sense of self. The reason Leo had adapted so quickly after his amnesia was because of Skyler and Isabella. They had quickly filled the void in his life, leading him step by step toward the future they wanted for him. Were they right to do so? It's hard to say. In this world, it's hard to judge right and wrong. From their perspective, perhaps they were. They had tacitly built a world without Summerlin, trying to change the trajectory of Leo's life. But Leo couldn't accept it. He didn't need a reason. Because deception from those closest to you is the sharpest wound of all. Dad, are we still waiting for Leo? We wait. Is there anything I can do? You can shut up. Ethan obediently stepped back, putting himself on mute. He stood behind his father, ready to act as a bodyguard. My father must be planning something top secret, he thought. Of course, it has to be confidential. But a moment later, Edward called Peyton over. You know, Leo, do you think he has any desire for revenge against the family? Probably not, Peyton said, choosing her words carefully. Leo is a very stubborn person, and he's someone who enjoys being happy. As long as no one disrupts his happiness, he's unlikely to change. What if Rick is leading him? Leo's relationship with his father isn't traditional. He doesn't really listen to him. Peyton's assessment was very objective. She wouldn't dare lie to Edward Miller. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Leo pushed open the door of the villa. Their eyes met across the lawn. Leo smiled and waved. Edward keenly sensed that something was off about his expression. But Susan Reed got to Leo first, because right behind Leo was a tearful Skyler. It was hard not to assume the worst. What happened between you two? Gawking is human nature, and since Skyler was the star of the party, everyone crowded around. A mob surrounded Leo. It was quite a scene. Feeling the stares, Leo glanced at the crying girl behind him and spoke up. Annie, we just had a difference of opinion. Susan's face was dark. It was a mother's natural reaction. Her daughter spends time alone with a boy and comes out in tears. Who wouldn't be upset? Tell me exactly what happened between you. Auntie, you should ask Skyler later. I have to go. An inexplicable wave of irritation washed over Leo. What was he supposed to explain? He had his own sea of troubles to deal with. And how would he even begin? Skyler was sobbing too hard to speak, just clinging to her mother's hand. But seeing her daughter's pitiful state, Susan couldn't let him leave. The crowd closed in around him. Leo felt like a criminal suspect. Just as the frustration was about to show on his face, someone cut through the crowd. The family's adults are here. If there's a problem, you can talk to me. Edward walked to Leo's side and patted his shoulder. Tell your uncle what's wrong. Just a little argument. Edward didn't ask any more questions. He looked at Skyler and asked kindly, Young lady, is he telling the truth? Skyler nodded forcefully. Without a second glance at Susan, Edward took Leo's arm and led him out of the circle of people. The crowd parted automatically. Stephen, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking Leo with me. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Edward, is Leo your? My own nephew. Edward didn't even turn his head. He walked out of the estate with Leo, Ethan, and Peyton in tow. When the graying, middle-aged man spoke, the entire party fell silent. When he stopped, they remained silent. The most potent flex is the one you don't have to show. And this man, who had just pulled off the ultimate power move, whispered to Leo as they were about to leave the estate. Your dad doesn't have a propane tank in his car, does he? I don't know. But uncle, I have something to tell you. Leo didn't thank Edward for rescuing him. Instead, he pulled away slightly. They stood face to face at the estate gate. I have something to say to you two. Why don't we say it at the same time? Edward squinted, his hands shoved unceremoniously into his suit pockets. Leo nodded in agreement. Will you come back to the Miller family? Can I come back to the Miller family? They spoke at the same time. Then, they looked at each other and both burst out laughing, their expressions as carefree as if they were checking winning lottery numbers. But to anyone else listening, the words were anything but light. Even Ethan and Peyton were momentarily speechless. Leo, back to the family? For what? And why would Leo want to go back? Do you two have any idea what you're saying? Peyton's eyes flickered, and she lowered her head, lost in thought. Ethan looked like he was about to explode. If Leo comes back, he'll be competing for my inheritance. He can't come back. Dad, you've lost your mind. Leo appeared calm, but inside, a storm was raging. He had made this decision on the spot. Peyton was right. When he was happy, he ignored a lot of unhappy things. He had been running away from anything to do with the Miller family. If it hadn't been forced on him, he would have never sought them out. I'm happy. Why stir up trouble? But now Leo wasn't happy. And in the process of finding a new way to be happy, he was going to slap every single person who had contributed to his unhappiness. Ethan would get the loudest slap. The car crash was your damn fault. Well, guess what? I'm not happy, so the game is over for everyone. Leo's gaze fell on Ethan. He had a genuine urge to slap him. His hand was itching. Cousin, you have a bug on your face. Before Ethan could react, Leo stepped forward and slapped him. Oh, that felt good. The slap stunned Ethan. What? You're coming home? Fine, but why did you hit me? Silenced by his father, Ethan desperately needed someone to speak for him, to retaliate against Leo. But no one cared. Edward couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. In fact, given his new high regard for Leo, he probably thought the slap had some deeper meaning. He would never guess that Leo was just in a bad mood. Peyton was trying her best not to laugh, pinching her thigh to keep her lips from turning up. It was just a light slap. Leo still had his wits about him. If he fought the Miller family from the outside, it would be hard to land a slap on Ethan's face so openly. So, he would fight them from the inside. Things couldn't get any worse than they already were. Edward's eyes darted around. He hadn't expected Leo to agree. He had asked the question as a final test, to see if Leo was really aligned with his father. If he agreed to come back, it likely meant father and son were planning something big. If he refused, then he wouldn't need to worry about him. But Leo hadn't agreed as a respondent. He had asked the question himself. That changed everything. It meant Leo might have someone else backing him. Edward's expression remained calm. He smiled at Leo and said peacefully, "Rest for a few days, get yourself together. We'll prepare a family dinner for you." A family dinner? But I don't know where you live. From now on, Peyton will be your point of contact for family matters. Leo turned to Peyton and bowed. "Cousin-in-law, I'll be in your care." Of course. Peyton was too stunned to speak. She couldn't understand how the script had changed so drastically. She couldn't even find the words to describe this new plot twist. Ethan, still on mute, could only glower. He was beginning to realize he might as well not have shown up today. His fiancée wasn't on his side. His father wasn't on his side. For the first time, his image of his father began to crack. "Dad, I'm your son. You've lost your mind." Watching Leo walk away, Edward cleared his throat. Peyton, Leo has a master strategist behind him, so the hands-off approach is no longer appropriate. It's better to bring him under our roof, where we can wear him down. Peyton nodded repeatedly. She knew this wasn't a discussion. It was an order. Leo came from a tough background. Kids who grow up in hardship have resilience, but their horizons are limited. Once we throw him into the Miller family, dazed by all the temptations, he might not be the same person he is today. So whatever he wants, give it to him. A great general wins without famous victories. A true master rarely fights risky battles where he is outnumbered, because a master general makes sufficient preparations from the start, avoiding accidents as much as possible. For Edward, it was better to have Leo under his watch than to let him fester on the outside and plan something big. Even using him to toughen up Ethan would be a good thing. Peyton nodded in agreement, but she didn't understand why he was telling her this. Edward knew she and Leo were close. Wasn't he afraid she would tell? Peyton's mind raced. A wild thought occurred to her. Is he telling me this so I will tell Leo? And making her the liaison, combined with the phrase, "give him whatever he wants." I have a feeling I'm the whatever in that sentence. Peyton shook her head. She couldn't see through this graying, middle-aged man. But she was more curious about why Leo had made the decision to return to the family. Does it have something to do with Skyler? As Leo walked out of the estate gates, he felt an urge to look back. Susan was holding her daughter, comforting her. The other guests were huddled together, whispering. They had clearly not expected the waiter from the lounge to be a Miller. A wave of sighs and murmurs rippled through the crowd. That's human nature. When he was just a waiter, they whispered, "Why is Skyler dating a waiter?" Now that he wore the title of Edward Miller's nephew, they whispered, "What a perfect match." But was there any difference between the two versions of Leo? Probably not. Leo took a deep breath, a sense of life's unpredictability washing over him. His post-amnesia life had only two major plot lines: his girlfriends and the Miller family. The girls had woven a beautiful dream for him, and he had believed it and enjoyed it. But the dream was over. The Miller family had opened its gaping maw, ready to sweep him away like trash. But now they had extended a hand. Leo laughed. But was what was in front of him the truth? Waking up from a dream doesn't mean it was a nightmare. A helping hand doesn't always mean they want to pull you to shore. Leo knew the difference. Life is a fucking movie. In the darkness, Leo's and Skyler's eyes met one last time. Skyler was crying, wanted to run to him. Leo just waved and turned away. Because across the street, a Porsche Panamera was parked, and a tall woman in a trench coat was leaning against it, waiting for him. Her blue eyes were like dancing sprites in the night. Isabella Vance wasn't here to apologize. She was simply here to take Leo home. From across the estate gates, she had seen the sobbing Skyler. She knew her objective had been achieved. She had provided the USB drive. She had seen its contents. She felt not a shred of guilt. She hadn't slandered Skyler or played any dirty tricks on her. She hadn't even suggested watching the drive at the party. All she had done was provide the USB drive. She had made a simple decision to bring it out. The act itself was an indiscriminate attack. When she had watched the content herself, she had seen herself cursing at Leo, but she hadn't secretly deleted it. There was no need, because she hadn't done anything wrong. Their relationship had started as a financial one. "I gave you that much money. What's wrong with yelling at you a little?" As her feelings deepened, she had changed. She believed Leo wouldn't hold it against her. As for hiding the truth about Summer Lynn, yes, she was wrong. But her motive was simply not wanting to bring up his ex-girlfriend. It wasn't to harm him. "I was wrong, I admit it. I can make it up to you." Her attitude was proactive, and she would make it up to him with actions, not words. He could name his terms, and she would do anything she could. "The USB drive has been with you this whole time?" Leo asked as he walked over. He already knew the answer. Isabella's presence here was proof enough. "Yes, I was going to show it to you sooner or later. Why not just show it to me at home, in private?" They leaned against the car, shoulder to shoulder. Leo's expression seemed relaxed, but his words hid a nerve. "Your psychologist suggested it." "Oh, to her, she's my psychologist. So who am I to you?" "My future husband." "No, I'm a plastic toy." Leo pointed through the windshield at the Grogu Funko Pop on the dashboard, indicating he was just like it. Isabella lost her composure. She could no longer maintain her cool facade. "Leo, I wasn't wrong. You shouldn't be thinking about Summer Lynn. I can give you a home. You don't have to go drink. Let me stop you right there. I have a warm home." But all of Isabella's prepared speeches caught in her throat. Leo leaned in closer to the woman he had been so intimate with. "Isabella, you've got it backwards. I'm the one giving you a home." Isabella felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She instinctively grabbed his hand, afraid he would leave. But his words echoed in her mind. "Without Leo, would she still have a home?" "I was wrong." "You weren't wrong." Leo's contrarian personality kicked in. Aside from the throbbing pain in his head, Leo wasn't overly angry with Skyler or Isabella about the contents of the USB drive. Their past together just wasn't as wonderful as he had imagined. It was far from what he would call real harm. What had truly made him decide to end things was that he had been snapped out of his state of happiness. The USB drive was the key that unlocked the switch, making him realize that everything he had been experiencing was a beautiful dream built on lies. Unhappy, his rationality took over, and he began to analyze the situation. It was the self-centeredness of Skyler and Isabella that made Leo want a clean break. Skyler's dream of traveling the world. Did Leo not know about it? He had known, but in his state of happiness, he would subconsciously put it off for later. In short, he was enjoying the moment. Enjoying the moment is the secret to happiness, but his ancestors had also taught him to be prepared for danger in times of peace. "Isabella, you weren't wrong. We just met in the wrong place." "Why?" The powerful woman's tear-filled eyes were actually quite beautiful. But Leo was already back to making light of the situation. "Because we can't have a normal relationship." "I'll change." "No, let me finish." "Leo, my heart hurts." Leo couldn't stand it when she said that. A tall, blue-eyed woman in high heels, standing at eye level with you, telling you she's hurting. How do you fight that? It didn't matter. This time he could. It's not about changing. A normal relationship is about giving each other emotional support, sharing financial burdens, respecting each other's parents. I could do all of that. Think about it carefully. Isabella actually did. She thought about it, and she realized she probably couldn't. Forget emotional support. Just the basic act of respecting parents was a hurdle for her. She didn't even go home for the holidays. What respect could she show? The only thing she could do was give money. Leo even imagined a scenario. For his birthday, Isabella would ask what he wanted. A Porsche or a Longines watch. And Leo would say, let's take a walk at sunset, cook hot pot at home, watch a movie on the projector, wake up to each other's faces, and cry in each other's arms when we're sad. Isabella wouldn't even look at him. She'd think he was still half asleep, toss a credit card on the bed, and walk out, leaving a single, airy sentence behind. You're asking for a bit too much. Leo knew that making money was her life's pursuit, and that took up all her energy. What was wrong with that? But he wasn't a materialistic person. They just weren't compatible. Okay, go home now. To our home. To my home. Leo waved and turned to leave, walking toward the used VW Jetta parked behind her car. An amnesiac can easily lose their rhythm in life, but fortunately, Leo had a few fixed anchors. A small apartment and a used Jetta. Only these things were constant, right? An argument was erupting next to the Jetta. The two sides were the second and third Miller brothers. You're playing tricks again, aren't you, Edward? I am not. Don't slander me. Leo is doing just fine. Why is he coming back to the family? Ask Leo yourself. Rick's rage delighted Edward. He let out a rare, booming laugh. This feels great. I'm gonna piss you off so much. When he saw Leo approaching, Edward even raised his voice. Leo, your uncle just wants to say, you're more than welcome to come home. Just don't bring your dad. Edward kept an eye on Rick as he spoke. When he saw his brother open the trunk, he made a tactical retreat, tossing a final line over his shoulder. It's not that I'm being stingy. It's your grandfather's rule. Then he ran. Yes, ran. A nearly 50-year-old man, the head of a powerful family, with graying temples, sprinting away on his own 2 feet. The 3 younger people, Ethan, Leo, and Peyton, were all stunned, until they turned and saw Rick Miller pulling a propane tank from the trunk. Then they started running, too. You son of a bitch, Edward, I'm going to kill you today. You ungrateful brat. How dare you curse at your elders? Edward was fast, but his mouth was even faster. Leo quickly ran to stop his dad, signaling for the others to keep running. Son, don't stop me. I'm going to kill that bastard today. That's enough. It's not that serious. Rick gritted his teeth and shoved the propane tank back into the trunk. He then turned to his son, his face full of worry. Son, what's this about you going back to the family? I'm going back. Why? Because to defeat the enemy, you have to face them first. Rick stared at his son's face, speechless. After a long moment, he sighed. Son, Edward has been full of tricks since he was a kid. He's not easy to deal with. Did you lose to him before? I hate to admit it, but I was never a match for him. It's fine. I'll win it back for you. Then Mom can live in a mansion, too. Leo watched the black car drive away. This was the destiny he was supposed to face all along. In the script of his life, the Miller family was something he could not escape. Ethan had already hired someone to run him over. And what had he been doing? Waking up from a coma and getting tangled up in all this romantic drama. But it wasn't too late. He could think of the time spent on romance as a sick leave, a short break. Who would win and who would lose, you never know until you try. His gaze swept over Isabella, who was still standing there, then to Skyler, who was watching him from the estate. Suddenly, his headache eased a little. He remembered something he had written in a high school notebook, the one Summer had. It was cringy, but it fit the moment perfectly. I stand with a foot in 2 different worlds. One is for my peace, the other is for my war. 3 people sat at the small dining table in Leo's apartment. His mother, Diane, Leo, and Isabella. Rick had dropped them off and left. He was just the ex-husband. Isabella had followed them upstairs without a word. No one stopped her. Leo slurped his porridge, his phone propped up on the table, playing an episode of Shameless. The show had questionable morals, but it was good for a mindless, critical watch. Leo idly thought that if he were Carl, he could never have been so cool. Eating while watching TV wasn't a good habit, but it felt good. Diane looked at the 2 silent figures, then put down her bowl and went into the kitchen, saying she was going to fry some chicken strips. She left the space to them. Leo, are you really not coming home with me? What would I do at your place? I'm not short on cash right now. Leo still had the 30 grand from his cousin in his pocket. That's our home. This is my home. I see. Isabella stood up to leave. There was no point in asking again. She had already changed a lot, but it clearly wasn't enough. This was exactly what Leo meant when he said they had met in the wrong place. It might be hard for a normal person to empathize with their kind of paid relationship, but think of it as a goddess and a simp. It's the same dynamic of absolute power versus absolute powerlessness. The goddess is always in the superior position. She can take hours to reply to a text, or not reply at all, without any guilt. Even if you, through your simping, manage to earn a sliver of her favor, and she genuinely wants to change, the change will only go so far as her actually replying to your texts after a shower. But is that all the simp wants? Most of them want a normal relationship. The rest are just pure altruists, which is a whole other story. But the goddess thinks, I'm already changing. What more do you want? As Isabella walked out of the apartment building, a mix of emotions churned inside her. She was a woman of action, but a person of action is lost without a clear direction. She looked back at the apartment. Through the kitchen light, she could see smoke wafting from the exhaust fan pipe. A home, just not hers. The late-night wind made her instinctively pull her trench coat tighter. She got in her car, but didn't start the engine. Should I go home? Low visibility, extreme weather, nocturnal predators. Humans have feared the night since ancient times, a fear quietly passed down through their genes. To cope with this fear, humans began building shelters in the Paleolithic era. Isabella's home was large, so large you could ride a mountain bike in her living room. Her home was also small, too small to fit one Leo. She leaned back against the seat. The light from a street lamp shone through the windshield, illuminating the tear stains on her face. She never admitted to crying. The light was just in her eyes. Knock, knock, knock. She turned, and the face she had been obsessing over seemed to be imprinted on the car window. So, longing really does cause hallucinations. Open a window. What are you doing? Leo's annoyed shout came from outside. So it was real. Is he coming home with me? I'm going to talk to the building manager tomorrow. This streetlight is so bright, it's making you cry like a fountain. Leo was only in his summer pajamas, shivering in the cold. Here, this is for you. I remembered a lot from the USB videos today. Isabella took the piece of scratch paper he handed her. You're a big boss. Your reading comprehension should be pretty good, right? Just read it when you get home. I can't read. Are you pretending to be illiterate with me? Leo took the paper back and started reading from the top. Your sleep isn't great, right? I saw medicine on your table last time I was there. From the videos, it looks like I used to read you ghost stories every night. Audiobook apps are much better now. Get an Audible subscription. The narrators there are more professional than me. I think I left off at the part where the girl died. You can find it yourself. Remember to change the water in the fish tank regularly. You're definitely not good at that. So I wrote down the number for the fish tank cleaner. He does the one at the lounge. He polishes it brighter than his own bald head. You're basically a high-powered exec, so it makes sense you've got stomach issues. You're not there yet, but staying up late and not eating on time will catch up to you. Drink more barley tea. I'll steal some from the lounge's kitchen and send it to you, cash on delivery. Leo rambled on for a long time before solemnly handing the paper back to her. This isn't for free, you know. Consider me paying back my mom's favor to you. You don't really need anything else, anyway. With that, he waved and walked away. Leo, are you going home? Where else would I go? Isabella swallowed the rest of her sentence. Leaving words unsaid was painful, but she had brought this on herself. Her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. She didn't want this, but what could she do? Leo turned his back to her and disappeared into the building. Some people arrive quietly and leave just as cleanly. Isabella started the car, her face expressionless. Leo no longer needed her. She was the one who needed Leo. So what did Leo need? She muttered to herself at a red light. What is a normal relationship supposed to be like? The car disappeared into the night. Honey, don't cry. Didn't we say we'd handle your school transfer after your birthday? Mom, I don't want to talk about that right now. Skyler had her head buried under the covers. She wanted to see Leo, but she couldn't. Though they had both deceived him, and the act itself was the same, Skyler's motives were completely different from Isabella's. Isabella simply didn't want Leo to remember his ex-girlfriend. I don't want you to have anything to do with her. What's wrong with that? It was mixed with personal dislike. Not slapping Summer was an act of mercy on her part. She had even planned to go on the offensive against Summer the moment she became Leo's official girlfriend. You chose your career, did you? I'll make sure you can't have it. Who cares about some big star? But Skyler had no such extreme thoughts. She simply wanted Leo to move on from that state of being, because as a friend, more so than the rich woman who was paying for his company, Skyler could see the exhaustion in his life. It wasn't a good way to live, but actions are judged, not intentions. Perhaps if she had been honest from the beginning, she could have achieved her goal. She knew now she had only one choice, to stay or to leave. Before, she was the one asking Leo when he was going to leave with her. Now, the question was hers to answer. Back then, she had wondered why Leo was so reluctant. Now that she was the one making the decision, she understood how difficult some choices are. But before that, she had one more thing to do. I have to sincerely apologize and tell him everything. Skyler began to reflect on what lies she had told, writing them down one by one. Lying is wrong. She was wrong. I promised him I wouldn't be a liar. In a dark room, the flickering light of a candle provided a faint glow, like a medieval castle with poor lighting. The kind of vampire count would live in. Dr. Evelyn Shaw wore a rare, serious expression as she wrote on a piece of paper. Skyler Reed, with her warm and supportive family, hopes to explore love by helping him escape. Isabella Vance, from a cold family, tries to cage him with the concept of a home. They all talk about saving him, but they're all using him to fulfill their own personal goals. Is this love? These two subjects were a perfect control group for how family background shapes a person. Dr. Shaw smiled, turned the page, and continued writing. Leo never needed to be saved. He has always faced his life with a positive attitude. Was he Summerlin's simp? Yes. There's nothing wrong with admitting that. Everyone does stupid things in their life. But Summerlin was his spiritual anchor during that period. At least Summer was the only one who integrated into his life, rather than trying to change it. Because of the complex emotional entanglement between Leo and Summer, both Skyler and Isabella were naturally intimidated. They even tacitly agreed to keep silent about Summer. Leo must be in a lot of pain right now, waking up from a happy dream to face reality. Dr. Shaw leaned back in her chair, the plush fur on the backrest stroking her fair neck. She closed the file. On the cover, the words were clearly written, Leo Miller, Stage 1 treatment. In this game of werewolf, no one's actions had surprised her. She was a psychologist. Her job was to treat illnesses. Dr. Morris was a joke. He only had to treat Leo's amnesia. Dr. Shaw had much more to consider. After all, Leo had shown signs of psychological problems long before, and even his amnesia was related to them. Leo's story was actually simple. A teenage Leo and his childhood sweetheart, Summer Lynn, two young people in their first love, had no idea about the complexities of a relationship. The pressures of reality and their ideals caused their relationship to be constantly on again, off again, especially after they became long distance. Two kids from divorced, low-income families, facing both emotional and financial pressure. Leo was a very positive person. He worked hard, taking on various part-time jobs to support his family and Summer's dream. But during one of their breakups, Leo attempted suicide. This wasn't uncommon for patients with severe psychological issues. Fortunately, he was saved by a man named Silas. At the time, Silas thought the boy hanging from the tree was some influencer trying to go viral. He had even taken out his phone to record a video, marveling at what people would do for fame. It was only when Silas, trying not to block the influencer's phone, realized there was no phone, that he saved him. The day of the suicide attempt was Leo's first communication with Dr. Shaw, the day he had used multiple accounts to get free advice. But Leo kept asking evasive questions. It was only later that she learned he was deeply ashamed of the suicide attempt and was looking for ways to solve his psychological problems. Dr. Shaw began to get fully involved in the boy's life. She wasn't surprised that people like Skyler and Isabella appeared around him. If he hadn't met them so early, the role of his girlfriend would never have fallen to Summerlin. As she was thinking, she heard a knock on the door. She moved through the darkness as if she were born in it. Hello, Dr. Shaw. This is our first time meeting. Hello, Ms. Lynn. I apologize for coming so late, but I'm desperate to know something about Leo. Please come in. There were no pleasantries. Dr. Shaw didn't turn on the lights. Instead, she pressed a remote, and a projector screen came down. To be precise, you want to know how Leo feels about you, correct? Yes. You only need to watch one video. It was worth noting that the videos in the USB drive had been requested by Dr. Shaw to observe Leo's daily state. But to protect patient privacy, the drive had remained in Leo's possession. Clearly, that method of protection had failed. Leo's private life was as full of holes as a sieve. This video isn't on the USB drive. You can watch it. Okay. The video was of Leo after work. After a shift at the lounge, he was always a little drunk. He collapsed onto his bed, talking to himself. Summer, I think the work at the lounge, even though it pays well, is kind of messing with my values. That Peyton woman today said she'd pay me to have a baby with her. I'm going to quit as soon as I make a little more. I'm afraid of getting into trouble and it affecting you. Summer, I didn't mean to fight with you yesterday. It's just that your manager was making all those snide remarks, and it was hard to take. At this, Leo scratched his head and smiled, then suddenly buried his face in his blanket. But the blanket wasn't pulled tight, and the moonlight streaming through the gap reflected in his eyes. They were shining. Summer, I know I'm kind of dumb, and I'm not great with words. Silas even told me off today, said I shouldn't just drink myself stupid, that I should learn some tricks to get out of it. He also told me I should go up to his second-floor study and read more. He has so many books, I don't understand most of them. But I suddenly have something to say, something I've been saving to tell you tonight, in private. At this, Leo seemed a little shy. He pulled the blanket tighter, completely blocking out the moonlight. He wasn't hiding his shy expression. He was hiding the sound of his crying. I'm a little tired. If I'm late to the lounge, they dock my pay for the whole day. My academic advisor told me my attendance grade is too low. My mom keeps saving money and won't go for a checkup. I feel like I'm trying really hard, but it's still not enough. Even though life is exhausting and our relationship is always on and off, and I'm pretty dumb. For the last 3 years, through everything, I never once wavered. Summer Lynn's visit was a whirlwind. She came and went in a flash, her departure tinged with the air of a decision made, a line crossed. Dr. Shaw paid her no mind. Though she didn't know Summer's side of the story, the damage she'd inflicted on Leo was real. There was no spinning that. And Summer Lynn, as it happened, was a key component of the second phase of her treatment plan. The first phase had relied primarily on Skyler Reed and Isabella Vance. Why had she waited until just before his discharge to drop the hint about Leo's amnesia? It was a simple psychological trick. Build the anticipation. A man who had forgotten all his emotional attachments would naturally crave to have that void filled. Not to mention that oaf Dr. Morris, who kept slipping his own private notes into Leo's therapy sessions. The closer Leo got to leaving the hospital, the more his expectations swelled. That was why, on the day he was discharged, it was so easy for him to accept the two-girlfriend setup. Being a player was better than being a nobody, right? Just as Leo himself had thought. Anyone in his situation would feel like they'd hit the jackpot. Not that they'd been some pathetic simp. It was, in essence, a complete reprogramming of Leo's perspective on love. Would the two women intentionally hide Summer's existence? Dr. Shaw hadn't been sure, which was why she'd gone in person that day. Thankfully, things had unfolded just as she'd anticipated. Skyler and Isabella were offering him the same kinds of love he had already rejected. If he hadn't, he would have either left the country with Skyler or been married to Isabella by now. Dr. Shaw had mentioned it in the car that day. You had a psychological issue. You fantasized about being loved, but you felt they were loving you the wrong way. So, when Leo first began interacting with the two of them, Dr. Shaw had expected him to be miserable, but the actual outcome had blindsided her. Leo thought his life finally had promise. It didn't fit her projections, nor did it align with the treatment plan. But no matter, it was a perfect opportunity to demonstrate her plan's high tolerance for error. The USB drive was delivered to Skyler's birthday party. Why Skyler's? Because Leo was most patient with Skyler. Let the bomb detonate there. A Leo who wasn't in a state of bliss would surely go on a rampage. Dr. Shaw couldn't even begin to imagine the force of his execution. Of course, Leo would figure out she was the one pulling the strings. But what did that matter? My dear, this round is mine. Hearing the heavy knock on the door, Dr. Shaw smiled. Her real guest had arrived. He must be in so much pain, she thought. Leo, you got a thing for suffering? Or is this just your aesthetic? Leo asked, a lollipop stick hanging from his lips as he stepped into the dimly lit room. Low visibility, strange paintings, bookshelves, flickering candles. If a vampire popped out right now, he wouldn't even be surprised. A darker environment is more suitable for our conversation. What is there to talk about? Perhaps not expecting the profanity, Dr. Shaw froze for a second. Why is he cursing? He must be in agony. But Leo's next verbal assault left her stunned. If you're really that bored, go get a part-time job at the lounge. Leo fumbled in the dark, found the AC remote on the coffee table, and stuffed it into his pocket. Let me tell you something, you manipulative bitch. A few days without air conditioning will straighten you right out. He then flicked on a light switch, flooding the room with brightness. Dr. Shaw was completely lost. Shouldn't Leo be threatening suicide right now? Or at least shedding a few tears? You're not in pain at all. Dr. Shaw, after going around in circles for half a month, I'm just now realizing. You're the real wolf in this whole game of mafia, aren't you? I haven't done anything to hurt you, Dr. Shaw said seriously. Such a hypocrite. You're worse than Peyton. I may judge her for my moral high ground, but at least she doesn't pretend to be a saint while acting like a sinner. I'm treating your illness. Did I say I needed you too? The moment Leo had left the Vance estate, he'd wanted to come straight here. He was, for lack of a better word, pissed. Dr. Shaw, get ready to hear from my lawyer. I'll see you in court. A therapist leaking patient confidentiality? He'd sue first and ask questions later. He would use the full power of the law to protect his rights. I'm sorry, Leo. I should have been honest, but you agreed to this. Dr. Shaw produced a sheet of paper. It was indeed a treatment agreement signed by Leo, accepting all of Dr. Shaw's therapeutic methods. This is a predatory contract. I have the right to be informed, regardless of the treatment method, don't I? If you secretly drug me to death under the guise of treatment, I'd have to just accept that too. Leo had zero goodwill left for this crazy woman. He sat down, his eyes scanning the bookshelves, searching for anything about himself. But Dr. Shaw was still probing. Leo, facing the situation with Skyler and Isabella, are you truly not in any pain? I'm angry. That's not the same as being in pain. Why? Because at least they weren't trying to screw me over. Compared to them, you're the one who's truly disgusting. Leo had nothing more to say to her. Fucking psycho. Leo didn't hold back his verbal onslaught, but she didn't respond. Anyone who's ever gotten into an argument online knows that when the other person doesn't fire back, it loses some of its punch. He turned his head, ready to tell her to unmute her mic and join the conversation. But he saw that her face was flushed, her breathing slightly heavy. Leo scratched his head, and it dawned on him. Had Dr. Shaw been trying to make him angry this whole time? When he got angry, he started cursing people out. Holy shit, he thought. No wonder she watches 50 Shades of Grey. I've been getting you off this whole time, haven't I? You are truly a gentle, generous, and beautiful woman, Leo said, testing the waters. Just as he thought, a bit of clarity returned to Dr. Shaw's eyes, as if she were being released from a trance. Evelyn Shaw, you are disgusting. Her eyes immediately grew misty again. So, it's a classic case of physician, heal thyself, huh? Leo shut his mouth. There was no point in cursing her out. It would be a waste of breath. Evelyn, let's talk for real. You get off on my misery, don't you? Since Dr. Shaw's mind was clearly wired differently, Leo decided to try understanding her first. Leo, I wanted to use your amnesia to solve your psychological problems. Wait, is there some kind of lifetime warranty for therapists? You see me once, and you're responsible for me forever. No, I never asked you for help. So what are you treating? If you have nothing better to do, go sweep the streets. No response again. Her eyes were getting misty. Seriously? That works too? A question suddenly bubbled up in Leo's mind. We've never had any physical altercations before, have we? He asked tentatively. It should have been a simple nod yes or shake no question. But Dr. Shaw didn't either. She just sat there, head down. That was suspicious. Leo's gaze met hers, and he saw a strange look in her eyes. He decided to skip past the sensitive topic for now. He pulled a chair up to the table and slapped it. Tell me everything, and give me my old medical files and records. As he spoke, he spotted a file on the desk and snatched it up. He started reading, muttering to himself. Phase 1 treatment plan. Sounds pretty fancy. So, according to your plan, I was supposed to be plunged into misery because of Skyler's parents and Isabella coming on to me. You got a pretty thorough analysis here. Leo grinned as he finished reading. What did it feel like? It felt like someone had been watching his life from the sidelines, writing down the entire script for him. Reading it gave him a flicker of nostalgic joy, but that was quickly overwhelmed by anger and a creeping, profound horror. His life was following someone else's script, and there was an audience waiting to applaud his pain. The Truman Show brought to life. Dr. Shaw, your professional ethics are seriously lacking. You just leaked my private information like this. But the USB drive was in your possession. I had no control over it. So you make a mistake and won't admit it? Leo looked like he was getting angry now. He rolled up his sleeves and walked toward her, looking like he was about to solve the problem with his fists. He got right up to her, his tall frame looming as he crouched down, his eyes locked on hers. Dr. Shaw didn't meet his gaze, but she knew what was coming. She waited. A minute passed. Then another. Nothing. The room was silent. She turned her head to look at him, only to be met with a wide, knowing smile. Dr. Shaw, he said softly, for you, not hitting you is the real torture. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she tried to hide her true feelings. She scrambled up from the floor, trying to launch into her usual spiel. Leo, you have to face your pain. It's the best way to change. Her only answer was the sharp crack of a slap across her cheek. Here, Leo said, his voice flat. Let me help you face your pain. Dr. Shaw turned her head back, her watery eyes meeting Leo's icy stare. He spoke without a trace of emotion. Dr. Shaw, a person really shouldn't be this disgusting, using treatment as an excuse to play with someone's life. So, he said, his voice dropping to a low growl, Let's see if those files on your shelf have anything to say about you. Leo grabbed a stack of files and sat down in Dr. Shaw's office, starting to flip through them. As he read, he ordered her to be quiet. Some things were better seen with your own eyes. Dr. Shaw sat back down at her desk, her expression unreadable. Was I really that big of a simp before? More or less? What did I see in her? You got a picture? Let me see. She's a huge star. Just search her name online. Leo pulled out his phone and searched for Summerlin. He glanced at the photos. The keywords were all things like ethereal beauty, ice queen of pop, angelic voice. She was good-looking, sure, but was it really worth all that? Leo, this is the result of my treatment. You're already starting to question your past self. Isn't that just because of the amnesia? Leo retorted, annoyed. What a load of crap. If anyone had cured him, it was his cousin Ethan. A big thank you to him for sending that sports car. It had knocked the sickness right out of him. So was she bad to me before? That was what Leo really wanted to know. The term simp was his own conclusion, based on the limited information he had. Keywords like ex-girlfriend becomes a star, borrowing money, from which he'd piece together the classic climb the ladder and kick it out from under you story. I wouldn't say she was bad to you. The entertainment industry is tough. Once she signed with a label, a lot of things were out of her control. The long-distance relationship, the pressure from work, the stress of daily life. It was suffocating for both of you. That was the truth. Sometimes love wasn't enough to conquer everything. Oh, so it was a mutual, amicable breakup? No strings attached. Yes. No, Leo said, standing up, rejecting her version of a peaceful split. Evelyn, have you gotten so used to lying that you can't stop? For a relationship that survived years of immense pressure, there's no such thing as an amicable breakup. It's either external forces intervening or one person making a clean break. Two people don't just sit down in a coffee shop, laugh about old times, and call it quits. She made a clean break, and you agreed. Isn't that an amica? Don't you dare try to blur the issue. Find me the session notes from that day. Leo stood over her as she leafed through the files, until she found the entry from 2 days before the accident. Conversation with patient Leo Miller, September 8th, 6:0, 7 p.m. Leo. Summerlin contacted me to pay back the money. She wants to officially break up with me. Dr. Shaw, it's been almost half a year since you last saw each other. I'm personally inclined to think you should cut this tie. You'll see a much more wonderful side of the world. Leo, I know, but Summer proposed something. Because of her job, she said we could get married privately once she's of legal age, but I'd have to live a lonely life for a few years. Dr. Shaw, and you accepted? Leo, I refused. Leo skimmed past a lot of the meaningless dialogue. The file was ridiculously long. Dr. Shaw even transcribed verbal tics, claiming they held hidden information. He flipped to the next page. Conversation with patient Leo Miller, September 9th, 7:34 p.m. Leo. I've decided to refuse her offer. She wants to see me one last time. Dr. Shaw, you're going to see her today. Leo, tomorrow. I already cleared things up with Skyler today, and tonight I have to have it out with my boss. Dr. Shaw, then let's have a drink. White rum with coconut juice. Leo, okay, but just a little. Otherwise my boss will chew me out later. Dr. Shaw, you have feelings for her, Leo. Leo, I develop feelings for all beautiful women easily. What's wrong with that? Dr. Shaw, I'm jealous. The file was starting to make him drowsy, but that last sentence made his eyes fly open. Wait, what? What are you jealous of? Dr. Shaw had, at some point, turned off the lights again and brought 2 drinks over from the small kitchenette. White rum and coconut juice, to bring back a familiar feeling. Evelyn, be honest with me. Did I confess my feelings to you? Congratulations. You guessed right. Leo was completely stunned. He felt like an answer was trying to claw its way out of his brain. To be honest, he had initially suspected her. But Skyler and Isabella had come on so strong. He'd been swept up in a feeling of hitting the absolute jackpot. It was the same unreal feeling as buying a $10 scratch-off and hitting 2 grand prizes in a row. He'd completely pushed the memory of his confession out of his mind. Is it that hard to understand? After all, I was the one who was always with you. And the price of my company? That $200 consultation fee you paid once, which I've let you ride on until now. Dr. Shaw tilted her head, smiling at him from behind the flickering, antique candelabra. It was a look that only worked if you were gorgeous. On anyone else, it would have been terrifying. Evelyn, I think you're seriously sick. Keep talking. What happened next? It's on the next page. Flip it yourself. Leo, what's there to be jealous of? It's almost in the past. Dr. Shaw, you still owe me a proper confession. Leo, I'm a little shy. Can I use actions instead? Dr. Shaw, you can. Leo, are you sure it doesn't hurt when I hit you like this? Dr. Shaw, it's okay. I can take it. Leo didn't make a sound, just kept flipping through the file about himself. There was so much content, page after page, that his eyes started to burn, but he didn't stop. He had to read it all. This unexpected revelation left him reeling. Dr. Shaw took a sip of her drink, sitting quietly in her chair, waiting. She seemed to be melting into the shadows of the room. She reached over and picked up the Phase 1 treatment plan that Leo had set aside. She uncapped a pen and wrote, Phase 1 of treatment complete. Leo has easily shed his inner turmoil and successfully come to hate me. And now, only I remain. She looked at Leo's focused silhouette and smiled for no reason. She knew he would hate her. Hate her for lying, for hiding the biggest truth of all. But so what? This was the only way to make him hers, and hers alone. She had told him long ago, the heaven of love is built upon a sea of hate. How could the deepest hate not also be the deepest love? Leo, will you beg me for mercy? Will you tell me I am as gentle as a rabbit, then curse me for being as cruel as a snake? Will you imagine me smiling at your pained face, seeing me as a demon with bared fangs? But real pain is the mountain of knives you must cross on the road to happiness. I don't want to see you suffer either, but the pain on your face means you are saying goodbye to the pain in your heart. And when you're truly on the verge of happiness, my dear, I will cry for you too. There was too much in the file, so much that it gave Leo a headache. It was all transcripts of conversations, and some of it was hard to look at. The topics he and Dr. Shaw had discussed spanned a huge range. On the high end, there were conversations like the starry sky we see is the universe's past. Theoretically, if you look up, you can see the universe from its birth to its destruction. On the low end, there were debates like, if you were a lawyer, how would you argue that hiring an escort is just a hyper-capitalist form of dating? As a therapist, Dr. Shaw was more than competent. She provided a space where a person could release their inner thoughts and find mental release, something essential for a healthy life. His time with her must have been comfortable. He was, after all, a person with a strong aggressive streak. But how did they end up dating? The files filled with nothing but dry, typed dialogue couldn't give him the feeling of it. A connection is based on feeling. I'm sorry, but I have no way to help you recover that, Dr. Shaw said. The alcohol gave the room a hazy, intimate atmosphere. She removed the clip from her hair, letting it fall freely over her shoulders. The alcohol, her distant eyes, the antique candelabra, the grainy texture of her Southeast Asian-style necklace, the low visibility that felt like an old Instagram filter. These were the keywords that should define a woman like her. It had a real film noir vibe. By all rights, she should be saying something flirty, even wanton, to complete the picture. But Dr. Shaw didn't. She said, but I will be with you. I don't need to solve these problems. Leo shook his head, closing all the files. There was too much to read. He'd pack it up and take it home to review and renew. He'd skimmed it, but there were surely more details hidden within. You're troubled, and only I can help you, just like in the past. Why does it need to be solved? Leo stretched languidly, tossing the messy pile of files onto the sofa. He walked over, picked up his own glass, and poured its contents into Dr. Shaw's. Then he poured himself a glass of water. I'm not going to obsess over the past. Having a general idea of what happened is satisfying enough for me. Leo didn't look at her expression when he said this. He didn't have to. He could guess. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with his perspective. The truth was, there was a huge information gap between Leo and everyone else. He only had a partial understanding of his past self. Everyone seemed to think his life had been terrible. But from the few video clips he'd seen, while he understood his past self was very different from what he'd imagined after the amnesia, it was hard for him to truly feel how bad it was. That's why, when Skyler had initially talked about taking him away, he'd found it hard to empathize. How bad could it have been? It wasn't like someone was chasing him with a cattle prod every day. But after reading the files, Leo finally understood. He had watched a story from a third-person perspective. It was about a boy from a broken home, where the invisible family pressure forced him to mature early. He was lucky enough to have a childhood sweetheart grow up with him. He treated her as a spiritual anchor, but the emotional ups and downs, combined with the pressures of life, weighed heavily on the young man. He was 17, 18, it was normal. Add to that the environment of the lounge, a place where a snap of the fingers meant money, and his entire worldview had been shaken. This was a problem many people faced. At that point, if he had either abandoned love for money or thrown himself headfirst into love, which would have required it to be mutual, he could have quickly found release after a period of pain and moved on to the next stage of his life. The mistake was that he wanted both. And then the appearance of Skyler and Isabella had thrown him into even deeper conflict. After reading the story, Leo didn't think it was that big of a deal. It was a classic case of not being able to see the forest for the trees. All it would have taken was one opportunity to break free, and looking back, it would have all seemed like water under the bridge. As for why he hadn't just let go of the lost memories sooner, that was a stupid question. You wake up with amnesia, and a beautiful woman is sitting by your bed, claiming to be your girlfriend. Are you not going to be anxious? Are you not going to want to get those memories back as fast as possible? This was Dr. Shaw's brilliance. She dangled the carrot, letting the women appear one by one only after he was discharged, instantly hooking his curiosity. Do you hate me, Leo? What's there to hate? Can we please have some positive energy here? You lost your memory, and I spun you a massive lie. That's basically the equivalent of taking advantage of a disabled person. It's fine. It was like water off a duck's back. Just don't do it again, okay? Leo took a sip of water, his expression relaxed as he surveyed the room. This must be her private office. He wondered if she actually lived here. He knew very little about this manipulative woman. Other than her profession as a therapist and the decor of her office, he knew nothing. Oh, right. He also knew about her little niche fetish. Knowing so little was, in itself, a huge red flag. Leo liked to reason backward, or, to put it less kindly, he was a master of hindsight. Everyone knows that the more people involved in a lie, the more likely it is to be exposed. You can never fully predict what's in the human heart. One minute they're eating dinner, the next they might get a wild hair and go plow a field. If Dr. Shaw had the ability to orchestrate such a massive lie involving so many people, then weaving a lie where she was the most important woman in Leo's life shouldn't have been hard, right? But instead, she had insisted on making him hate her, on being the final boss. What's your angle? Leo asked, confused. If her end goal was to be the only one left, there were clearly better ways to do it. The most direct would have been to find him first and lay it all out. You have a childhood sweetheart with a more important future, a best friend about to travel the world, and a rich woman who wants to keep you at home like a house husband. Which one do you choose? Leo would have run faster than anyone, so you could experience the pain they brought you, and so your hate would be reserved for me alone. Here we go with this shit again. Leo frowned. This therapist was a real piece of work, always speaking in riddles. She wasn't lying, but she wasn't giving him any substance either. But he had a theory. Let me see your hand. Touching a girl's hand isn't a good habit, you know. Cut the crap. Leo got up and pulled Dr. Shaw's hand toward him. This as he thought. A band-aid on the inside of her wrist. Well, if it isn't the saint of the sacred pain. Feels good, doesn't it? Dr. Shaw remained silent, letting him hold her hand. She could obscure her words, but she couldn't obscure the physical evidence. You're sick. Let me guess. For you, my hatred feels even better than my love, doesn't it? Leo, what are we now? Doctor and patient. This is just my lifestyle. Let's talk about your amnesia instead. Dr. Shaw leaned toward the candlelight, trying to let the flame cast a rosy glow on her pale face. But Leo was already sitting on her desk. He reached over, turned on the table lamp, and blew out the candles. Then he snatched her professional ID from the desk and pocketed it. Please get your roll straight. Right now, I'm the doctor, and you're the patient. This is just how I live. Dr. Shaw, you're the biggest patient of them all. Look, in this entire year's worth of conversation records, I can't find a single thing about your past. A therapist has no obligation to provide personal details to a patient. Still playing games? We've already confessed our feelings, and you're still pulling this act. Dr. Shaw clearly didn't want to talk. She kept her hands under the table like a schoolgirl caught sneaking snacks in class. Let me guess. A painful romantic history or a troubled family life? Neither. Fine, don't tell me. Leo had no intention of pushing it further. Time to go home and sleep. The only reason he was even still here was because, after reading the files, he'd realized she was a decent person in her own way. In a year of therapy for $200, the woman was practically running a charity. If she didn't want to talk, fine. He had to let go of his savior complex and respect her choices. Dr. Shaw looked up at the departing Leo, bit her lip, and said instinctively, "Would you like to do a therapy session? Do I have to pay? We can use the credit on your account." All right, Dr. Shaw, how do you see Skyler and Isabella now? Leo, I'm just angry. Dr. Shaw, why angry? Because you found out the beautiful dream was broken? Leo, because the act of lying came from them. If you lied to me, for instance, I wouldn't be that mad. Who gets worked up over someone they don't care about? Dr. Shaw, while this may not align with our doctor-patient roles, I'm your girlfriend. I get jealous when I hear that. Leo, who are you going to blame? You wrote the script. Dr. Shaw, then how will you handle your future relationships? Leo, Everyone should just seriously do what they want to do. Life isn't just about romance. If there's a connection, our paths will cross naturally. Dr. Shaw, then how will you handle your relationship with me? Leo, I asked you in the hospital. You said yourself you weren't my girlfriend. So, we don't have a relationship. The smile vanished from Dr. Shaw's face, and according to the law of conservation of smiles, it transferred directly to Leo's. Leo, any more questions? If not, I'm going home to sleep. Dr. Shaw, you have to choose one, love or hate. Leo, or a visible panic crossed Dr. Shaw's face. This wasn't the answer she wanted. The script was deviating. Dr. Shaw, I am the main culprit behind all of this. Your relationships with both of them deteriorated because of me. Leo, but I don't think things are that bad now. And my relationships with them haven't deteriorated. I just pointed out what I couldn't accept. Even if we think differently, we can still wish each other well. Their intentions weren't bad, after all. Dr. Shaw, but don't you like them? Leo, it's precisely because I like them that I'm being so careful. Otherwise, I just sleep with them and ghost them. Dr. Shaw, why are you staring at my legs when you say that? Leo, because with you, I might just choose the hit it and quit it option. After all, I'm not a good person and neither are you. Dr. Shaw, you must be saying that because you're angry. Leo, not at all. I'm thinking about whether I want pork and century egg congee or 2 big steam buns for breakfast tomorrow. Dr. Shaw was starting to lose her composure. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He doesn't hate me? Why doesn't he hate me? She silently put away her notes and slumped over the table, exhausted. A person needs a goal to move forward. Without one, she felt adrift. She was a classic overthinker, someone who explored her own mind to such an extent that an extreme nihilism often left her feeling enveloped in darkness. Thankfully, there was Leo, who could exchange pain with her, whose intense emotions made her feel alive. She began to touch the Band-Aid on her wrist, tempted to tear it off and touch the wound beneath. If the mind didn't hurt, the body had to. Don't you start with that, Leo said, slapping her hand away. This was one thing he had to intervene in. Dr. Shaw, are you ready to admit you're a patient now? Is being different from others a sickness? I don't know about that, but being unhappy is. Then how do you treat it? You're a therapist? Asking me? I guess it's like quitting smoking. Maybe you should talk to a colleague. A reward mechanism paired with withdrawal symptoms? I don't know the jargon, but basically, you force yourself to smoke less and less, and you give yourself rewards along the way. Dr. Shaw's mind went blank. She was in a rare state of confusion, like someone who had their heart set on a specific college, didn't get in, and watched all their plans and expectations turn to dust, leaving only a blank bewilderment at reality. You'll have to figure that out yourself. I can't give you proper advice, Leo said. And he couldn't. He'd never been in her situation. The most he could do was not judge a patient. The direction is right, but what should the reward be? Whatever you like. For example, if you go 3 days without smoking, you reward yourself with some alone time under the covers. I like it when you hate me. Are you sick? Dr. Shaw nodded. By that logic, she was indeed sick. Evelyn, let me ask you a question. You're always talking about hate. Have you ever actually experienced love? What kind of love are you referring to? The kind I had for Summer Lynn, I guess. I've never been a simp. So the reward you're offering is to treat me like you treated Summer Lynn. How do you twist everything I say? What did I say? I was giving you a reward. So that means I'll be your simp. Dr. Shaw, a master of logic, easily connected the dots. She seemed to be seriously contemplating the possibility. What should a simp do? Like what you did before. Late-night phone calls, sending money, ordering takeout for me. Things like that. This is getting more and more ridiculous. Go find a colleague to talk to. I'm going home. Leo left without a second thought. Dr. Shaw didn't try to stop him. She sat at her desk, writing out her Phase 2 treatment plan. She had lied to Leo again. She wasn't sick. Is being different from others a disease? She just needed a role to play in the second phase. Phase 2 treatment plan. Dr. Shaw wrote furiously, a long stream of text, even reorganizing and reanalyzing the changes in Leo's personality. Of course, she understood love. To her, love was a fleeting moment of connection, a flower blooming in a wasteland, beautiful for an instant before vanishing. How could you freeze love in its most beautiful state? She had tried using hate, but Leo hadn't taken the bait. So, she was preparing a new method. Just as a key frame from a classic film becomes immortal, she only needed that one frame. One frame to capture both love and hate. She turned her head, glancing a notification on her social media feed. Summer Lynn's New Year's Eve concert to be held at Riverbend Stadium. Special guest to be announced. A grand scene flashed through her mind. An unhealthy flush spread across her cheeks. To preserve meaning in the immediate moment. End of Volume 1. A beautiful dream woven from love and hate. Leo passed 2 uneventful days. No Miller family drama. No girlfriends. It was so peaceful he almost forgot he had amnesia. This gave rise to a question that was part philosophy, part medicine. If you forget you have amnesia, are you cured? In any case, Leo wasn't cured. But he was, for the first time in a while, on vacation. Technically, he'd been on vacation this whole time, on extended medical leave while everyone else was at school. Back to class after this weekend, he mused. Leo didn't have much contact with his classmates, aside from a few of his roommates. Since his part-time job was so demanding, he would regularly treat them to a meal in exchange for them answering here for him during attendance. Anything big happening on campus, he typed into their group chat. Fall field day is coming up. Luke, a roommate who had appeared once before, replied almost instantly. Perfect, I can come back and be a spectator. Leo shot the breeze in the chat for a bit, saving a few meme-worthy reaction pics. They were incredibly useful for talking to clients. Most clients just wanted someone to talk to, and in front of someone who wants to talk, even an updated emoji library can be a reason to start a conversation. Don't know which girl you stole these new memes from? LOL. A competent host knows how to lower the barrier for clients to initiate conversation. Why didn't Leo initiate? Me? What's my status? A genius gigolo. The ones who come to me aren't just business transactions. Leo's got new memes again. Wonder which girl he's been talking to. Skyler Reed sat on her little pink e-scooter, pouting as she followed the GPS directions. She had wanted to subtly ask if Leo was working today, but all he'd sent back was a reaction meme. He used to use the ones I sent him. Why isn't he using the watermelon puppy anymore? Skyler was initially furious, but then she remembered she wasn't supposed to be angry today. Skyler, you are here to apologize. You must have an apologetic attitude. With that thought, she hit the brakes at 23 miles per hour, executing a thundering drift into the alley. She took off her helmet and tilted her head, looking at the lounge's sign. The Cypress Lounge. One old-fashioned name. After a quick assessment, Skyler glanced around furtively, feeling the same nervousness as a middle schooler sneaking into a LAN center. She had tried to dress more maturely today, opting for a rare dark-toned outfit, a gray midi skirt and a side-zip sweater, with a pair of low-heel boots. But no matter how she looked at it, she still gave off a girl-next-door vibe. She peered curiously through the door, her eyes immediately landing on the arcade cabinets and pachinko machines. You get to play games at work. How nice. So this is where Leo works. Up on the second floor, Silas let out a sudden sneeze. He felt something big was about to happen today. He'd recently been immersing himself in New Age spiritualism, and after much practice, felt he'd gained some insight into fate. I feel like I've graduated. He pulled out a copy of The Secret, flipped through 2 pages, and started to feel sleepy. He put down. Then he took out his phone, found a Book of Destiny livestream on TikTok, and casually sent a rocket gift before waiting for his reading. The answer lies in your actions. Silas's mental CPU went into overdrive. No shit, Sherlock. I needed you to tell me that. In that moment, Silas had an epiphany. The Book of Destiny was some foreign crap. It wasn't authentic. Refund. Sorry, no refunds. Silas spammed the chat, posting dozens of comments before he was kicked from the livestream. But he felt good. A satisfying round of furious keyboard warrior rage. Silas wasn't great at his new spiritual studies, but he firmly remembered one saying, lose wealth to avoid disaster. A rocket gift counted as losing wealth, right? So did that mean all his bad luck for the day was gone? Could his lounge finally have a quiet, profitable day? Silas looked out the window at the clear blue sky, the white clouds drifting peacefully. Even the Porsche blocking the alley entrance didn't seem so annoying anymore. How wonderful. Another peaceful, profitable day. Ma'am, your car is blocking the alley. I'm waiting for someone. Isabella Vance had no time for outside distractions. Her eyes were glued to her phone screen. She had sent Leo a message, asking how he was, and he'd replied with a single reaction meme. What did that mean? For the past 2 days, besides uncharacteristically meeting up with her girlfriends, Isabella had been binge-watching videos from dating influencers. As a woman who prized execution, if you could say it, she could do it. A normal relationship? She could give him that. She'd asked her friends what they normally did with their boyfriends, but their answers weren't very helpful. Her friends were older. None were dating students. Their memories of their own college romances were of when both partners were students, which was hardly relevant. When Isabella thought of Leo, she found it hard to classify him as young or mature. How could one person be so young and yet so old at the same time? Her only reference then was the internet. As everyone knows, online dating influencers are a mixed bag. And as a woman, Isabella's algorithm fed her mostly female-oriented content. This led her to inevitably be influenced by certain extreme personalities. In a relationship, a man should provide emotional value, physical value, and economic value simultaneously. A real man can take care of you tenderly while also showing you a bigger world and helping you grow. The value of such advice was in the eye of the beholder. But when the inexperienced Isabella heard it, she thought about it and felt something was off. Leo clearly couldn't meet all those conditions. At the very least, he wasn't well off financially. But if she substituted herself into the male role, it felt right. A relationship doesn't have to be strictly defined by gender roles, right? As long as someone is providing those things, it should be fine. Unaware of the poison she was consuming, Isabella began studying from a masculine perspective. The best way to confess is with a specific time, plus a small detail, plus eloquent phrasing, plus a vow of eternal love. When your girlfriend is sad, don't immediately try to reason with her. Show her you're on her side. When your girlfriend says whatever, she wants you to make the decision. When your girlfriend responds to your concern with a dismissive attitude, like with a meme, it means she wants to see you immediately. Good, bad, right, wrong. Isabella absorbed it all like a sponge. Especially after adopting the male perspective, the more she read, the more she felt she could do it. You want her to curl up in your lap and whimper? Not happening. But you want her to take a stand, make a decision, take action? She wouldn't hesitate for a second. So, when she saw Leo's meme response, she got in her car and drove over. You want to see me immediately, right? Isabella came to her senses, parked the car properly, and waited quietly for Leo to walk past. She had dressed younger today, a rare choice of a cream-colored knit cardigan and thigh-high boots that showcased the stunning curve of her long legs. But her mixed heritage features and pale blue eyes naturally gave off an intimidating aura. He had to come to work eventually, right? A man's efforts should be seen by his girlfriend, because she will be moved by your devotion. How wonderful, she thought. He'll know I'm waiting for him at the entrance. He'll be so moved. Leo carried a platter of sashimi from the kitchen to the Serenity room. He looked at his phone, where the message notifications had stopped. He felt a wave of relief. The me method worked wonders. See? The notifications stopped. Another pleasant day on the job. He peeked through the crack in the door and saw Peyton Anning sitting inside. A broad smile spread across his face. Gotta love the big spenders. How wonderful, he thought. Another day of accelerating my retirement plan. Hello, Ms. Anning. Leo set the drinks down on the table first. Then he stepped up onto the tatama mat, clever shielding his face in the process. Peyton was taking a picture of him. Ma'am, taking secret photos isn't a good habit. What's a legitimate establishment afraid of being photographed for? I'm afraid you'll use the photos for illegitimate purposes. Just reporting back to your cousin. The cousin's fiancée was dressed in her usual wealthy woman attire. She really loved her shawls. Today she was wearing the same Burberry one as last time. She also had a penchant for mixing clothes from different seasons. Her red, form-fitting sheath dress left a large area of her chest exposed, which she had accessorized with a matching necklace set. Her skin was a delicate, flawless white, clearly the result of a life of leisure and meticulous care. Paired with her voluptuous figure and seductive eyes, she was the picture of ripeness. For a moment, Leo wasn't sure who was the server and who was the client. Any news from the Miller family? They're holding a family dinner for you in a week. We'll see. I might not have time. Whether you show up or not, the dinner will happen. Got it. Leo had been busy arranging the platter and hadn't caught on at first, but her last sentence reminded him of how these powerful families operated. It made sense. They give you one chance. Take it or leave it, but if you leave it, don't ever come back. Anything else? Nothing else, really. They just wanted me to ask if you have any plans to get married. You couldn't find out about my romantic situation from your investigation. If it were a girl you were serious about, we'd know. But who knows if you're just playing around or actually thinking of marriage? Not at the moment. Then you should prepare yourself. You might be getting married soon. Peyton smiled, confident that Leo understood the implications. Her conversations with him were always so easy. Thinking of Leo inevitably made her think of Ethan. Peyton let out a soft, involuntary sigh. So, you're trying to box me in using the most peaceful method possible, Leo stated. It wasn't hard to understand. To his uncle, Edward, Leo was just a small bug that could hop around a bit. He didn't mind granting Leo what, in an ordinary person's eyes, would be a perfect life. All your expenses paid by the family. A wife found for you through an alliance to squeeze the last bit of value out of the Miller name. Then you settle down and live your life. It was compensation for the car accident. Even if they had killed him, how much would the payout have been? It was also a peaceful way to control Leo's future. It was the same principle that a man with a family and a career wouldn't get into a street brawl with some young punk. The principle of the happy man's avoidance. Once you have a family, you have too much to lose. You stop thinking about how to throw your damned uncle into the Pacific to feed the sharks, and start thinking, Uncle Edward, my son wants to get into the city's top high school. Can you help me out? Leo neither agreed nor refused, because Peyton didn't have the final say in the matter. Instead of responding, he asked her a very sharp question. So, where does that leave you, Miss Anning? As he said this, Leo picked up his glass and clinked it against hers. I'll drink to you, he said. We have to finish this. Peyton said she couldn't drink that much in one go. Leo said, then I'll drink too. How about that? A toast to our relationship that ended before it even began. Yes, from the moment Leo decided to return to the family, his and Peyton's storyline was destined to fail. In her original plan, having Leo's child was a backup. She had never given up on siding with Leo and his father. She would have broken off the engagement and become the woman behind Leo, waiting until he and his father were strong enough to contend with Edward. Only then would she emerge from the shadows to marry him. It would have been a long struggle, and the fact that she was once Ethan's fiancée would have faded from memory. Even if it hadn't, with Leo's status by then, no one would have dared to say anything. But the problem was, Leo was going back to the family now. Even if she broke off the engagement at this moment, it would be too late. You can't just break up with a cousin and immediately get with his younger cousin, can you? Did Edward and Ethan have no face to save? I only have one path left, Peyton said with a bitter smile. The one path was self-evident. Have Leo's child. But that plan clearly wasn't working. She had tried to probe him many times before his amnesia, hiding her identity. Want to get some late-night supper together? Want to come upstairs for a drink? My dog knows how to do the floss. Want to come see? So, Peyton was a loss. I don't actually have that high of a moral standard, she admitted. It's just that when I picture my child calling someone else dad, I find it a little hard to accept. And here I thought you were all about feelings. I only talk feelings with people who talk feelings, Leo said, a smug, punchable line. He then thoughtfully poured her another drink and changed the incense in the room to the lounge special, Wild Prairie scent. I heard you liked Parfait de Marly last time, but the closest thing we have in the lounge's storeroom is this. As if I have the mind to care about scents right now. I noticed. You didn't even put on perfume before you left the house. So what scent am I wearing now? Probably desperation and decay. Peyton's long, seductive eyes were filled with confusion. She propped her chin on her hands like a little girl who'd failed test. Leo took a couple of sniffs. How to describe this? He felt a bit like a police dog. The sheath dress and the shawl don't have the same scent, which means he didn't take them out of the closet at the same time. You originally only intended to wear the dress because you haven't had time to get the shawl dry cleaned since the last time you wore it. But then you remember my eyes kept glancing at your shawl last time, so you put it on, thinking it would arouse my desire. You make me sound like some kind of tramp, Peyton said, rolling her eyes, but the slight tension in her facial muscles betrayed that she was not as relaxed as she appeared. Because you don't smell of desperation and decay. You smell of ambition and desire. Should I continue? Leo stood up, his movements becoming exaggerated. People unconsciously overact when they're imitating someone. He suddenly walked to the door, mimicking his own entrance. You know my preferences. You know I don't like having my picture taken and that I'll instinctively block my face. So when I came in, your little photo op was to temporarily block my line of sight in this enclosed space, making it easier for you to secretly drop something into the drinks. Leo had said it when he came in. Don't use photos for shady business. She just wouldn't listen. Don't be ridiculous, Leo. A pill needs time to dissolve in a glass. Correct. Which is why you dropped it in the opaque decanter. Your plan was for a blanket attack from the start, wasn't it? A glint of light returned to Peyton's dry, seductive eyes. So what if he'd seen through her? They had both drunk the wine. And it was Leo who had suggested they drink together, trading his 2 glasses for her one. Leo, this is my last chance. After this, we'll only drift further and further apart. Peyton, you're the one giving me a chance. Leo took off his jacket, revealing the soaked sleeve of his shirt underneath, which reeked of alcohol. Clearly, this sneaky bastard had faked drinking it. Everyone has their specialty. As long as you're willing to pay for the drinks, I can keep this up all night. Peyton's eyes instantly dimmed, her expression shifting from surprise to sadness to confusion, like a roller coaster ride. First, the screaming terror, then the crying for mommy, and finally, the blank-eyed stupor of passing out. Then she forced herself to be calm. Bad girls all have one thing in common. They love to act. But when so many emotions flash across a face so quickly, it's probably genuine. Acting is hard, after all. Even professionally trained young actors need years to hone their craft. Peyton, you brought me going back to the Miller family and getting married to provoke me, to make me think of using you as a way to get back at Ethan. The facts are true, but your heart isn't. Leo, from across the table, gave her a wicked grin. Peyton, I recorded everything just now. What do you think would happen if I showed this to Ethan? Leo, you can't. You're not that kind of person. Oh, and what kind of person am I? The kind who deserves to be hit by a car, drugged, and played like a fiddle by a bad girl. This time, Leo walked right up to her, pretending to show her the evidence on his phone. Peyton lunged for it, but Leo snatched it back. I told you before, I have a very low moral baseline. I only talk feelings with people who talk feelings. Honestly, Peyton felt like her lifeline had been cut. In her mind, her relationship with Leo had been simple. You use your status as a client to keep him on the hook, while making your true intentions clear and mixing in just the right amount of emotion. Sounds complicated, right? It's easier to understand if you think about it this way. A gold digger's objective is usually crystal clear. She'll tell you exactly what gift she wants, establishing an initial persona for you. So what makes the poor sucker willing to lavish her with money? Because at many moments, the gold digger makes you feel like she actually has feelings for you. Let's go to Miami for our honeymoon. You work too hard. I'll make you some soup tonight. Empty promises and small, daily gestures like these would appear frequently. A honeymoon? She had no intention of marrying him. It was all just hot air and calculated details. Peyton's strategy with Leo was the same. His primary motive was money. If Leo and Ethan's roles as cousins were reversed, Peyton could have gritted her teeth, ignored Ethan's stupidity, and done the exact same thing. But Leo was obviously not going to be soft on someone like her. That's just how people are. If there's no punishment this time, they'll do it again. Now, at his mercy, Peyton didn't show much emotion. Instead, she adopted a posture of complete surrender. She had no other choice. This had been her last stand. Without a child, she couldn't marry Ethan. A look of defeat washed over her face, her seductive eyes losing their usual spark. A person's despair and helplessness aren't always obvious. For adults, controlling emotions is muscle memory. But when a person is extremely down, they instinctively feel cold. Peyton sat on the tatami mat, hugging her knees to her chest. The motion made her dress stretch tight, creating a stunning curve, but she was in no state to notice. Leo noticed. He was born with a sharp eye for detail. If you have something on your mind, say it. You're still on the clock. Nothing to say. Gold diggers don't get happy endings, right? Peyton's words were more self-deprecating than anything. She wasn't answering Leo. She was talking to herself. That's good. At least your thinking is realistic. Not realistic at all. It was all just a mirage in the end. Ms. Anning, I have a question. If you were just a simple gold digger, you clearly had better options. You wouldn't understand someone like me, Leo. Try me. What if I do? Have you ever slept in a room with no lights and no windows? Leo was about to say that he had. When he was a night manager at the land center, he'd often crash in the stockroom before heading home. The room was filled with instant noodles and vacuum-packed chicken feet. But when someone asks a question like that, you don't offer up evidence of your own unromantic reality. Never, Leo said, shaking his head, his expression still nonchalant. That's what my home was like. My mom died when I was young, and my dad favored my brother so much he wouldn't even pay my tuition. It took me 2 years after graduation to pay off my student loans. It was hard to describe Peyton's expression. It was a massive contradiction. She herself was a contradiction. Her foxy face and seductive eyes were the stuff of sirens, but her posture and demeanor were poised and proper. But now she was in a state of brokenness, her perfect makeup unable to hide the despair in her eyes. Leo, not everyone has a family like Skylar's. Do you know how much I envy her? That's just how it is. Reality sucks. No chicken soup for the soul, no inspirational speeches. It was a fact, and it was hard to change. But Peyton was getting off topic. Leo steered the conversation back. But what does that have to do with what I said? Even if your family situation was bad, you could have married a lower-tier rich kid and lived a good life. Let me tell you a story. Do you know why my dad let me finish high school? Because he heard that girls with an education fetched a higher bride price. It was like he was raising a pig, giving it better feed, just so he could sell it for a better price. Leo said nothing, gesturing for her to continue. Of course, I refused. So I went to college on student loans. By then, my dad had already promised me to someone. After I graduated, I started working in cosmetic sales, pushing products on the street. I caught the e-commerce wave a few years ago and started my own company. That's when I first heard of a behemoth like your family. Don't blame it on others. It's your family. My cosmetics company was on the verge of collapse after just a year due to a lack of funds. But luckily, I managed to get on Edward Miller's radar. I started probing for the truth about the Miller family and boldly proposed a plan to your uncle. That was a long story short, but the gist was there. He had to admit, this woman was impressive. At least she was a hustler. That alone made her better than most people. But in the end, didn't you just sell yourself for a good price? Isn't everyone selling themselves for a good price? Most people work hard for a promotion and a raise. Isn't that just trying to sell yourself for a better price? Leo listened closely. She kind of had a point. In a way, everyone was on the market. But then he thought again. Don't try to twist it. There's a difference when you create value with your own two hands. The real reason Leo was asking all this was just to understand Peyton better. And why did he want to understand her? Since you're selling anyway, why not sell to me? Because Leo felt that Peyton had incredible drive. Her whole sophisticated, high society aura had completely fooled him. He actually had a little trick for judging someone's upbringing. Look at their teeth. Most people's teeth don't grow in perfectly straight. But families with money often get their children's teeth corrected from a young age, a process that is both expensive and time-consuming. Peyton's teeth were perfect, which meant she'd put in a lot of work on herself behind the scenes. Looking at her now, Leo felt like he'd transformed into a mob boss, ready to bellow in a gruff voice. Join my crew. Sell to you? What's your price? Price? You have no other options. If I have a bite to eat, you'll get a sip of soup. I'm very useful. This file contains everything you want to know. Peyton's smile returned. She pulled the file out from under her leg and dangled it in front of him. I'll continue to act as Ethan's fiancé for as long as I can drag it out. I can pass you a lot of important information. Yeah, right? My mother always told me you can't trust a woman who's too good to be true. You have the video. Ethan still thinks I'm being forced into this. If he sees that video, he'll refuse to marry me. You know how twisted he is. Peyton was no longer the picture of despair. This scenario was one she could fully accept. She opened the decanter and poured herself another glass. You're still drinking it? It's drugged. I put Tums in it. Peyton even took out the roll of antacids. She wasn't afraid that showing him would make him angry. The video in his hands was enough to control her. She hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. But the more ruthless he was, the more confident she felt in siding with him. A preference for strength was practically coded into a woman's DNA, especially for someone like Peyton. The comparison made it impossible not to lean toward Leo. Leo just chuckled and said nothing. It didn't matter. He had a certain video on his phone. Why the quotes? Because he hadn't recorded anything. His move to show her evidence was just a psychological trick, a way to create a pretext to change their dynamic. He and Peyton were now in a transitional phase. Despite her pretty words, she was still a turncoat, a fence-sitter. But their relationship had shifted from the bizarre cousin-in-law/cousin dynamic to accomplices. This was a positive change, and it was all Leo wanted. Whatever else she said didn't matter. He had no interest in blackmailing people. Edward won't believe you, so be careful. I have my ways. Fine, do as you please. Let me see the file. Leo pulled out a cucumber he'd swiped from the kitchen, broke in half, and handed a piece to Peyton. He munched on his half as he tore open the file folder. While doing so, he asked her a few questions that had been nagging at him, questions far more important than any business portfolios or financial reports. His gossip-loving soul was burning bright. First question, how exactly did Ethan become sterile? You'd have to ask your dad about that. The official story within the family is that it's his fault. Second question, I know my dad is the third son, and Ethan's dad is the second. Is the eldest a man or a woman? A man. Okay, then here's the most important question. I know the second and third sons are named Edward and Rick, which is weird enough. So what's the eldest uncle's name? This question had been burning in Leo's mind for ages. He had to know, was it something normal? Or, are you asking for his current name? Of course. He's a grown man. You're not going to call him by a nickname, are you? Oh, well, your eldest uncle's current name is the Reverend Wild. Maybe I'm just not well-versed, but what denomination is the Reverend Wild from? I don't know either. He just says he's a reverend. Other reverends have titles like Father John or Pastor Dave. What's the story behind Wild? I haven't spoken to him much, but we did touch on this topic once. Let me tell you about the Miller family rules. Leo listened intently. A powerful family was bound to have a lot of rules, and he didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble. First rule, when your eldest uncle sees you, he will definitely ask you where you come from. For a moment, Leo's brain short-circuited. He instinctively wanted to say, my mom. Peyton, as if anticipating his answer, shook her head. You can't say that. You have to say you came from nature. that you sprouted from the ground, grew on a tree, popped out of a rock, or even floated up from an underground river. Anything like that. So that's what the wild means. Leo was bewildered, but he nodded grimly, committing the rule to memory. And if I don't say that, then he will find a way to make you experience the process of nature giving birth. For example, he might throw you into a rock garden to feel the heartbeat of the stones. Honestly, it sounded hilarious, but hearing it in a face-to-face conversation was even more ridiculous. Peyton's dead serious expression made it impossible for Leo to know whether he should laugh or not. If there's a first, there must be a second, right? Second, try not to mention anything related to cans, jars, or canisters in front of your Uncle Edward. Propane tanks, canned food, even a can of soda. He might have a stress reaction. Because of my dad, Leo knew his dad had brought a propane tank with him that one time. But what was so scary about a can of soda? Your eldest uncle is 20 years older than his two younger brothers. Before he became a reverend, he was the pillar of the family. The second and third sons were only responsible for causing trouble for each other. Your dad's favorite pastime was to find all sorts of canned things and throw them into his brother's bed. One time, he even tied your Uncle Edward up and covered his entire body in superglue. Peyton was a little breathless after saying so much. How did you dig up these old stories? I got this information after buying a gift for the butler. But you can't call him the butler. You have to call him Grandpa Barney. Got it. Must be a respected old man in the family. Leo automatically pictured a white-haired, bespectacled old man with a kind smile who was secretly a retired badass. What is Grandpa Barney like? Knowing the butler's preferences is very important. Oscar Mayer Wieners. Because Grandpa Barney is a dog. Peyton hadn't cracked a smile when talking about the uncles, but she finally laughed here. Grandpa Barney is a German shepherd who guards your grandfather's study. If you buy him hot dogs, you can freely enter the study and read your grandfather's diaries. By the way, this is the fourth-generation Grandpa Barney. He's already 12. The first one was your grandfather's dog when he was young. Each generation, one of the male pups becomes the new Grandpa Barney. Leo silently processed this information. He was speechless. Where was the blood and betrayal of a powerful family? The backstabbing? Why is he named Barney? A rival of your grandfather's from when he was young was named Barney. That Barney secretly wrote love letters to your grandmother. So your grandfather vowed to have a Barney the old dog guarding his door for the rest of his life. Understood. So that's 3 rules. There are many more. I've included them in the file, but these are the most important ones. I was afraid you'd skim over them. Any other important ones? Yes, and this one is critical. Peyton's expression turned very serious. She said it was an important rule involving his grandfather. Leo also adopted a serious look. He knew his grandfather was the biggest player in this family. Old age can make a man a monster. This one is related to the diary I just mentioned. I know you'll be tempted to sneak into your grandfather's study to find out more about the family. You can look, but you must remember one important principle. Go on, Leo said, his breathing quickening. He felt like he was playing a puzzle game, balancing on a tightrope. You must leave a trace that represents your personal information, even if it's just writing your name on a piece of paper. Otherwise, it will be considered trespassing. Got it. The old man has a tight grip on the family, doesn't he? Leo clapped his hands. Now, this was a rule that made sense. What did it mean? The old man was saying, don't think you can sneak in here without me knowing. I know everything. Don't you dare try to hide from me. Being this old man's grandson might not be so bad after all. Look at the style. I'm not finished. You also have to leave some complimentary comments, preferably something with a bit of literary flair. I don't know much about this part. The gist is that your grandfather was a bit of a rough-and-tumble guy when he was young, and in his old age, he's taken up writing. But he has no talent for it. Even his diary entries are like, woke up at 8 p.m., slept at 8 a.m. My sons are useless. This life is killing me. So you have to leave some praise for the literary works in his study. Make him feel like he's a brilliant writer, and he won't hold it against you for reading his diary. There wasn't a single normal person in the Miller family. It was absurd. Leo pursed his lips. His previous image of the Miller family had been something like a grand, imposing mansion or a gloomy, ancient castle. This wasn't that. This was a goddamn creepypasta. The Miller family rules of horror. Doesn't my dad have any weird rules associated with him? Your dad won't hurt you. The ones I told you about are the ones that could bring you harm. Tell me anyway. Sometimes these horror rules don't care about blood relations. There's very little information about your dad. The only principle the Miller family adheres to is to not get close to Leo. Leo's heart skipped a beat. That's right. He had grown up without any concept of the Miller family, even though they lived in the same city. They knew everything about him, but he knew nothing about them. A person's life is fragile. Was it really that hard to arrange an accident like the one Ethan had? Not all. How had he survived until now? Leo suddenly looked up at Peyton, his eyes filled with confusion. No member of the Miller family is allowed to approach Leo, not even for a single glance. If you do, when the clock strikes midnight, a propane tank-toting old maniac will automatically spawn outside your window. Leo was stunned into silence. He suddenly thought his old man was kind of cool. Aren't you just a gambling addict? After saying this, Peyton leaned closer to Leo and took his hand. Their eyes were very close. Leo, don't underestimate your father. I'm willing to bet that my siding with you has everything to do with him. Your only enemy, from start to finish, is Ethan. You're half a Miller now. Didn't a rule spawn for you? Leo said with a chuckle, pulling his hand away, not taking her bait. He wouldn't let that kind of suggestive talk get to him. You could call it a rule. When you win, you have to let me have a child. Didn't we agree that the baby thing is off the table? Your child, calling you dad. Why would I bring a manipulative woman into my home? Am I trying to stir up trouble? You don't have to marry me, but I must have your child. The topic was dropped. They squinted at each other, smiling, each with their own hidden agenda. Leo said, out of nowhere, you could actually trust me. I'm not that ambitious. If you're going to sell for a high price. Some things are only transmitted through blood, birth, and sex. A clear goal. Well then, good luck to you. Leo smiled and helped her with her shawl. If someone wanted a peaceful life, they would run as far away as possible from a woman like this. But for Leo, wasn't a woman like this also kind of interesting? Skyler was furious. I clearly put a lot of money on my account. Why are you telling me there's no money in it? Ma'am, your information really isn't in the system. Who is your designated server? Leo, let me get you a glass of water. Please wait here for a moment, and I'll inform Leo. The young woman at the front desk was very polite, placing a glass of water in front of Skyler. Skyler tilted her head. Is he working? The system shows that he is. Then don't bother him. I'll wait here. Can I play the arcade games? Be my guest. Skyler stomped over to the coin-op arcade machine. A small box next to it was filled with tokens, Cadillacs, and dinosaurs. A retro game like this was a real blast from the past. As a classic min-maxer, unlike Leo, who just winged it, Skyler would, upon getting interested in a game, immediately research its lore, boss guides, and everything else. Her favorite character was Mustafa Cairo, the guy in a yellow hat, green shirt, and yellow pants. She liked him because the yellow hat was funny. This fit her gaming quirk. She never chose the eye-candy female characters, only the ones who looked a little offbeat. Leo is going to be so surprised when he comes out and sees me. I'll act like an abandoned kitten who can only play games by herself. Then Leo won't have the heart to be mad at me. Then I'll follow my notes, one by one, and apologize to him. Skyler thought her plan was foolproof. But how do you beat the boss in the northern forest again? Leo had taught her. She died, pouted, and pulled out her phone, searching her chat history with Leo for the keyword Cadillacs and dinosaurs. Lure the boss's big knife to the center of the screen, then move your character to the very edge. The boss's special move will miss. Then just keep kicking him off screen. Leo's voice played from her phone. Skyler muttered the instructions to herself a few times because she couldn't remember them. She kept repeating them until she just put the phone down and let the voice note loop. Move your character to the very edge. Skyler's expression was serious. The evening sun shone through the alley, cutting through the swirling dust motes. It streamed through the lounge's antique wooden doors and cast a warm glow on her profile. When she was focused, her breathing slowed, her nostrils flaring rhythmically. A strand of her platinum blonde hair fell across her cheek. The foot in its booty scuffed the floor in time with the movements of the joystick. The sunset was the day's last oracle. The pilgrims at Delphi waited for Apollo's decree, and Apollo, wearing his laurel wreath, would wave from his golden chariot as it sank into the crimson horizon, saying, "Good night, everyone." Skyler didn't notice the sunset. She just wanted to focus on the game. She had changed her mind. She would beat the whole game. Then Leo would be so shocked he'd bowed down before her, proclaiming her the true god of Cadillacs and dinosaurs. Go to Japan and compete professionally. She imagined him saying. She would bask in his adoring gaze, lift her chin, and say, "Well, little Leo, your strategy was indeed useful." Leo, with his cocky personality, would definitely say, "Of course it was. Who do you think came up with it?" And she wouldn't argue, because it was all part of her master plan. Then she'd puff out her chest and say with a sly grin, "So, you see, I'd be completely lost without you. Get ready for the family dinner over the next few days. This is your first test." "I know." Leo and Peyton walked out of the Serenity room, one after the other. He was about to clock out. His other clients didn't know he was back at work yet. He logged into his work account, but didn't reply to any of the messages. He'd deal with them after he handled the immediate situation. Give me a ride. Save me from having to get a shared bike. A free ride was a good thing. Can't pass that up. Peyton rolled her eyes at him. It was the first time she'd ever heard of a client driving their server home. Leo, the front desk girl said, waving to stop him as he passed. The girl just came in, said she was your client. What's her name? Her last name is Reed. A very pretty girl. She said not to disturb you and started playing the arcade games. Playing games? Skyler. Yes, that's her. Leo was a bit baffled. He had a hard time connecting Skyler with the lounge. What was she doing here? Where is she? The boss took her upstairs. Leo suddenly remembered that Silas had mentioned something about Skyler before. He had asked him about it, but the old fox hadn't said anything. Silas wasn't a bad guy, but he was a slick old devil, a top-tier gigolo in his prime. Leo felt that if he let him talk to Skyler for even a few minutes, she'd be corrupted. A young guy like him couldn't possibly understand. Skyler's parents must have seen him the same way back then. You go on ahead. I've got something to take care of. Leo paced anxiously, and under the receptionist's astonished gaze, he grabbed the Lucky Cat statue from the counter. He weighed it in his hand, as if testing its heft. He looked for all the world like he was about to go start a fight. Leo, don't be rash. What? Silas said you can't disturb him when he's talking business in his office. I need an excuse to knock on his door. So what are you doing with the Lucky Cat? Leo slammed it on the floor. The cat's waving arm broke off. Now it's just a cat. I'm going to tell Silas's Lucky Cat is broken. Then he rushed into the courtyard and bolted up the stairs to the second floor. Left behind, Peyton watched this scene unfold, a complex expression in her eyes. She let out a bitter laugh. She didn't ask why he had run off without a word after she'd agreed to drive him home. He had probably forgotten all about it. She shook her head, took a deep breath, adjusted her shawl, and walked out the door. She had told Leo she envied Skyler, and she hadn't just meant her family background. In a way, being a gold digger is a false premise. Money is just a means to an end. Once you have it, what do you exchange it for? The envious gazes of others? The security of not having to worry about your next meal? Or your lost dignity? In that moment, Peyton didn't know. She walked out the door and rubbed her hands together as she headed for the parking lot. She needed to call a designated driver. She'd been drinking. Leo was right. She had put in an immense amount of work on herself. Her skin, her fashion sense, her temperament, her conversation skills, her etiquette, even her virginity. She had preserved it all. But in her eyes, all these attributes had a price tag. They were all assets to sell herself for a higher price. But then, there were people who didn't have to put in all that effort. People who could effortlessly have what she so desperately pursued. The alcohol was an emotional catalyst. The cold wind blew past. Her eyes reflected the demonic ukiyo-e art on the lounge's facade. She didn't know what she was thinking. Until a minute later, her phone chimed. A driver has been called for you. It's hard to get a ride near the lounge at this time of day. They are 8 miles away. There's a mint in your breast pocket. It won't help much with sobriety, but it will freshen your breath. I will send you a message every 10 minutes to confirm your safety. Please reply promptly. It is recommended to drop your shawl off at the dry cleaners on the way. The location of the nearest one has been sent to you. Please double-check that you have not left any personal belongings behind. Your bill will be sent to you within 5 minutes. Finally, on behalf of the Cypress Lounge, thank you again for your trust. We hope this can be a sanctuary for you in your weary life. Most of this was the standard farewell script from the lounge, with a few personal touches from a server. But then came Leo's own words. Just 2 sentences. Ethan is a strange one. Be careful. Selling yourself to me was the best decision you've ever made. Peyton bit her lip to stop herself from smiling. She canceled her own driver request. She looked up again at the sign for the Cypress Lounge, and for no reason, remembered something Leo had once said. It was something like, you know why the lounge makes a fortune? Because there will always be unhappy people in the world. This is fraud. I did not commit fraud. You are the owner of this lounge. I asked you to help me add credit to my account, but there's no money in it. Is this not fraud? Skyler sat perched on a small stool, fuming. She was ready to call the police and teach this black-hearted boss a lesson. Leo doesn't have to thank me. I'm doing this for the good of the people. Silas quickly stood up, gesturing for the young heroine to wait. He had something to say. I'm not after your money. I just wanted to discuss how to use it. Silas could see the lounge's security cameras at any time. The moment he saw Skyler at the front desk, he had decisively run downstairs to bring her up. Why did she come with him? At first, she'd refused. But when Silas introduced himself, Skyler's face had fallen. So you're the one who scammed my entire rainy day fund. My money is only for Leo's account. Nothing else. Skyler flatly rejected the old swindler's flowery words, shaking her head so vigorously it looked like an electric fan. She even sternly corrected his poor choice of words. What do you mean, your money? I saved that for a long time. I even emptied out the emergency cash from my piggy bank for you. I used to only sneak out one bill at a time. All right, a lot of money. But just listen to me first. Your goal in adding credit is to make Leo's life easier, right? Finally getting a positive response. A rare look of accomplishment appeared on Silas's old face. This was hard. This girl didn't follow any logical conversational path. How many years had it been since he'd met a girl he couldn't talk to? I have a better way to make Leo's life easier, because a few $1,000s won't solve his problems. Would you consider using this money for a bigger form of help? But I should mention, a few thousand is obviously not enough, so I'll need you to agree to a con. His rhythm was persuasive, his expression gentle, his distance appropriate, his center of gravity leaning slightly forward. These were the fundamentals of a top-tier host. Silas's skills were honed over decades of practice. There was no way he could fail. Not listening. I want to add the credit. Skyler waved her hand, her expression even a little impatient. She thought this old man talked too much. He was so greasy and long-winded. No old lady would ever like him. And he was Leo's boss? He should step down and let Leo take over. Won't you just hear me out? I promise you'll be very happy after you listen. No, your stuff is too expensive. I can't afford it. I just want to add the credit. You're a scammer. I don't believe you. I'm begging you. Just listen, please. Silas was at his wit's end. He couldn't even get his proposal out. He wasn't a man who cared much for face, so at this point, he had to resort to begging. It was his own fault for not coordinating with Leo beforehand. If Leo knew, he would have warned him. Skyler was immune to people like them. Fine. I'll condescend to listen, Skyler said, striking a pose that screamed, hurry up, I've got places to be. Silas couldn't be bothered with that. He rushed to say, I know you have plans to travel the world. My condition is that when you travel, you hire a guide I recommend. She was a journalist when she was younger, an astronomy enthusiast, and most importantly, she has a wealth of travel experience. I get it. You want this guide to sell me to human traffickers. You really are up to no good. I'm a good person. If you don't believe me, call your dad and ask. Silas's blood pressure was skyrocketing. He had no other way to gain her trust. Just say what you have to say. I'll ask my dad when I get home. This time, don't interrupt me. This old man's blood pressure is a little high. Silas cautiously confirmed the girl was nodding before taking a deep breath and continuing. I will pay for the guide's fee. I will even arrange for a reliable team to protect you. Some parts of the world are very dangerous. I only have one request. The last stop of your trip must be the lounge. But this sounds like a romance story. Is the guide your old flame from when you were young? Skyler asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Hit right where it hurt. Silas's face didn't even flush. He walked over to a safe hidden in the wall, pulled out a photo album, and after some searching, took out a picture, placing it gently on the table like a treasure. Her name is Vivian. She's from Taiwan. She's a professional guide now. Silas closed his eyes, a nostalgic look on his face, as if his soul had returned to his wild younger days. Skyler carefully picked up the photo. Since this talkative old man valued it so much, she handled it with care. The photo was clearly of this Vivian in her youth. Wait, the name on the back of this photo is Anna. Wrong one. Time flies, haha, you know how an old man's memory gets. This time, Silas's face turned bright red. He fumbled to take the photo back and shove it into the album. He rummaged through the thick album, checking the names on the back of several photos before finally finding one that said Vivian. This is the one, no doubt. She's beautiful, right? I was quite the lady killer in my youth. No worse than Leo. Uncle, who are the ladies on Leo's left and right? In his panic, Silas had tried to save face, but looking at the girl in front of him, teeth gritted and murder in her eyes, he knew he'd said the wrong thing again. You can ask Leo about that later. Let's stick to business. Silas cleared his throat and knocked on the table. The situation Leo is facing is very complicated. You must know about his family's mess. He needs some. Is it about his dad's gambling problem? Yes. Silas quickly realized Skyler knew nothing. Honestly, this was a huge surprise. The return to the family incident at the birthday party was impossible to hide from him. After all, Edward Miller himself had appeared and acknowledged Leo's identity in front of many witnesses. From Silas's perspective, Leo desperately needed external help right now. Even just having someone in his corner would be a good thing. But it seemed Leo had no intention of involving this girl. He must have thought of it and decided against it. I'll just be direct. Your money will be used to purchase 1% of the shares of the Cypress Lounge. $3,721.13 is obviously not enough, which is why I need you to agree to my request. Silas had thought long and hard before making this decision. He had wanted to explain his reasoning to this clever girl, but since she knew nothing, it was better not to. Uncle, is your lounge losing money? Is that why you're trying to pull Leo in? It's more profitable than you can imagine. I'm not joking. Even with only 1% of the shares, you'll make your money back in a few days. Does Leo know about this? Leo will probably be bursting in here in a few minutes with some lame excuse. I wonder what it'll be. If he agrees, I'll agree. But can we not tell him that I'm the one putting up the money? Skyler wasn't so naive as to just accept a pie falling from the sky. Leo had to agree, but she didn't want him to know about the money. Don't mind my nagging, but this is the problem with you young people. If you love someone, you should say it out loud. Leo would definitely want you to say it. But Uncle, I'm not someone who can't express love. I'm braver than anyone. I could hang on Leo all day telling him I like him. Skyler sighed, a sound worthy of an 80-year-old climbing 7 flights of stairs. I just think some things are for expressing love, and some things aren't. I don't want to admit it, but my money is very, very little. I just genuinely hope Leo's life gets a little easier. As long as I can help him even a tiny bit, my goal is achieved. The other stuff isn't my goal at all. If I want to express my love, I have my own ways. As if remembering something, Skyler, who had been a bit down, suddenly looked up, her face bright with energy again. Uncle, I've already made a mistake once. Some things should have a pure purpose. That's the right way. Silas looked into her eyes. He instinctively leaned back in a chair to sigh, but he was sitting on a small stool. The old man almost lost his life right there. Silas stood up, his face shameless, and couldn't help but sigh again. At his age, he'd seen countless stories of young love. Young men and women were always playing these games. I love you, you love me. It was all the same to him. Did they really think an old man cared? Why does it have to be Leo? God damn it. Silas couldn't hold back a curse, though he said it quietly. It was faint, but you could definitely hear something about someone's mother in there. Old men with rich life experiences often sit under the village tree all day, lost in thought, reliving their long lives. Those precious fragments of memory are the only true wealth when you reach the end. Silas was more or less at that stage. He knew that these entanglements were the most cherished parts of memory. A beautiful woman is exciting for a few nights, but then you get tired of her. There's nothing much to remember. This was yet another sigh from Silas. In the end, he agreed to Skyler's condition. Then I'll ask him if he wants the shares. If he does, it's settled. Thank you, Uncle. You're a good person. You're a good person wasn't much of a compliment, at least not to an old man like Silas who was used to flattery. But hearing it from Skyler still made him beam. Silas. The door to the second-floor room was kicked open violently. A frantic Leo rushed in, his eyes scanning the room like radar. Only after locking onto a certain figure did he start yelling. Silas, we have a huge problem.